Hello, everybody. So let me catch up with some of the things said in chat and some of the people here. Julian Guns Garcia or Julian, I don't know. Hey, SubTXT, never been part of this live chat, but I love the theories. I personally have never played the OG, but this game has taken over my life and love the mechanics and story so much. Thank you. I mean, it's always a challenge when I hear from someone who hasn't played the OG, because I know I discuss things in the OG that haven't happened yet. So I guess I haven't gone into like crazy detail when I mention stuff from the original. Like I kind of say, oh, when we learn about the truth about Cloud and stuff like that. But I don't think I've outright like explained it. So maybe it's still, you know, not a massive spoiler to people like you, or no, Final Fantasy Files. At least one of the people, Spencer, hasn't finished the OG either, or hasn't played the OG. So doesn't know the details. So, and I know he's watched my video, and I don't think he really knows the sort of like details of the difference or what happened in the OG. So hopefully I'm not spoiling it too much for you guys. But hello to you, Gods of War, Actor Gamer. Thanks for the link to that interview. I'll check that out. Spartan, Kafka, Zyther, Uresh, Palmer Quest, Grant Dell. What's going on? Mets fans are enduring a lot of suffering. Yeah. I mean, the fun thing about the Mets, I mean, here's the thing about the Mets, especially this year. You guys were good this year. You can't be good. The Mets can never actually be good. They have to be bad and then go on a crazy run. And only when they go on a crazy run do they actually like make it to the World Series. But they can't actually be a good team. If they're a good, consistent team all year, you're screwed. Magda Mughal, Hayabusa, Bumblebee, what's going on? New2, John Q Gamer, a big is gonna be a big star on this stream. So welcome, Final Fantasy Files, which I mentioned, AJ, Mindalex. I know Akeem, oh no, that was the old, I think that was last stream. Yeah. I know stuff out this year too, and I think a couple other people. It's just my stream. I have this combined stream so I could see both YouTube and Twitch, and I started it up late, so I don't have all the early Twitch streams. But hey, to everyone who's here, Radcliffe, what's up? Unfortunately, I'm right. Yeah. I know the deal with that team. So we have a whole lot. Thank you for the subscription, Palmer Quest. What's going on? We have so much to catch up on, so I don't want to dilly-dally, shilly-shally too much, but give you a little bit of a recap on what's been going on with me. Hey, Chris82460, thank you for resubbing 3 months in a row. Thank you so much. So I was out of town for a hype train started up, I think on Twitch. So thank you so much for the hype train. And obviously if you keep subbing and gifting and all that stuff, it keeps it going. But I've been gone for like, technically, I think 2 weeks. So this is like week 3 from the last stream that I did was October 12th. I was like looking back on my info. So yeah, I missed 2 weeks. A cousin of mine got married. So I was out of town for that. And it was like an extended trip. I was best man for that wedding. So we like did some stuff beforehand. And then, you know, a lot of family was in town where it was happening. So just had a chance to sort of like hang out with them, and which I haven't done in a while. So it was good to like see people again, people I haven't seen in a long time. So I took advantage of that. And so I, you know, flew back on last Sunday. Thank you, Dexalat, for subscribing. So I flew back last Sunday instead of, originally I was thinking of like, oh, do I fly back Saturday? So I'm in time for stream Sunday, but I was like, you know, family's important. So, I'll just I'll stay out there. So, I've been doing a lot of things. So a little bit catch up on like some things I've been watching and playing. I started playing Dispatch yesterday. I just wanted something kind of chill. Nothing too crazy. And hey, Kamira, hey, call you live. Yeah. I also think that you and Max are somewhat on the right track, but I personally see Aerith being alive and dead as a possibility. I want to see who Cloud is. yeah, you have so much to catch up on. I don't want to spoil that for you, but I think you see it in a bit of like the wacky parts of Remake and Rebirth where he dances and is goofy. I feel like he could be like that. Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't want to answer too many things. But there's a bit of a facade to Cloud, as you probably picked up, or it's not very like clear who he is. And you haven't fully seen his actual personality. Mr. Dragon Slayer, it's 4:30 here in Australia, but I ain't missing a SubTXT stream. Wow. Thank you. I mean, the VOD is also available. So if you want to sleep at a certain point, I encourage that. I mean, I'm also a light owl, so I don't know if like 4:30 you woke up for this or you stayed up for this. If you stayed up, I do that sometimes. I have to do that with Max Dude because he's on Pacific time and I'm on Eastern time. And so when he's live, like he goes live like midnight my time usually. So I don't get to watch too many of his streams, but I'll catch some of them sometimes. Except for Remake. Remake is really bad. When Remake was going on, I would play pretty much all day, and then I would usually stay up for almost the entire Max stream, where he would then play the part that I basically finished playing. And I'd be going to bed at like 5, 6 a.m. But it didn't matter because I wasn't working at the time. Well, you know, it was like I took time off for that. So it kind of worked out, but hey, sub, long time no chat. Unfortunately, my work schedule hasn't allowed for watching your streams live for the past few months. Hopefully that will change. I watch every VOD and find myself vying for the opportunity to chat my 2 cents every time. And damn, this agenda is looking to be a fantastic stream. But alas, I gotta go. All good shift work life. I definitely empathize with that because I'm very similar. There's so many streamers that I follow that I want to be on their streams like live. And then just stuff is going on, I can't make it, or it's just like a lot of them stream while I work, so I can't really watch them live. But you know, so I'd check VODs, you know, I'll sub to them to support them, even if I can't like watch. But so I'm kind of in a similar space. It is hard, like the live streams are hard. So E32 tweet the other day, so super excited for that. Yeah, so that's the other thing I've done. So I went back to that. So real quick before I catch back up with chat, so I started playing Dispatch yesterday, and I caught up with the 4 episodes that are out now. It's a good game. It's not amazing, but I'm happy that I'm playing it. It's just like such a cool, like chill sort of game. It's like the characters are really good, the writing is really sharp. There's nothing like, when I say it's not like amazing, I'm not like, what I mean is it's like there's nothing that's like blown my mind, you know, nothing that's been like holy crap, you know. There hasn't been one of those moments yet, but it's just been really just enjoyable. It was like a really good, just enjoyable, like good time, you know. I think I was listening to Kinda Funny talk about the first 2 episodes, and they brought up the release strategy that they have of this like weekly drops of 2 episodes, and they're like, is that the best thing that they could have done for this game? I'm not sure, because it's really hard, right? Because they couldn't talk about it with knowing like how good it might get, and then also when I'm talking about it, I'm like, what I played so far is good, but I hope it pays off in the final 2 weeks. So it's like this month-long process of like, you know, if you would be able to, I just don't know if somebody brought this up, I think it was Blessing brought it up. He was like, I don't know if games really work well this way. It's better than the Telltale approach, where it was like months between drops. And that was their intention. They're a bunch of ex-Telltale devs. And they were like, we don't want to wait people months. We don't want people to wait months for these drops of episodes. But at the same time, it's just, you know, there's so many new games so often that it's just like, I'm glad that it seems to be doing well. It had a good amount of players on Steam when I checked Steam charts last night, like 20-something thousand people were playing last night, which is pretty good for like a single player, like animated, choose your own adventure, like, you know, decision-based story game. It was pretty solid, but I do recommend it. You know, for the full $30, I don't know, like it's hard for me to say yet, given like what we have. Like it's hard for me to say like, oh yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. You got to get it. So, you know, sort of like you can hold off, maybe wait for a sale. I think $20, it's an easy buy at $20. Especially if you like anything like Invincible or The Boys, or any of that kind of stuff. I also need to give a sub to Nightbot so that you can see those emotes. So yeah, it's a good time. The acting is really good. The cast is really good. I would definitely like check out a stream of it. There's a lot of people streaming it. A lot of like streamers are in the game as cast, so you can check out. You know, I was watching Moist Critical's playthrough yesterday, or last night after I played through my stuff, and he made a decision that was different than I made, kind of because of who he is, and so it's interesting to see his stuff. There was one really funny moment. I haven't found the game. I've heard people say the game is very funny. I don't know if it's like very funny. It is like humorous. Like it gets like a chuckle out of me. But I'm not like laughing. There was one moment though, based on a choice that I didn't make, that I saw on Moist Critical stream, that made me laugh. That one was really good. It's a good chill game. Yeah, as Pooty mentioned, it's kind of refreshing. What are we talking about? I was just mentioning I was playing Dispatch. I started playing that yesterday. I was playing the 4 episodes that are out. So it's a chill time. I'm cool with it. I you know, definitely give it a check it out. Check out trailers. Check out, you know, a stream or playthrough to see if it'd be your style. But it was cool. The other thing, as somebody mentioned, I did go back. I am back in Expedition 33. I wanted to make a video about it, but I kind of wanted to let it settle a little bit in my head, and now it's been a few months, so I went back. I'm still fairly early. I only just reached the manor for the first time in this replay, but I'm recording it all 4K, all that stuff, so the video will be beautiful. And I'm excited. There's already things I've picked up that I didn't pick up before. The shape of the video, like my gut is that it's going to be less focused on the ending and more about the process behind it, and like the people and the passion and sort of like what it represents in some way. I have some loose ideas over what the video is going to be. I have like some ideas already written down for like what could be the central idea of the video. But I'm just looking to make something, as Lunared says, I'm jealous of your Expedition 3 is an instant classic. Yeah, I'm like trying to make something that feels interesting and not just something you've heard about the game already. So, you know, and I don't, after sitting on it for months, the ending for months, I don't want to spend too much of the video talking about that aspect of it. I feel like it's just like, there's so much you can say about that, but so much has already been said about that, and I think so much of it is subjective. So I don't know. My gut is that it's gonna be less about that and more about like the game as a whole, and like what it makes me feel and what it makes me think about. And so yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I have a few ideas of what the main idea could be. I just need to, playing through it again is helping me find exactly what it is I want to say. There was one idea that I had that I was really excited about back in August. That might still be like the main like center thrust of the video, but it's a whole process. Oh, somebody bringing up debating myself upcoming games like RE Requiem. Dante mentioned that. I also picked up, there's a crazy Resident Evil sale going on Steam right now. So fun fact, I played a couple of the older Resident Evil games like back when they came out, like RE2 and whatnot. But I was never like super huge into the series, but I've gotten more into it through streamers like Max and so forth, like talking about it. But I haven't played most of them. I've watched playthroughs of RE4, RE7, RE8. Like I know a lot of things, but I haven't really played too much of the Resident Evils. But right now on Steam, all of the Resident Evils are like $5, $10. The most expensive is RE4 Remake. It's $20. So I got all the Resident Evils for like $75, which is kind of nutty. So if you're a PC player, I don't know if the same sale is happening on PlayStation and whatnot. I haven't checked. But heads up, like all the Resident Evils are on a crazy sale right now. They mostly end up, should have pick up RE8 real quick. Yeah, RE8's like $10, I think. You've been playing Silent Hill F. I did get Silent Hill F also. I haven't played it yet. People keep talking about it as like the best story of the year. So I do need to get into that. The other couple other things before we get into sort of like the main topics, because there's a lot to talk about, so I do want to get into that. I also watched Welcome to Derry. That was like my Halloween pick for something to watch on Halloween night. That's cool. I don't know. I've always kind of liked the It stuff. Like the more recent movie I thought was pretty good. And like this show is good. It's HBO. And at first I wasn't super interested, and then I noticed it was HBO, and then I started watching it, and good shit. I actually, it's quite good. So check that out. It's still going. There's only 2 episodes right now. The other thing, I'm fully caught up on Slow Horses. I don't know if anybody has seen or heard of that show, but it's an Apple TV show. And people have been telling me about it, like real life friends have been telling me about it for months, maybe even over a year. And they were at Comic-Con for a panel at New York Comic-Con. So I decided to like catch up on that show and caught all the way up to where they were when it came time to go to the panel. That's a really good show. It's like MI5 agents in London, but they're kind of the fuck ups of MI5. And it's only 6 episodes per season, super easy to catch up on, funny. So I would check it out. Is it worth it? Yeah, I've only watched 1 episode. I think it's worth it. I really like that show a lot, and it's an easy watch. Like I said, 6 episodes, like per season. So like basically each season has like one major crime thing happening. And then, but it's mostly, the real story is really about the characters and sort of like what's going on with them in between, like either with them personally or like with one another. So that's a good show. I also watched all of Trigun Stampede, the new Trigun stuff, which people have been telling me about for a while. That was also at New York Comic-Con, and a friend of mine was super into it and was like, oh, you got to check out, especially if you like FF7, you got to check it out. And really good. Fuck. Trigun Stampede is really good. And I'm not a huge anime watcher, even though like most anime that I watch, I do like. And then I started the OG Trigun, as Pooty was mentioning, to compare it, right? Because first of all, I was so into Stampede that I was like, okay, I need to watch the original also. And I've heard that they're different, and holy shit, they are super different, at least in terms of like how the, like I'm like 10 episodes in of the original Trigun, and very little from Stampede has happened in the first 10 episodes of the OG Trigun. It's very different. Like a lot of the core things are similar, like core character traits and whatnot, but like who's in the story at the moment, like the big topics of the story aren't, there's like big things in the world, at least in Trigun Stampede, they're like big like world mechanic things that haven't really been touched on yet in the original Trigun up to what I've watched. So it's a very interesting sort of like, it's related to FF7. It's actually a good segue into FF7. Hey Zidane, thank you for resubscribing, tier 1. So glad you're back, sub. These streams fill a big void on Sundays for me. Thank you. And that was part of the picking the Sunday streams. I feel like Sunday is a day that not a lot of people stream, and it's actually a day that I have off from work, so it's a perfect day to stream. You know, I'm happy to sort of like fill that void. It's very easy for me to do it like once a week at the very least, on Sundays. So yeah, but the Trigun is a good segue to FF7, because like I said, the Trigun Stampede is very different in a lot of ways from the original Trigun from what I've seen so far. From what I've heard, it's actually maybe closer to the manga, but I don't know. But it's a good reference point for the conversation about 7 and what's happening with the remake trilogy, because I keep thinking about the fact that, like, you know, these developers are Japanese and they've referenced Western and American things like Beauty and the Beast. That's another stream I'm planning. That might be next week. I'm thinking of doing like a stream where we're talking about the differences between the original Beauty and the Beast and the Beauty and the Beast remake, the live action that Hamaguchi keeps talking about. I'm planning to sort of like watch both and like dissect them a bit and bring in clips, and we'll do a stream where it's like, okay, what is it that Hamaguchi sees with this remake that we should be looking for in the remake, in the Final Fantasy VII remake trilogy? So I think that might be next week's stream, or the week after. We'll see how all the content plays out with all the stuff I have to watch and react to. Sephiroth, are you talking about, you were replying to Gods of War, who said, shoot, what did he say? It's a long chat. I don't know. I'll have to look at it on Twitch because it's like not. We had Hamaguchi in Paris this week talking about mini games in FF7. Now they're going to cut that much. Oh, okay, I think that's what you're talking about, right? Oh, wait. I'll preface by saying, it's my opinion. I don't. Oh, you're talking about the QT thing. Yeah. So yeah. So I'll get to that. I'm ranting about E33. I got you. So I'm planning a Beauty and the Beast stream conversation where I actually watch and break down the original versus the remake, to sort of like unpack what Hamaguchi has been like seeing in them. All good stuff, Roth. It's just I saw you left a big message. I was like, oh shit, am I missing something good? I'm used to being a chatter in streams, so I like catching up with like, we're like being keyed into like the conversation. And streaming, I'm already bad at multitasking in general, but like streaming is bad for me at times because I'm trying to do my chatter behavior while also being a streamer, and it's not the smartest approach to it. I don't know how people with these like crazy big streams like keep up with their chats that are going like a mile a minute. Like I really don't know. It blows my mind. It genuinely blows my mind. So all that said, let's get into it. It's been 43 minutes. Holy shit. And it hasn't been that long. I started like a little bit late, so it hasn't been that long. But let me bring this up. Let me go to this setup. And then we can, this is to pull this up. I will need to move OBS over to my second monitor. And I will need to bring chat over as well. Chatter behavior, yeah. Hamaguchi has been busy. He has been fucking everywhere. I love it. It's very cool. I also worry for his health. But let's check this out. Pull up the right thing. Here we go. So we'll start with a fun little thing, which is, I caught this yesterday or last night as I was going through. So I have 24 slides in this Google Slides of like key quotes. I sifted through. It's been like 3 weeks, chat. Like 3 weeks of just nonstop news. It's been crazy, and I've been away for most of it. So it's been shitty. I've been wanting to talk about stuff, actual stuff, not Twitter nonsense, as some of you who follow me may know. I'm not going to talk about that at all. If you haven't watched Attack on Titan, you should. It'll be right up your alley. Attack on Titan is one that is on my list. Attack on Titan is super on my list as an anime I want to check out. So I want to finish Trigun. I kind of want to rewatch Cowboy Bebop. I don't remember it super well, and I know it's super famous. I do want to check out Attack on Titan, and I do have to go back to Demon Slayer. I watched most of season 1 or all of season 1, I think. And I haven't gone back to it, but we aren't ready for the SubTXT AOT arc. SubTXT would you do a historiography stream going back into some old theories that didn't pan out but used to be popular in fandom, or could be looked at with new context and distance? Possibly. I've done that a little bit. I've done that with like personal time. I've like gone back and like watched some like old Max videos and stuff like that just for the hype of it. It's still fun. It's still fun to watch that stuff, even like if certain things didn't pan out. But yeah, maybe, you know, we have a long way till part 3, so that might fill in the gaps at some point. Need subtext to watch Freerin. I don't even know what the name looks familiar. I don't know what it's about though. So, Steins Gate I've heard of a lot too. Yeah. I need to check that out. And there's like a Steins Gate game I noticed. I think I bought like the pack of like Steins Gate games. I don't know if they're related to the anime or what. I was actually looking at like good visual novel type games. It was a visual novel before an anime. Okay. I was looking up good visual novel games for whatever reason, and that one came up, and I was like, oh, that could be cool. And I've heard of Steins Gate, so I might check that out. So there's been a whole lot of shit for the past 3 weeks or so. Hamaguchi has been all over the world. He was in Brazil, he was in Paris, he was in London. Dude is getting status on whatever airline he is a part of. Bro is getting crazy status, and he needs it because he is mostly working on planes at this point. He mentioned that in one interview. I didn't have that in my in this recap. I only keyed in on the juiciest quotes, not everything, chat. There's too much stuff to talk about. So I picked the things that I wanted to talk about. There are lots of interesting things that I don't cover and you won't hear about today. But I might reference it like this, right? Where he is traveling like crazy. Somebody asked him about it, and I think it was the VGC interview. And he was like, yeah, it's like, I'm traveling a lot, but I'm still, you know, engaged. Obviously there's a massive time difference, maybe like 12 hours or so, but depending on where he is, to where Japan is. So a lot of times he's working while everyone's sleeping. And a lot of times, a lot of the work that he's doing is either at the hotel or on the plane. And he was like, you know, the flight attendant wasn't used to someone just like spending the entire flight working. But it makes sense that he would be. I'm sure he's traveling well. I hope he's traveling at the very least business class. They should have him in first class because he is a first class soldier, doing the work that he's doing on this trilogy, in the way that he's doing it while jet setting around the world. But it makes sense, right? He's trying to push and promote the Switch version and the Xbox version. And there's an interesting thing related to multi-platform that I haven't seen people talking about that we will talk about. It's one of the quotes that I pulled out. And it's maybe a hint that it might actually be multi-platform at release. That's something I've pushed back on, that I've said probably isn't likely. But when I reread this quote last night, I was like, huh, that wording though. So we'll talk about that. Let me just see what's going on with chat. FF14 Mog Station paying for his first slide ride. Yeah. I wonder if he does it because he wants to. He seems to love it. Poor guy needs like 5 clones. Yeah, he needs the Johnny. He needs the Johnny clones, the Johnny Yuffie clone thing. Would be cool to have PC version at release. Yeah, at least the PC version, I'm hoping. All right, so first thing. Tyler Hoechlin actually talked about Sephiroth, which is rare. He rarely has talked about Sephiroth. I can't think of any real quotes or interviews where it's happens. But he was at GalaxyCon in St. Louis, And one of the audience members actually asked a question about this. He was also the kid in Road to Perdition, which I didn't realize. I don't know if any of you have seen Road to Perdition. It's an amazing movie. But he was like Tom Hanks' son, I think, in that movie, and that was a really good movie. Let's check it out.
Hi, my name's Dana, and I was just wondering, like, how you fell into the role of Sephiroth, like that.
That kind of describes it.
You just fell into it.
Yeah, it was a random audition that came through, and I have to admit at the time I wasn't all that familiar with it, so I went in, did the audition, which was a new experience for me of going into a room and just doing the voice, and we did that for maybe 15, 20 minutes.
This is unfortunately the loudest that this video gets. And I already have my desktop audio like pulled up all the way, so I'm not sure how to get this louder, to be honest.
Thought it was good, thought it was fine, never heard anything for like a year, and then got an email saying, congrats, you've booked this role, and I...
Thank you for subscribing, Solid Snake 88. So yeah, very similar to if you've heard Matt Mercer talking about getting Vincent. He said that he didn't hear anything for months, almost like a year. So it's a similar thing here. Sorry, let me bring chat back up. They're extensions for sound. Like a Chrome extension. I think I have seen that actually. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can. Do you happen to know the name of the extension by any chance? Let me see. Chrome extension. Audio sound. Volume booster. 3.8. Volume master 4.8. Let's install this one. That extension. See if I can boost this.
I was like, they didn't do that already? That was a year ago. Because usually if you're casting for a film or a TV show, it's like it's a few weeks away. And so I was leaving a movie theater one night with my brother and some friends.
Oh, it doesn't let me full screen in the usual way. It's a little weird.
Friends, and I got this email, and I was like, I think I just got a job. I just got this job. And again, I still wasn't all that familiar.
Let me bring this back.
You
just fell into it.
Yeah,
it should be louder now, right? It should definitely be better, I think.
It was a random audition that came through, and I have to admit at the time I wasn't all that familiar with it, so I went in, did the audition, which was a new experience for me of going into a room and just doing the voice, and we did that for maybe 15, 20 minutes. Thought it was good, thought it was fine, never heard anything for like a year, and then got an email saying, congrats, you've booked this role, and I was like, they didn't do that already? That was a year ago. Because usually if you're casting for a film or a TV show, it's like it's a few weeks away. And so I was leaving a movie theater one night with my brother and some friends, and I got this email, and I was like, I think I just got a job. I just got this job. And again, I still wasn't all that familiar.
His jawline gets more defined each year. Yeah, he's a handsome fellow, I will say. Even as a straight dude, I'm like, he's a good looking guy. I'll give him that. Chad jawline. Yeah.
Familiarize myself with it a bit more. I started to learn kind of how big.
Like I'm sitting here like, man, I really need to get to the gym. Maybe I should end stream early and go work out. I wish there was a way to get George Newbern's voice with Tyler Hoechlin's line delivery. Don't get me wrong, they're both excellent at both, but that would be GOAT. He's so easy on the eyes. He's I think his voice is great for it. I may be controversial, but George Newbern I thought was like good, but it was mostly just like delivering a very deep voice, right? There wasn't much to his delivery, which is why I think Lazy Black Dragon is talking about having Tyler Hoechlin's like line delivery, is that there wasn't much to George Newbern's like line delivery. And that's what I think what Tyler really excels at. and it's a more complicated Sephiroth to do because it's not so like his goals are a little unclear right now. So I don't know. It's interesting for sure.
He was, but it really wasn't until
George Newbern was a sinister Sephiroth to me. I think that's fair. I think they played it. I think they wrote Advent Children Sephiroth and the George Newbern version of Sephiroth more sinister also, you know, like the way is with Cloud is it plays a little more into the deception, and like you're not sure how exactly how like you know, when George Newbern is basically like, I want you to fucking feel despair, like I believe it, right? Because there's not much to that version of the character beyond like he just wants you to fucking suffer. And this version of Sephiroth, it's a little unclear because at the end of Remake, for example, he's like, join me. It's like, huh? It's a bit different than in terms of the writing of the character that I think they're directing him toward versus what they directed George toward. Rewind it, please. Yeah.
Oh. Some people started stopping by the cons and stuff. Like, you know, like they familiarize myself with it a bit more. I started to learn kind of how big he was, but it really wasn't until, you know, some people started stopping by the cons and stuff. Like, you know, like they're one of the biggest villains of all time, and I was like, oh. Cool, that's sweet. And it was fun. I got to do that while I was shooting Superman and Lois sometimes. So on my days off, I'd be able to go in and do that. So I'd go from playing like superhero to anti-hero, and it was really fun. It was really cool.
Oh, okay.
So it's very cool that like he did have to go through both of those, right? He was like it's very interesting to me that he wait, what the fuck? Hold on. It's very interesting to see him like play good and bad, right? Like he got to play Superman at one point. Oh, now it goes full screen. What the fuck? Why was it acting stupid? Why was it trying to find shoes? I was like, that was a bookmarked shoe that I had to buy for a work event at one point, I think. All right, now it's actually doing the full screen thing. I do not have a foot fetish. Shopping with subtext. But yeah, anti-hero, huh? Yeah, spoilers, right? Well, I do think like most villains, right, see themselves as the hero. So I didn't read too much into that line. But it's interesting, right? That he got to, in terms of like what he got to embody like the purest motherfucker ever in Superman. And then Mr. Despair with Sephiroth. So very interesting that that he got to play both those sides like that. So it's very interesting that he just to see him talk about the character, because he hasn't really had a chance to talk about his role as Sephiroth. He's got the voice. He has a good voice. Oh wait, now it's playing again. All right, so let's jump into the interviews. So yeah, I never watched his Superman, actually. I never watched his Superman. I was actually really into, back in the day, what's it called? Smallville. Like I really enjoyed that Superman. It's like, you know, a CW show, but I enjoyed like watching a teenage Superman have to like deal with almost like teenage issues. And I'm sure there's like a comic that dives into that pretty well. But you know, stuff like, I want to play on the football team. I want to be one of the guys, you know? And it's like, how the hell do you handle that when you're Superman? Like that's weirdly, I actually kind of enjoyed that level of drama. But yeah. All right. So the first quote that I want to talk about is from this article with Eurogamer. So it talked about something actually forgot what each of these were, so I'll have to reread them with you all. So I think in terms of overall and how it fits and how that fits into the overall design of the game, I think there are studios and games out there where in terms of story developments. Oh, so here he's talking about like the role of like how they came up with the story, who owns the story, and their process and their approach, which I think is important. So he's talking about, so Hamaguchi starts talking about other studios and how they approach scripting and developing stories. And he says, I think in terms of overall and how that fits into the overall design of the game, I think there are studios and games out there where in terms of story development, scripting, and how the basic bones of the story will be, they decide that by iteration, testing lots of versions to work out the best one. But in terms of those kinds of discussions and the overall storyline, my team doesn't actually do many whole team discussions on that. There's a very good reason for that. I think that if you have too many people putting input into these things, it becomes a decision by committee and it can lose the creative vision. I think I much prefer having a single artistic vision with a story writer and showing what they want to show. The final authority on that, in our case, is Mr. Nojima, the story writer. If he wants to express something in the story, if he wants to show something, essentially we will be saying, yes, we have to show that. There's a bit of leeway, obviously. He puts down a decision on what he wants to show, and then we try it out, and then we look at the end result and assess if it's working or not. If the feeling is that it's not getting across what he had in mind with his original script to elicit the right emotional reaction, we can obviously adjust, try to change it, try different versions, different approaches until we get to that right version of it. But in terms of iterating on the story, we try to avoid that to keep one solely creative vision. He's back. Let's go. Hey, what's going on? Back X Burner. So some interesting things here, right? And you also have to like read this with, you also, with many of these things, you can't take it 100%. So I'm just catching up with something on chat. The best part about actor interviews for those who don't know the games is trying to figure out if they're accidentally spoiling. Oh yeah. So when it comes to what he talks about here, right? There's something interesting to the fact that, okay, so he's saying Mr. Nojima, Kazushige Nojima, runs the story, right? Like he decides things. But then he also says there's some leeway, right? Like they do make some decisions based on if things are coming through the way they're supposed to. This happens all the time in all kinds of like creative pursuits, especially like anything collaborative that takes other people to sort of like make something come to life, or where something is written, it has to like come together in a visual way. So I know it best from like TV and film. That's like a big passion of mine. If you've like followed my content, that's pretty clear. Hey, Natalie, welcome back. Hope I didn't miss too much. You haven't. We just started basically with the real like gist of stuff. This is the very first quote, Hamaguchi quote that we're talking about. So here he's talking about like Mr. Nojima runs story. At times they might like adjust things to like if they try what Nojima wrote down and it doesn't convey or doesn't have the right feeling coming out of it, then they might switch it up or like add things and whatnot. Two direct examples within Rebirth that we know of, one that was discussed here, or one that was both discussed in like other interviews. So there was one interview where Hamaguchi talked about the boat trip, right? The boat trip from Junon to Costa del Sol. They originally did not have the plan for the Queen's Blood tournament. So they're like, there's kind of not a lot happening in this chapter. So they decided to add the Queen's Blood tournament that wasn't originally in the script. And it gives the player something to do. It's fun. It's interactive, all that stuff. It doesn't directly affect the story all that much. So it's sort of an easy inclusion. So that was like one case where they took something that wasn't originally written into the scenario by the writer, Nojima, but they added it. Another example, which I reference in another quote later, is actually probably a little more story relevant, is the song by Aerith when she sings No Promises. That was not originally in the script, but they had worked through the song and created the song with Uematsu. And Kitase apparently went up to Hamaguchi like fairly late in development, he said. And he was like, we have this amazing song. We have it for marketing and all that, but we want it in the game also. So that scene of Aerith singing in the Gold Saucer was added pretty late in development. Wasn't originally part of the story, but they added it. You can kind of feel it a little bit with how it's written in. Like if you really look at it, you're like, okay, they have that sort of like strange moment where Aerith runs off, like her name gets called, and then she runs off and talks to the guys, like the people who work at the Gold Saucer. Is especially odd when you have her as like the date partner, because she is there in the crowd and then runs off, and then she's also in the play, but then also in the song. Like it's a little clunky. And then even how it happens, right? You do the entire play, the proper like loveless play, that comes to a full conclusion, and the song comes in. So they made it work, but interestingly, it was late. It wasn't originally in the story. It did feel a bit tacked onto the play. Yeah, a little bit, right? Turns the best in the game was the last minute edition. Well, Tony Macaroni, whether it's the best scene in the game or not, like the same thing happened with the original. The live stream sequence was one of the last things that they added into that game. Like they added in super late. There's a really great video from Last Elixir Productions that like breaks down like how they added the live stream sequence, all of that. That we watched on stream, I think, at one point, like how Zach was added into the game. And it happens super late in development, like famously late in development. So yeah, it's a part of the story that wasn't originally written in. Let me catch up on chat. There's a fine line between being collaborative and created by committee. Yeah. Which I think there was probably even more creation by committee in the original. So not that it's all bad, but all the conversations about like what happened in development of the original game, there's a lot of collaboration, a lot of like, you know, Nojima coming in and being thrown at like trying to figure out the Zack thing, and then like him working with Nomura and then like figure them things out, or even like Nomura inputting on like Aerith's death, right? In the original game, the entire party was like, most of the party except for 3 characters that you pick were supposed to die in the return to Midgar at the end of this too. And Nomura jumped in and was like, well, that kind of lessens the impact of like Aerith's death, and like that's maybe too much. And so like he's the one who actually like fixed that and like saved that from happening. I think that was the thing Kitase wanted to do. How about Hamaguchi saying he's not writing his own fan fiction? I can't remember if I have that quote or not. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of implied within here, right? He's saying that like Nojima runs this in terms of like the big story decisions. So yeah, in another interview, I can't remember if I clipped it for this conversation, but just there's so many quotes, and I wanted to focus on the ones I really wanted to talk about. But yeah, he mentioned he's not like writing his own fan fiction. Yeah, sometimes you know the story so well, you get all the subtleties, whereas show public has no idea how to, yeah. No problem, it's probably my favorite moment of the game, and it's added very late. So the final story authority is Nojima, and Nojima is the one who wanted Remake to be more similar than different to OG, while Nomura was pushing for more changes. No, Jake, actually, so there was someone on the dev team, Jake, who wanted more changes. That was Kitase. So Kitase was the director of the original game, producer on the remake trilogy, and he was pushing for more changes. It was actually Nomura who asked for fewer changes. And also Hamaguchi was aligned with that too. So a lot of the like push for changes was coming more from Kitase. And Nomura was actually, interestingly, the one reining things back a little bit. That's at least what the developers have said themselves. Like Kitase, I think, is the one who said that. Like, I wanted to change it more, and Nomura was like, oh, let's pull it back a little bit. So everyone runs at Nomura, and but I think he's a little misunderstood or like mischaracterized by a lot of people. Game Awards nearly 1 month away. How likely is a part 3 announcement? I think it's super likely. I'm planning to stream the Game Awards. I'm hoping, they keep talking about stuff. I know technically this press tour is about Remake on Switch and Xbox, but it's definitely become a part 3 thing. That is what grabs most headlines. Most of the outlets talk about part 3 in the headline, and that's what they lead with versus the Switch stuff. So even if they've wanted to push Remake a little more forward, part 3 stuff is just coming naturally. So I hope that part 3 stuff is at Game Awards. The Return to Make was exposed. Interesting. What was your favorite part? Oh, you're talking about Gods of War. I want the Katase cut. The Katase cut would be crazy. They were going to end Rebirth with Tifa's fate in question, not Aerith, which is very interesting. Yeah, that was if they plans 4 parts, I believe. Circus Hammer, everything said sub is right, but I still believe it's Nomura. Yeah, so Turk is like, I hear what the developers say, but I still think a lot of it's Nomura. For now, from what I've seen from the Remake and Rebirth, they nailed how they expanded FF7 on every level. Who came up with the character of Glenn Lodbrok? I think Turquoise Hammer in chat might know the answer to that more directly. I think Glenn may have been a Nomura or Nojima. It was Nojima, I think. It was Nojima. And he was planned for Rebirth, it was Nomura. It was planned for, I think his story was planned for Rebirth, supposedly, for Rebirth before Ever Crisis, but Ever Crisis is where we get a lot more of it. There's a lot of misinformation from the haters on these games. Yeah. I just want to focus on the stuff that's coming out of the creator's mouth. Yeah. Okay, so let's move forward because we have a ton to cover. So I'm trying to keep up with chat as much as possible. But then I also want to keep things moving. I want to get to John Q's theory. I want to get some other videos. So let's jump in. So also from Eurogamer, they asked this very interesting question. Well, a great question. So they said, just to keep on the narrative thread, within the parameters you've laid out above, led from the top, just how much of your narrative in the Remake trilogy is on a preset path? So if we go back to 2015, all right, it was different that far back since at that stage, CyberConnect 2 is involved and the like. But to go back to the start of the Remake project, did you guys know the shape of things? The cliffhanger at the end of the first game, how Rebirth ends, the grand finale that you're working on now, how much was predetermined and how much is based on fan feedback, figuring stuff out game to game. So very thorough question from Eurogamer that Hamaguchi gives an equally thorough answer to. So he says, in terms of the overall plot, how the story was going to go, and the overall themes and direction for the remake, that was very much all down at the beginning when we started the project. Obviously, the details of how specifically that's going to be presented, how that's going to show in the game, that wasn't there yet. It was very much a rough outline, a basic plot summary, really. And again, one other thing we hadn't decided at that stage was where we would cut the 3 parts. The story was all there, but where each game would start and ends was still up in the air at that point. So I'm going to take a sip of water. There's a lot of talking. But, and I'll read the rest of this, but just interesting context, right? That he's saying the overall plot, how the story was going to go, the direction, the overall themes and direction for the remake trilogy, that was very much all down at the beginning when we started the project. But what they didn't know was where each of the games would stop, how many games there would be. At one point, it was going to be 4 games, with Gongaga being the end of the second game. Thank God they didn't do that. Because if people feel like not enough happens in Rebirth, they would have felt like not enough happens if they had ended in Gongaga. I love Gongaga. It's probably my favorite sequence in the entire game of Rebirth, but it doesn't propel the story ahead enough, right? And so I'm very happy that they shifted things and decided 3 games and we'll end where we ended. I still wish Rebirth went further, right? Like, I think the cleanest singular experience of the remake games, like if you're just focusing on the original story, would have been Nibelheim flashback all the way up to Whirlwind Maze, where like Sephiroth is like, that shit that you learned at the beginning of the story is not actually true. And doing a cliffhanger off of like that, and like Cloud losing it, giving him the black materia, everything goes to shit. In terms of like one singular experience, that is the cleanest retelling of the story. But, and I talk about this in my video, it seems like they see things a bit differently, right? They're building a little bit of a different story, and potentially the ending point of Rebirth will, in hindsight, it'll be like, oh, that makes the most sense, right? It makes the most sense they ended there. They made a big question about like, what is the status of the worlds and all that. Like, that may make the most sense for the entire story once the story is done. But just given of what we know the story from the original, it would have technically been cleanest to end at Northern Crater, with the summoning of Meteor, all that. So, they decided differently, and my video is very much like about why they may have made those decisions. But regardless, they did have the entire story planned out, because another thing I talked about in that video was that, people ask, it's like, well, you said we're going to change fate. Remake was all about we're going to change fate. And then Rebirth, like, fate seems to have stayed the same. So did you guys change your mind? And obviously I don't have to recap my whole video here, but like, they clearly, it was just, I understand why people had that question and why people thought changing fate would mean like saving Aerith, right? But they didn't change their plan, right? Supposedly this was their plan from the get-go. There are other interviews that seem to hint at a similar thing in terms of like how they've planned things out. There was one interview that we talked about months ago where they said, I think it was Nomura, said that it was originally planned as like the 5th part of the compilation, and then it became this project, which is already an interesting thing, that it was going to be one of the compilation. So in terms of the conversation about like requel sequel, I think it's interesting in that way. So yeah, part 3 is gonna be 3 discs. It has to be at this point. Dude, it's gonna be insane. Yeah, agreed. And Goggle was great story wise, but where they ended it is perfect. Or even Cloud Goes Missing. Yeah. The one challenge, if they ended it at the Northern Crater, for example, when like Cloud Goes Missing, it would have been, and Max has talked about this in stream too, part 3 would open on a fucking downer, right? Like the world would have been already gone to shit. Meteors up in the sky. Like Cloud is missing. Like you won't have the main character playable at the beginning of the 3rd game, which is kind of wild, right? Like if they went that way. So splitting of the games and making them 3 games really definitely impacted a lot of things. And Hamaguchi talks about that in another quote that we'll talk about later. But interesting that they sort of had everything planned out from the very beginning, right? Not all of the little details, right? Hence things changing, like where part 2 ends, now Kangaga, it's actually ending at Forgotten Capital. Like the, decisions in between, even like details like having the No Promises song, right? Like was added late in development of Rebirth. So like things were added, have been added throughout, but in terms of like the general outline of like where the whole story goes, that has been in the cards from the beginning. So I think the ending of Remake, the whole thing about like challenging fate, it's not that they stepped away from that. It's just that part 2 explores something a little bit different, and we'll see how it all comes together in the end. I hope we start in Redor. Wow. I hope part 3 is huge. I'm so glad they aren't cutting content, because people want to complain that Rebirth is too much content. Most people aren't playing 3 games at once for reviews and stuff. Yeah, I will talk about that Star Slinger in just a second. I will be talking about that pacing thing in a little bit. So it was very much a plot outline. None of the details were in there, and obviously some of the big themes of the gameplay and some of the other scenes were very much able to be changed and tweaked around as we went through working on the series. So in terms of like the themes of the gameplay, that's where he talks about those key words and other interviews of like reunion was a key theme, was like the key word for the gameplay experience of part 1. And then bonds was massive in Rebirth. That was the key word and like theme of the gameplay experience in Rebirth was bonds. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Most of the game is like engineered around getting to know the party more, building your relationships with the party, learning more backstory on each of the party members, like Barrett and Red 13 and etc. So like that was kind of what the second game is about. I think one example of that is in Rebirth. We've got the scene, I was just talking about this, where Aerith is singing the theme song in Gold Saucer. That wasn't in the original planning. That just wasn't in there. But then partway through the development of Rebirth, Mr. Katase actually came up to me and said, well, if we got this theme song, I'd really like to have that as something in the game where they actually sing. He really pushed to have that included, which is why we did it, but it wasn't in there at all from the original plan. So that's the thing about the theme song that I just mentioned. Let me catch up with chat. Northern Crater would have been a great place to end part 2. Yeah. Though, like I said, it makes the start of part 3 just a bit of a downer, right? Like, and it does make for a good, like, act 1 break in part 3. Like, oh shit, like losing Cloud and all that craziness is like a break point in that story. Could also be really good. It would be a good start, escaping the Junon situation could be a good start for part 3. But like, it's an exciting start to part 3. But it will also work, I think, in part 3. Like later on, like the start of Act 2, basically. I hope we start in Rador, or who knows. Oh yeah. The thing we have to keep in mind is that Cloud becomes, just like the other experiments, loses his mind, which never happens in OG. We can only assume that critical parts of Cloud's story will take place in other worlds. I'm also very curious, that vision they showed of like him becoming basically a robe and walking and saying reunion, if that plays out, if that's just like something that is a possibility. Yeah. I love if we could play as Tifa and watch how Cloud slowly loses himself as the game progresses. I mean, I've been talking about this as part 1, where I was hoping that Rebirth would end with like Cloud losing control and he's the final boss battle. I would love a boss battle against Genova / Sephiroth coded Cloud. Like, that would be a really cool boss battle for that moment in the game. I would love if we could play as Tifa. Oh yeah, I already read that. And they said there was something they wanted to do part 3 that wasn't in the original, and if they could, they think it would make a lot of people happy. I'm excited to see what that is. I know many people have great ideas of what they think it'll be. Yeah. Hold on, let me read that. And they said there was something they wanted to do for part 3 that wasn't in the original. Oh yeah, that whole thing. Yeah. I think they'll make it good though. Yeah. Holy crap, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Boss fight against Cloud would be fucking sick. Yeah, I hope they have the Cloud boss battle right before he falls to the live stream. That's what I was thinking of, yeah. Do you think part 3 will have a much darker tone? Because I don't see how it couldn't. Oh, Shackman, totally. I think it'll definitely be darker. A lot more story heavy, right? I don't think it'll be like linear in the remake way. They'll still have the world, but whereas the story in Rebirth was very much like, we're just having a good time, beach episode, like that kind of shit. It's not really going to be much of that in part 3. You might get that. You might get those like bits of levity, like after you get Cloud back, and like, there might be a couple moments for it. But I think it'll be much darker overall. It's just, the things that are yet to happen are much darker. So, hey, yeah, sure, what's up? 1995 Dragon Cloud boss halfway through part 3 with Tifa locked into the party. I think it would happen. I would like for that to happen earlier. 1995 Dragon. So I'm talking like first third of the game. You know, like if you think of you know, if you like think of like the remake, right? Let's say the boss battle against at the end of like the Sector 5 reactor against what's the name? The bomber. Why am I blanking on the name of that boss? Shoot. You know the boss where like, you know, we're Shinra Airbuster. We're like Airbuster, like that part of the game. Like I think about that far into part 3 is where you do like potentially the crater stuff and the fight against a potential fight against Evil Cloud. I figured that's why Tifa sees Aerith was alive and dead at the end. It's not her wanting to accept what she sees, but then she accepts it where Cloud refuses to accept it. Maybe Star Slinger, or she might be seeing, like I mentioned in my video, she might be seeing, you know, into another world. She might be seeing into like the world that Cloud has sort of like invented or created. Do you think we'll see Cloud's moveset or reflect more of Sephiroth in part 3 to indicate he's losing control of himself? Possibly. Yeah, at least in the early parts of the game. And they kind of did that a little bit, and well, they didn't really do the moveset. They did sort of like the way he spoke in battles. He like started talking a bit like Sephiroth. I guess it depends on how much they expand Wutai. Yeah, in the other world sequence, yeah. Credit should be like 3 or 4 chapters into part 3. Yeah. One theory I had is Cloud fights Tifa at Northern Crater and kills her, but this time is actually a Genova Tifa, which breaks Cloud more. I don't even know how to take that in, Shaq. I can't imagine them doing that just because, like, even the visual of it, like, even if it's not really Tifa, it's not impossible, but I mean, damn, you're going for broke, Shaq. You're trying to hurt people. To your point on lightheartedness, I could see that being a possibility with Cloud and the gang teaming up with the Turks to follow up with Don Corneo. Oh yeah. I wonder how they do that. I mean, the entire Wutai episode in the original is like so like lighthearted, right? But now they're throwing Wutai into a fucking war. So I don't know if the tone will be the same of the Wutai stuff. Because the Wutai stuff in the OG is like a good time, right? Like you're chasing Don Corneo. You do like even the tower fight with Yuffie and her dad ends up being funny in the end, right? Where he's like, "Oh, why don't you go steal their materia?" And it kind of has like a cheeky tone the whole way. Whereas now, like I said, Wutai is in war, so I really wonder how they'll. Yeah, I wonder. How do you feel about them inverting Rebirth's affection value, like watching the faces above everyone's head get increasingly sad, angry instead of happy? Damn. Everyone's just trying to depress me in this stream. They want to kill Tifa, even if it's not the real Tifa. We want to reverse affection systems where everyone gets sad and angry. I don't know how you would program that in a way, right? Where, because the way the affection system works is like the player does a side quest and like with that character and it goes up. I don't know how you'd have the grading one unless it's just arbitrary, right? Like just to reflect the story versus like any choice the player has, right? It's not like we're going to do bad side quests. Because they let Cloud have a date with Barrett, Red, Yuffie, etc. Do we think they're going to have Barrett in the High Wind scene? Hey, maybe. Turks are still on vacation there, yeah. And since Cloud's will share for sure. The remake trilogy fails if there's no Tankceratops. Very true. Supposedly there is a enemy that has the name of Tankceratops in Japanese, but I refuse to accept that. I need the real Tankceratops in part 3, flat out. I just need the real thing. I need the tank treads. I need the fucking dinosaur. I need everything. I need it almost exactly what it was in the original, just like Hell House was. Hell House was like that. Yeah, it will be the spiral stairs of part 3 if they don't do Tankceratops. So, I mean, actually, the probably the biggest thing, like on a non-joking side, one, I do want Triceratops, but in terms of like spiral staircase level of like anger, it would be if you can't explore the Forgotten Capital. Like we go back to the Forgotten Capital with Bugenhagen in the original, and in Rebirth we just gun it to the altar. I want to explore that area. I want to like find Cetra lore shit. I want to get deep in that. I'm gonna get deep in that thing, you know. So, yeah, I hope we get to really dig into Forgotten Capital. So let's go to the next quote. So what about from a gameplay perspective? From my viewpoint, obviously you're reacting and thinking about current trends and stuff like that, probably a little bit more than you are with the story from game to game. So Rebirth is quite different to Remake, and I sort of expect the third will be different again. Having been thinking about in the broad overall structure while making these games, how they will feel for someone who inevitably plays them all back to back in years to come. And Hamaguchi says, first of all, this is a great question. Thank you. The difference between the story and the actual gameplay experience we went for, that was indeed quite different in terms of we didn't have a plan from the beginning of the first game what kind of gameplay experience we wanted to do for the subsequent games. I think what we've done with the gameplay side of it, which you've observantly picked up on with that question, is that there are different trends people prefer, different things people look for. This is a 10 years or more development. There's a lot that's going on. There's a lot that's going to change in those 10 years, and people may be looking for a slightly different direction on the gameplay for the future games in the series. So the way we generally handle that in terms of the timing and when those decisions were made, the first game was planned out, then development was carried out, and just about the time when we finished setting down the map, we roughly knew exactly where we were with the first game in terms of the gameplay experience and where everything would fit together. We had a good idea of what it would look like. That was when we started thinking about, what do we want to change for the second one? What do I want to add? What do I want to expand on? What completely new experiences do we want to put in there? Yeah, so then they continue. So just taking a pause here, but I do generally love this direction of like taking a bit of trying to make each of the three games feel a bit more unique, right? So the first game was a very like narrow, more linear, story-driven experience. The second game was more of an open world where we got to really explore things, have a lot of quests. Maybe they were given a little, they held our hands a little too much with having like, you know, the lists and just like doing the lists versus like true discovery. I've talked about this before, but you know, when you think about their goal for the gameplay being bonds, whether it was the right choice or not, I think the intention potentially of like doing the list is to like make sure that here, have fun with the characters, right? Like there's no mystery to it. Just like we're giving you as many things to do with these characters so you can grow those bonds and feel closer to everyone, really live in this world. Here's a way to like maximize the world exploration in the game, like that aspect of like building bonds with the party. Like in their heads, that might have been what they were thinking. Like, we want people to build bonds, so we're gonna give them a fucking list, right? It's like, bop, 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 do all this stuff. You will get to know the characters. You'll have a good time. There'll be mini games that you might hate, but like, there will be things for you to do and get to know everyone and spend time with the characters and build those bonds. And like, that is the game we want to make. Whereas like part 3, I'm hoping that there is something different, right? Where it's not just trying to force feed that bond building, and they do give us the freedom to sort of like explore, miss things, find things. You know, we don't know what their keyword is yet for the third game. But I think everyone is thirsting for that. And if they do take fan feedback for anything, I think that's the one consistent thing everyone can agree on is like, let's make it a little more, let's add some more genuine discovery and exploration into part 3. So yeah, I think the high wind scene, I won't have an affection mechanic. OG FF7 is like 40 hours and regames are 180 hours. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long your playthrough was. My first playthrough of Rebirth was like 105 hours. I had to regulate myself at a certain point. So like I walked into Under Junon. I did 100% of Grasslands, 100% of like the Junon area. And I walked into the Under Junon. I walked into Under Junon at 32 hours. And it was at that point where I was like, I can't keep playing the game like this. Like I loved it. I really enjoyed it. But I was like, man, I'm 30 hours in and I'm at the start of chapter 4. And I was like, there's no way I can keep playing the game this way. So I eventually, like around that time, decided, okay, let me stop 100%ing everything, focus more on the story. I'll do some side. I did all the Queen's Blood stuff. I was definitely going to do Queen's Blood. So I did Queen's Blood everywhere I went. And I would like sometimes do like the Proto Relic quest stuff, or like if a quest sounded interesting on the quest board, I would do that. So for example, Bugenhagen, like he came up in the quest board and I was like, well, Bugenhagen might have some world lore shit that he wants to talk about. So I'll do that side quest. Or like the Barrett one where like you learn about, you know, how his gun arm was made. Like there were like some quests that I did, but I wasn't trying to do everything. And I'm really glad I switched it up at that point. Because I finished the game about 100 hours in. And then on hard mode, I was able to go back and do all those world quests that were a lot of combat. And so I was fighting like the Tonberry King and on hard, and that shit ripped. Like a lot of those like side quests that were just like heavily combat were just even more fun for me. And it was like a relief that the story was done. You know, like I wasn't worried about like, oh, what's going to happen? I really want to see, but I got to finish all the world stuff. So I'm glad that I regulated myself in that way, because I got all the world stuff done. I mean, I got all the story done. And then I was like, okay, let me do all the world cleanup. And I just got more time with the characters, more time to just like enjoy the combat. I wasn't worried or anxious or like that feeling, right? Of like, I want to know what happens next, but damn it, I got to do all this stuff. Like none of that was holding me back anymore. And so that made all of that side content just like, it was almost like DLC. It was just like extra stuff for me to do. And like, I'm so glad I did that with Rebirth. 180 hours first playthrough, 100% first playthrough. Mine was 105, but did all the side stuff. I don't know if oh yeah, I read that already. Mine was 130 hours. Thing is, I went into the game knowing it's a big game. So you just gotta have a mindset going in that it's going to be a big adventure. Yeah. It's not gonna be a game you can beat in a weekend. Yeah. So you didn't get to play the greatest minigame of all time, Gears and Gambits. I did play Gears and Gambits on first playthrough. The only reason I played Gears and Gambits on first playthrough was because of a friend of mine was already past me and was like, you got to do the Proto Relic quests in I was gonna say Grand Canyon, in Cosmo Canyon. And she was like, trust me. She was like, you got to do it. It's so good. Like the story from you get from it is like so good. You got to play it before you beat the game. So it's like, all right, fine, I'll do it. So yeah, so I did do the Cosmo Canyon Proto Relic 100% on my first playthrough. Do you think the Avalanche as a paramilitary group that we briefly saw in Remake will factor into part 3 or nah? Maybe just return to Midgar Return. I really don't know. I don't know how deep they'll go into it. I know it's like a sore point for Toko's Hammer. I don't know if he's still in chat, but like, hey, Crossout Bryce, what's going on? We were because they did give us more information about the broader Avalanche, like basically stuff from like before Crisis and whatnot. I don't know how much deeper they'll go into it. Just because there's so much to cover, right? Like, if I were looking at the list of things to like dig into part 3, it would probably be low on the list. You know, as cool as it might be to learn more about it, you might more about it. Actually, no, I'm gonna take it back. You might learn more about it in Wutai, right? Just because of the Avalanche and how like the full thing of Avalanche like links back to like Wutai technically, even though it was all funded by Rufus, but we might get some more of that in the Wutai arc, possibly. I like how there. Oh shit, I missed it. I like how there was an option to keep anything you finished in the first playthrough was in done state. Yeah. the anxiety comes in due to worrying about spoilers. Oh, for sure. I'd stay away from Max, YouTube, Reddit. Yeah. That was in my head also. But it would be nice to know beforehand that would be done. I'm guessing 150 hours for part 3, closing on 200 hours. And cross out by, so we need that side mission done. Yeah. Favorite playthrough so far was 100%ing it with 0 fast travel. I didn't even hate Gears and Gambits, but I thought it was too similar to Fort Condor. I really liked, a lot of people didn't like Fort Condor in Rebirth. I still liked it. I kind of liked having to choose my meta, right? Like, am I doing the Barrett squad? Am I doing the Tifa squad? Like, and leaning on their powers, like their ults. I thought it was cool. I didn't really have a problem with the change in Fort Condor. I did kind of, I was hoping for more for Condor though, you know, like it was so good in the DLC that I was happy to see it in Rebirth, but I was expecting even more. Obviously they put so much energy into Queen's Blood. But I guess I was expecting a little bit more of Fort Condor. No Part 3 gives us Advent Children outfits in the game. Yeah, that might be sick. Yeah. Well, I hope we get the Fusion Blade, right? What's up, sub? Are we hype casting? I won't say hype casting because that's Final Fantasy TV's thing. But we're definitely digging into shit for sure. Fort Condor was really challenging until you figured out how to cheese the heck out of it, even in hard mode. I haven't done a hard mode run of Fort Condor yet. I like Fort Condor on first playthrough of Intergrade. Didn't touch it on replay. I like the fan thing. We can get away with in remake for Fort Condor. The restricted shenanigans. By the way, Bryce, your Halloween shit was ridiculous, bro. Like your Sinners Halloween, and then your I can't remember the character's name, but the Severance character. I saw that one too. Those are good. All right, so this continued on. So in the first quote, he was talking about like the gameplay experience and how they plan that. So then here he continues, right? So he says, additionally, I think this is something that we haven't actually seen before in game development. The idea that we've got an overall story, and then within that story, we've gotten a certain portion of that story that's going to become one standalone game in its own right, and then be released before we then move on. I don't think anyone's ever made games in this way before. So part of the thinking behind that, and I think maybe that's one reason why we're seeing the series be such a success, is because we felt we really had to have that feeling that the series, as a series, would evolve and change and become new and exciting and basically keep people's interest. If we didn't do that, if we just tried to make 3 of the same game with a continuing story, I think there'd be a lot more fans who would drop out and become bored with it if they didn't have that feeling that it's going to continue in a different direction. It's going to change. It's going to be exciting. We don't know what to expect. So I'll pause right there. Specifically here, he's talking about gameplay. He's not necessarily talking about story. So just in terms of like, I kind of baited that a little bit in my preview image of like this line of like, we don't know what to expect. You could maybe read that as story. He's talking about gameplay. But I do think there's something to the fact that like trying to make the gameplay experience of each of the 3 games exciting. Thank you, Pip Squeeze. Oh, and he dropped like a bunch of emotes that look like, I can't see the emotes though. What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Pip Squeeze. Maybe if I look at the Twitch chat, I can see the emotes. But I'm using my browser for, all right. Well, thank you though. I see some dude ones in there too, so thank you. Let me, hold on. I lost chat. I respect devs for making things different, even though the gameplay is incredible as it is. I feel like a lot of sequels like Spider-Man 2 Ghost of Yotei do that where the gameplay doesn't evolve that much. How much do you think they'll market part 3? I'm worried they might get too spoilery since it'll be more story heavy. With Square Enix, I'm always worried about them spoiling story. I think we'll be mostly safe for the first few. I think they need to market the shit out of it. I've heard people speculate the reason why there may not have been as much Rebirth advertising is because they technically shared the same financial like year as FF16. So usually most companies, they will break out their marketing budgets on like fiscals. So basically Rebirth and 16 shared like a year's worth of like marketing budget. And I think in the balance, they decided to put more towards 16 since it was newer. Oh my God. Thank you, Labib Zahid, with, is that 10 gifteds? Oh my God. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's 10, dude. Thank you so much, Labib, for the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. So thank you so much. So what was I saying? That broke me a little bit. What was I saying? The marketing budget thing. So I think they had to like, 16, I think, shared the year's budget. Like 16 and Rebirth shared that budget for like that fiscal year. And because 16 was newer, didn't have established characters and all that, they put more money into backing 16. We definitely saw it with like, they had a big launch event. They had, a live action TV commercial. Like they did a lot of shit for 16. And not as much for Rebirth, because I think Rebirth, they're like, we can lean in on like people having played the first, people knowing Cloud and Tifa and Sephiroth and Aerith, and like we can like lean on these like known characters and stuff to help like push it. But for part 3, I think it needs a lot more support, especially because like it might be a big multi-platform release. So I think they're gonna want to get like as many people on as many platforms as possible to sort of like play the entire trilogy and play the final one at the same time. I'd be surprised if we get part 3 and another Final Fantasy in the same year. I think they want to put that marketing budget toward part 3 this time. Yeah, they definitely should. I don't think they're close enough on 17 to even do that anyway. Ultimately, I'm liking this approach of not being a one-to-one remake. It gives reasons to appreciate and play both the original games and the remakes. Yeah, and I'm going to stand up for a second, but the thing I was going to say here was I like the fact that it is a lot of different experiences, right? Like we had the linear experience, that was amazing. Then in part 2, where we had that more open world experience, and I think part 3 will hopefully be this like fine tuning of everything they've learned over the past, well, if you include development of Remake, and if you think about when it came back into Square Enix, it came back into Square Enix proper in 2017. So we're looking at 8 years of dev time from like then to now, where they learned a whole lot of shit about how to make these games. So hopefully we'll see that come through in part 3. Sorry, I missed some of the stream today. I did not go over John's video yet. Not yet. I'm going through all the quotes I missed in the 2 weeks that I was gone. So then he says here, thank you so much. John Q Gamer with, is that 5 gifted subs? Thank you so much, John Q. Holy crap. People are popping off today. Well, I just want to make sure. What's happening in the back end here? Yeah, thank you so much for those gifted subs. You and Labib Sahid now with combined 15 new subs on the channel today. Thank you so much. Oh, shoot. Shoot. Let's move this over. So I can't keep up with like certain Switch things if I don't have the hub pulled up. Hold on. So yeah, so I'm hoping so. I fully expect a 10-hour stream today after all this hype level. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. That's my plan. That is my plan. So then he ends this. Let's end this quote. I feel that we really have succeeded with this approach in terms of having to make everything different. Well, not everything different, but to try to change it and show evolution in the games. If you look at this specifically in terms of the actual examples from the first game to the second game, in terms of the overall themes of the game, the first one is obviously a story-driven experience, a very good story-driven experience. If the second one was exactly the same and was driven in the same way with the same story-driven approach, then as people play the second game, they would think, well, the the third one is going to be a story-driven game as well, and they wouldn't have that feeling of excitement and expectation about what could come next. And more than like story stuff, right? More than story stuff, he's specifically talking more about the gameplay experience. And I think that is true. Like, I think all of us are like, oh, how is world exploration going to change, especially with the high wind? How is like using the high wind around the world going to work? Like, how is the landing of it going to work? How are they going to handle the, ocean shit? Like, there's so many other things that they, as an experience, we just don't know how it's going to play out. How are they going to do Gold Chocobo, right? There's so many things that we don't know in terms of the gameplay, right? Forget the story. I think there are valid arguments that like keeping certain things with the story mysterious may keep conversation going, but may be dissatisfying in terms of the story experience in the moment, right? Like there are people who are still not happy that it just seems like they're stringing you along on story. I get that. But in terms of like gameplay, I fully agree with this whole thing of like creating anticipation for how they're going to change the gameplay going into part 3. Like I'm super interested to finally see that stuff. I can't wait to finally see the high wind, how that works, how we do Knights of the Round, how we do these things gameplay wise, how we do the weapon fights, right? Like there's so many things. It's like how they revive the experience and make a sequel to each game in the series that feels like a sequel, right? Like I think Oz is mentioning in chat, like the Sony sequels have that problem of like the games feeling very similar. Like even Spider-Man 2 added like the Venom stuff and like all these like other abilities and like Venom abilities, and there's like the arms on Peter, and there's like a lot of things that they added, but the games feel the same because it's still kind of like an open world sandbox where you do combat. Even if the combat mechanics are updated and there's new things you could do in the combat, the overall structure of the game is the same thing. You're swinging around the city. They add a couple boroughs, so like Queens and Brooklyn, so a little extra space to sort of like swing in, but the overall feeling of the game is the same. And then similarly in like Ghost of Yotei, you're in this big worlds, you're going and you're doing combat. The combat has updated mechanics. It does. There's new weapons, there's new abilities, there's new ways to engage with enemies that weren't in the original, or in the first game. But the overall like feeling of the game feels the same. And in the approach that they've had here, Rebirth feels different from Remake, and they're trying to make that same feeling of difference in like type of game. Even if like combat has a lot of similarities, the way you engage with the world, the way you explore the world, the way you like engage with quests, that's all different. So, I'm rooting for them on that aspect. And I think that's a good ambition to have, to sort of like make the third one feel, better. Spider-Man is freaking Spider-Man. What more do you want? At a certain point, it's no longer the character. What you want is another game and not a sequel. A sequel is an improvement on the original. I don't get these criticisms. Well, I mean, I love those games. Spider-Man 2, I wasn't as hot on because of the story stuff. And I'm not as critical of those games feeling like their first ones. Like I also love Ragnarok, right? I fucking love God of War Ragnarok. And in a lot of ways that feels similar to God of War 2018 in terms of like gameplay experience. But I understand how people can be like, well, it doesn't feel new enough, Like I get that feeling. I understand how people come to that conclusion. With me, what drives me forward in those games is also like the story experience and like all that stuff. So like I'm personally cool with it. But I understand how people are like, well, it's not enough change. I think it's a bit of a silly criticism to have, because it's like, as you're saying, I want more Ghosts. Like I had no problems that Yotei feels like Tsushima, because I really like Tsushima. So like I'm cool with that. Like I'm cool with just getting more of that. Same thing with Spider-Man. But I understand how like people are like lizard brained, like, oh, I want it to feel newer. You know, I want something to excite me. And by like structuring each of the 3 remake games, I think that's what they're trying to aim for. So my point is nothing will top the excitement the first time. Oh yeah, for sure. But I think that's why they're trying to make, just to bring it back to the remake trilogy, they're trying to make, it seems like what they're trying to do is to make each of these 3 games to give you that like first time experience with each of these 3 games, right? Like the first time you get to really explore the world and get chocobos and all that stuff happen in Rebirth. The first time you really experience the characters in a proper story, like 3D, you know, story driven linear experience, you know, outside of the PS1 is like you're having that, and you had that in Remake. So I think they're just trying to give you more of those like first time moments in each of the 3 games. And so I admire that. That's that ambition at a gameplay system, like a gameplay level. You know, I admire that approach in a lot of ways. God of War Ragnarok, wow, I keep wondering about the surprise death in that game compared to Aerith's. Can't help if they inspired by FF7. I don't think it was inspired by that, but yeah, I don't want to spoil things for people. Rebirth feels very fresh compared to Remake in almost every aspect. Exactly. I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it feel fresh each time. When I get more new content, I'm happy. How they change up the game is a plus. Yeah. Let me just take in some water. The other thing that I think is interesting, I have to pull up a new page. Hold on, let me grab this link. Is actually the first paragraph in this quote. Let me grab. So I had a tweet thread about this topic at one point. Pull it up. So let me. Okay. So real quick, to reread the top quote, right? Additionally, I think there's something I think this is something that we haven't actually seen before in game development. The idea that we've got an overall story, and then within that story, we got a certain portion of the story that's going to become one standalone game in its own right, and then be released before we then move on. I don't think anyone's ever made games in this way. So that leads me to this tweet thread that I made a while back. Let me see if I could zoom in on it properly. Yeah. So I made this tweet thread a while back that was about this conversation that happened around Rebirth. And the conversation was, let me bring the chat box back up correctly. That there was a criticism, and I talked about it earlier, even in this chat, of like how for a lot of people it felt like not a lot of story happens in Rebirth. Like the first like 8 chapters were like very like good time, beach episodes, all that stuff. And I get the criticism, right? Because there's like some truth to it. Like when you look at the actual structure of stories, there's something interesting that Hamaguchi was talking about in that quote that I said, right? Like no one's ever made a game this way where you have this overall story and then you're making parts of that story into individual games. And that was what I talked about here in this thread. Am I getting my own Twitter page advertised in? Yeah, I guess so. So most stories are split up into 3 acts. Rebirth begins at the start of Act 2. While there are lots of ways to describe it, one analysis calls this part of a story fun and games. That sounds a hell of a lot like FF7 Rebirth, right? So this is, I'm not the biggest fan of the save the cat thing, but like I get it. It's just a way to analyze stories. And one of the terms that it has, I think, is like instructive in like this case, right? Which is this idea of like fun and games, which is, you know, a lot of the Act 2A So if you split, Act 2 is usually a really big act. In plays, for example, they'll have like 4 acts they're essentially these 3, which they have like 2 Act 2s. Oh shit. But Act 2A, right, is the first half of Act 2, and it's where a lot of fun and games happen, and that's a lot of what Rebirth is, right? And it leads up to the midpoint in the story, which the midpoint in the original FF7 was Aerith's death, right? So Rebirth goes up to the midpoint of the overall story. But Rebirth lives in this space, right? Like Remake is this Act 1 of the overall story. It's like the opening, the catalyst to sort of like break into the world, right? Like that's the start of Act 2, is like getting out of Midgar, escaping Midgar is at the end of Act 1 of the original. And then there's all this stuff to cover in part 3, like bad guys close in. Like these are all like these are just terms that this guy came up with, but like, you know, shit starts to get bad. All is lost, right? Like that is the Cloud giving Sephiroth the black materia, and we lose Cloud. That's all this. All is lost, right? Dark Knight of the Soul, it's like, oh shit, everything looks really bad. And then it's like gathering the team, executing all this stuff leading into like the ending, right? It's like all of this stuff is part 3. But like this Act 2, this is where Rebirth lives, right? This like fun and games part of a story, which exists in lots of movies, for example, like in Hangover. And this crosses genres, this crosses everything, right? Like this is where the guy starts to retrace their steps from the night before, and we like explore the characters and the situation in a fun way. There's not a lot of heavy drama. It's just like a good time with the characters. Like in Good Will Hunting, that's when like a very dramatic story, a very like introspective story about this kid who has like a lot of issues. You know, that's when Will starts to connect with Sean, the Robin Williams character, and he, you know, meets his girlfriend and they start going on dates, and like things are relatively just bonding moments and good times up until like the turn in the story where things start to go south. Similar thing in like even something like Get Out, right? Where it's like much more tension because it's a horror movie, but like you get to meet the Armitage family, and there's like, you're kind of like trying to like, why are certain people acting weird? But you know, you're getting to know people, you're getting to know the situation in the scenario. Or in like Oppenheimer, a much like more serious movie in a lot of ways, but even that has like this moment, this like sequence of levity where like Oppenheimer is like pulling together his dream team of scientists, and they're building the town. They're starting to do some experiments. Like it's the fun and games of the story. It's just getting to know the characters, getting to explore a lot of the, you know, aspects of the story, where things could go. That is so much of Rebirth. Like that is so much of the experience, right? That is like, oh, let's go find this chocobo and get all the chocobos, and like, oh, we're gonna dress up and march in the parade, and we're gonna have the beach episode, and we're gonna have the Queen's Blood tournament where Red 13 moonwalks, and you know, the girls get dressed up at the beach, and we have fun time at the beach. Like that is so much of the Rebirth experience. They really map that aspect of the original game into it, and it takes up a whole lot of the space. But this is what Hamaguchi was just talking about in this quote, right? Where it's like the idea that we got an overall story, and then within that story, we've gotten a certain portion of that story that's going to become one standalone game in its own right, and then be released before we then move on. I don't think anyone's ever made games in this way. And this map that I made is an example of that, of like, Remake is Act 1, right? So they took this part of the story, they made it into an entire standalone game. Rebirth took this part of the story, made it into its own game, and then part 3 is going to take all this stuff and make it into its own game. So that just maps to what I was saying of in this quote. This maps to exactly what Hamaguchi was saying here, which I just found interesting, of like taking a part of a story, making a whole game out of it. And no one's ever done that, really, right? Like usually games that are even in a trilogy, they focus on it as its own thing, where like Mass Effect 1 is its own story. Mass Effect 2 feels like its own story. Mass Effect 3 feels like its own story. Same thing, Last of Us. Like Last of Us 1 feels like its own thing. Last of Us 2 feels like its own thing. So much so that like people don't know oftentimes where the next iteration of those stories are even going. We at least have an idea of where part 3 is going to go. But for example, like if you reach the end of Last of Us Part 2, people are like, what in the hell could happen from here? You know, like it feels like the story kind of ended. What is going on? Is that maybe my speaker? Which I don't need right now. I think this one's to connect Bluetooth. Hold on.
Now in pairing mode. Waiting for connection.
My British speaker is talking about trying to pair, but I have my headphones on, so I don't need that. Let me catch up with chat after I got off my soapbox there. Good stream from France. Thank you, Get Lucky. God, there's a lot that I missed. For me, it wasn't really an issue because I knew what part of OG Rebirth covered, so I knew what to expect. But hello, Get Lucky. I know I didn't say anything when you first chatted, but hello, thank you. And welcome from France. That was sure in the original. This is the part where it sagged a bit. Even it was fun and memorable on its own. Yeah, in the original, you're mostly following the black robes, like Jake is saying it in chat, or said it in chat a couple minutes ago, but like this is not a part of the original where like a whole lot of like stuff happens, right? End of Rebirth doesn't seem like the midpoint at all, though. We're halfway into Dark Night of the Soul area. I don't agree, so man. We're at the end of disc 1. We're at the end of disc 1, dude. We have so much left. We have the Northern Crater, Whirlwind Maze, Livestream sequence, the weapons attacks, the return to the Forgotten Capital, the return to Midgar. Like, there's so much, dude. I just disagree. And I mapped this against the original story. Like if you like I looked up like all of the OG story all together, and it was like, I don't know, something like if you cut all the cutscenes together, it's like 22 hours, something like that. And like the Forgotten Capital happens around like 10 hours into that compilation. So yeah, we're only about halfway through the story, dude. There's a lot. I always thought they should have gone to the Crater and Rebirth. There's so much to cover in 3 Remake, yeah. It'd be cool if we think we're going to finish the game without Cloud. Oh shoot, I lost track. Sorry, I'm just like, without saying everything. The fact they talked about a follow-up game for FF7 is mind-blowing to me. Yeah, I think I have that quote. There's a small part Rebirth covers of FF7 is more interesting than the OG. DLC after the trilogy is done. Yeah, they talked about that. It's literally the LOTR trilogy treatment in video games, yeah. Which leads to some messy shit, right? It leads to some aspects of it feeling messy. The midpoint is the Northern Crater. That should be like chapter 45 of part 3. I'd argue the Dark Night of the Soul is just the beginning. FF7 is one of the best cast of characters in any media ever. You can have a game with just them talking and bantering one another. DLC is Dirge of Cerberus. I didn't realize how much story is left for part 3. Yeah, there's a ton. She wants despair. My British speaker was just being involved in chat. She was talking about how Sephiroth wants to despair. Midpoint is the Northern Crater. No, it's the deepest part of the Dark Knight. This 3 has literally almost nothing, though. Yeah, this 3 has nothing, but this 2 has a lot. This 2 has a lot. Yeah, I didn't even mention going to space. I didn't mention saving. I didn't mention Wutai. I didn't mean saving Corel. Yeah, there's a lot. If you go for everything completed, this third disc is short. It's a lot of content to cover. Yeah. It's gonna be Stranger Things 5. You're halfway through the OG story. Is a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of story, man. Okay, so let's move on. what you put in there to evolve it, change it, take it in a different direction. Thank you for the follow. Courage is solid. What you put in there to evolve it, change it, take it in a different direction. It could have been a lot of different things. What I personally chose, because I wanted to try that, was to decide on a more open world structure to the game. Ultimately, that worked well too. There's that idea that it's basically setting out shop and saying you can expect the game to keep changing, to keep it fresh, and to give you new surprises. It's not going to fall into the same pattern again. I think we've done 1 and 2 remake and then rebirth. That kind of works in our favor because people now know that they can expect new and exciting things from the third game, which we are working on right now. So I'm very happy that we did that, and I think that was essential. That philosophy of not just playing it all out and making the same all the way through, making it the same all the way through. I think that was really a key part of our success. So again, he's just finishing the conversation, but it's a really good perspective and like why they've made the games the way they've made them. So now it's time to get into the VGC interview. So VGC is Video Game Chronicle. They're a very good website. Actually, it sent this link to Max, and he didn't want to like show it on stream because apparently VGC can be very ornery about showing their content. And I think it's a little short-sighted in terms of like, you know, otherwise people are just not going to find this shit. It's 2025. People don't really go to websites that much. Like, that's a problem with your business model in some ways. Like, I support this reporter, good outlet. I'm not gonna I'm working within the parameters of what the internet are. That said, I'm not showing his entire article. So if you want to see the entire article and all of the questions and all of the answers, you can look up Hamaguchi VGC interview and you'll find the entire thing where he talks about the details of like porting it to the Switch 2 and like there's a lot of really good stuff in it. So I just pulled out a few select things to talk about here in chat. He said here, you said multiple teams are handling the ports as part of your shift to multi-platform development. How does that work with you as director? And how do you ensure, I can link it in chat. Yeah. Let me just put it up in the ass. Hamaguchi interview. VGC. So both chats should be getting the link now. But I'm just going to focus on a few things. So at one point, the interviewer asked, you said multiple times, love your content, I've been tuning into you ever since Max you'd watch your 2-hour length rebirth vid on live stream. Thank you, Courage. Thank you so much. Yeah, obviously, I'm a big fan of Max. And all of his content was really like an inspiration for me to get into making content. Right now, everything's very FF7 centric. I'll hopefully be covering more things. I'm working on a Expedition 33 video now. I want to make more stuff, dude. I want to make like Silent Hill F. I made a tactics video. So not as deep as like the Rebirth one. And I'll have to find like a nice balance between like a crazy 2-hour video and just like something where I give people perspective. But thank you so much. Yeah. Same, you deserve whole recognition from Max. Thank you, Eriku. And I met Max in person too during Summer Games Fest. Super. I mean, I always heard he was like a nice guy, but like he's such a great dude. He really lives up to being like the dude, the Max dude. But yeah, he's a very cool guy. You said multiple times or multiple teams are handling ports as part of your shift to multi-platform development. How does that work with you as director? And how do you ensure you can maintain synergy with the different teams? So he says, rather than having multiple teams working on the same game, certainly for the third game in the series, we've got another team which is working on all platform versions of that game. I'm going to take a pause for a second. And I want to point out the verb tense being used here. This is a present tense, working on all platform versions of that game. So rather than having multiple teams working on the same game, certainly for the third game in the series, we've got another team which is working on all platform versions of that game to reduce the amount of work in terms of adapting that to different hardware platforms. We're working on the Unreal Engine on Windows to create the base core version of that game, which is then going to be the template for all versions. The way we're handling it is that there is actually a separate team. It's a team specifically of engineers. We call them the porting squad or the multi-platform squad. These guys are the ones looking at the technical side of how to move the game and adapt it to different platforms to meet the different requirements on those platforms. But and this is like, he continues to talk about, like, you know, he's happy with the reception to, you know, the news of multi-platform release. But then he said this, but I was a little bit surprised that there were a few people who saw that as a concern, who were saying, would that not affect the creative side of it? If you're going to develop it on multi-platform, is it going to hold you back, or is that going to restrict the creative side? Fair enough. I can understand the logic there, but I was a little bit surprised at seeing it. So if you could get this message out, it would be really appreciated. The decision we made to do that has been thought through very well. As I said, the structure that I put in place, which I just described, where they got the creative side team and they do creative work completely in isolation from any thinking about what platforms it goes on. And then if there are concerns, it is worked on by another team. That really helps ensure that there are no breaks put on the development. We are not holding back on anything on the creative side, and it'll be the ultimate version. So the creative vision that we want to make for the third part of the remake series. So hopefully people can be reassured that, by that we have thought very strongly through this. And we have made sure that multi-platform is definitely going to be a plus and is never going to hold the project back. There's one more. Let me see if I can find it. I might have it later. Yeah. So like, and then at the end of the interview, he said, we got Rebirth coming out fairly soon, moving into the third game. So take this opportunity right now to play the game. It's the ultimate Final Fantasy VII experience. And if you play the original and love it, you'll really like this one as well. And then if you get into those now, Remake, Rebirth coming to Switch and Xbox, you can be able to play the third game when it comes out alongside everyone else, because it's coming to all platforms. And I just found the wording of this kind of interesting, of like, and then if you get into Remake and Rebirth now, they're dropping on Switch and Xbox now, you can be able to play the third game when it comes out alongside everyone else, because it's coming to all platforms. So for the past few streams, when I've talked about multi-platform, I've talked about it like, oh, I think it'll probably come to like PlayStation first, maybe PC at the same time, but probably just PlayStation at first, and then maybe a bit of fast follow, like 3 months, 6 months, whatever, to get to PC, Switch, Xbox. But when I look at all of this all together, and him saying like, when it comes out alongside everyone else, I don't think it's a guarantee, but he's clearly describing a process where they have this like multi-platform team that is currently working on the third part of the game. He's like, they are working as we're doing development on the sort of like creative side, as we're like making the game, making it the ideal version of it. We have other teams that are looking at how that works on different platforms. It seems like it's happening concurrently, like it's happening at the same time. So, and then he says, you know, if you catch up with Remake and Rebirth, then you can play part 3 alongside everyone else when it comes out. I don't know if that means it will be multi-platform day one, but it sure sounds like they're trying to get it on as many platforms as quickly as possible. It's not like a post-porting thing where it's like the game comes out on PS5 and then they're working on the ports. I don't know. It's definitely PS5 exclusive. I mean, it's very likely. That may have already been an agreement that they made a while back. you know, they just keep talking about it in a way that makes me think it's possible that it might come out on multiple platforms at the start. I don't know. As I've said, I usually have thought it would start PS5 and then port. But it's just interesting that he's going into so much detail of like the current work on part 3 and how they're trying to work on the multiple platforms right now. So yeah, I mean, if they wanted to maximize, if I were Square Enix and I wanted to like maximize this as much as possible, I could see Kiryu, the new CEO, going to Sony and being like, "It's a great deal. We've released 2 of the games. Let's renegotiate the contract, right? And try to get it so that it doesn't have to be exclusive. And then they can release on all 3 platforms. If they've already done 2 games together, they've probably done a lot of the, I don't know. I don't even know if Sony even thinks it's been like as successful as they've wanted it to be. So they might be open to renegotiating. I don't know. I don't know how all that stuff works. Yeah. If it's PS5 exclusive for 3 months, then his phrasing here is misleading. Yeah. I mean, they're misleading in these interviews all the time anyway. All I'm saying is up until this quote, I was pretty solid. This would be on PS5. Actually, y'all, like, I think I might take longer to get to the other platforms. And like, because I pointed out on stream fairly recently, if you look at the end of the trailers for Rebirth, it says like exclusively on PS5 until May 29th, 2024. So it was a 3-month exclusivity window. And it still took like, I think an entire like 9 months, or maybe what was it, the following January? Still almost a year for it to get to PC. So even though they only had a 3-month exclusivity window on Rebirth, it still took an entire year almost to get it onto PC. So even like those contract details aren't the pure guidelines of like when the ports come. But he's like really outlining a process of like working on it concurrently. If they have an entire multi-platform team working right now, you know, rather than having multiple teams, certainly for the 3rd game of the series, we've got another team which is working on all platform versions of the games. It seems like they're trying to do development on the different platforms at the same time. We'll see how successful they are at that, but sorry, let me catch up with my throat and then all of you. The release all depends on how much Sony money they have, in my opinion. Yeah, but it'll be ready to drop as soon as that is. I mean, I'm ready for it to drop on PlayStation. I have a PS5 Pro, so I'll get the best version of it that I can on a PS5 if it's only PS5. If it's multi-plat, I think they'll save the announcement for a trailer. Oh yeah, for sure. Did you see the release? The Twin Pack? Yeah. I'm sure we'll have a whole like 3-game set for part 3 also. You're right. Didn't they play super coy about other platforms for a long time? Because the Sony timed exclusive for Rebirth. I don't remember, Jake, to be honest. Yeah, it's 100% going to be on all platforms. As long as it runs on PS5, I hope this doesn't mean it has issues at launch like Rebirth did if they're spreading themselves too thin. It sounds like they're just have one version that they're really leaning on, and then other teams are working through any kind of like multi-platform stuff. I think the key part of this quote is that the base version is Unreal and Windows, not PS5. Bunkai, I thought about that. I thought about this aspect of the quote, like working on the Unreal Engine on Windows to create the base core version of the game. I just know that like most development happens on a PC anyway. Even if you have like a dev kit, I think like the core like engineers are working through a PC, I think is usually how most games are developed. So I didn't know if I could focus too hard on that. But yeah, I did think about that. But like maybe the PC version is the base, but I don't know. If it's still PS5 exclusive, oh wait. Yeah. I think it'll be exclusive for like 3 months or something. Yeah, we talked about that. So they can renegotiate and get a cut of PC game sales. That's possible. This is him saying they're working on the ports alongside Remake and Rebirth. It's like you just support. Yeah. I think they're working on other ports so that it won't take a year. Yeah. But it's not multi-platform day one. It probably won't be. Can someone change my diaper? Is the first words from Schemer17 in YouTube chat. Very interesting. I don't think that's what the chat specializes in, so I don't know if you'll have much chance, but at getting your diaper changed, but you know. Also, I'm curious how they improved the graphics, because some of the lighting in Rebirth can be a bit, well, yeah, it was like really rough. I remember Blitz had like really bad lighting issues where it was like pitch black in the open world in a couple places. And I don't know why his version was like gunked like that. If it's PS5 only at the start, I guess I gotta go to Costco again, snag a PS5, beat the game, then return it. 90-day return policy. Holy shit. That is definitely a hack, Decido. Damn. Yeah, even 3 months would be fine. Forget that was explicitly the window for Rebirth. Yeah, it wouldn't be longer for 3, right? No, I think at max it'll probably be a 3-month exclusivity window, like if that's what they worked out for Rebirth. I wonder when they release the Rebirth port to Switch. I think it'll be probably end of next year, maybe. They kept asking about Rebirth, the Switch 2 version of Rebirth in these interviews, and Hamaguchi kept saying like the Switch is amazing. We barely had to like we haven't had to do that much work. It's not as crazy as people think. Like we made the Steam Deck version and it ran really well. So I think that helped us get to the Switch version that they're working on. The way he was talking about it, it sounds like if I were them, they may even be staggering these for like to get it as close to proximity as possible for the Part 3 release. So they like January, they're dropping Remake. Then they may even later in 2026 get Rebirth out so that people can get caught up on the trilogy in time for the 2027 release of Part 3. That's possible. It's probably released in the 30th anniversary. Part 3 is definitely 2017, I think. Yeah, 30th anniversary. Whether it's on like the anniversary date or which anniversary date, if it's a Japanese anniversary date, which is like January 30th, 31st, or if it's the American one, which is like September, I think. That's an open question. I mean, they keep saying like development's going super well, and so it may be early 2027. It might be in time for the Japanese anniversary, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't think I don't think they would do 2026 for two reasons. One, the anniversary, right? 2027. It just like it's more poetic if it comes out 2027. And second, if they have an ambition to win Game of the Year, which from what I've heard, Hamaguchi was somewhat disappointed or fairly disappointed they didn't win Game of the Year. You know, in that year, if they're aiming for a Game of the Year, 2026 is going to be kind of stacked, and yeah, GTA 6 and Wolverine, and there's a lot of stuff coming that can get in the way of potentially like winning. I don't know what is on the calendar for 2027. Astrobot, I know, Toolman. So I caught up with Astrobot earlier this year. I had played some of it last year when it came out, but I caught up and I beat it and did everything this year. I think I platinumed it. It's good. It's fun. The second half of the game was really strong. I think the platforming and everything in the second half of the game was better than the first half of the game. But I was just like, how is this Game of the Year? Like, I like it. It's a good game. It's a fun game. I love all the callbacks to like older games and all the like fun integrations of like the other IPs and like the special levels that are like designed after other Sony games like God of War and Uncharted and, you know, all that stuff. But like, I'm just shocked. Like, I just don't think it's a Game of the Year level game. Like, even at its best, no point playing that game was like, fuck, this is one of the best games I've played. Like, it's good. It's fun. But man, yeah, I didn't get like an Expedition 33 feeling when I was playing that game. I don't know. I think it was a big part of the narrative last year of like, oh, it's a small team. It's like 60 developers on a very small budget, like compared to a lot of like AAA like games. It kind of got promoted as like this like new model of making games. Funny, like little did they know that even better example was going to come out this year with Expedition 33 from a small team that feels very AAA with an even smaller budget, like even fewer developers. So yeah, it's just funny that like an even better example of like the development dynamic that kind of elevated Astrobot came out this year and will probably win Game of the Year also. Yeah, it's a good game on a small team. I like it. I do like it as Saran. But like, I don't know, Game of the Year. Like I felt Rebirth was better. I felt, I didn't play through some of the other nominees, but there are a lot of really good nominees on there. Like I know a lot of people liked Metaphor. And yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel. I heard a lot of hype around Astrobot and like how innovative a lot of the platforming things felt. But like, granted, it came out a year later. Like Donkey Kong Bonanza, like that has some platforming shit that like felt, I don't know, even fresher to me. So I don't know. I don't know. I like the game. I'm just a little surprised still at Game of the Year. So next quote. So there are rarely any incidents. Oh yeah, Silent Hill. Yeah. Helldivers. So there are rarely any incidents where you as a director have to be pulled into the porting work. For example, an idea that the team might flag as difficult to implement on certain lower power platforms. So what's interesting about this quote is that just some perspective on something that's a little more blueprints. Yeah, I've heard that's really great. That's this year, but yeah. This I thought was interesting because I think it speaks to some of the development challenges that Final Fantasy in general has had. So Hamaguchi says, I think there's actually one big advantage in my favor here that maybe other directors wouldn't have, is that I started out as an engineer and have a very strong programming background, so I very much understand the technical side of development as well. For example, you get directors, maybe who aren't originally engineers and who are more on the creative side. They obviously would have that issue where they've got this massive creative vision, but then afterwards discover that to actually achieve that, there are these restrictions, there are these limitations, and technically that is really difficult because I have both. I have the understanding of the technical side and the system requirements as well, and I've generally got a very good idea of what level of hardware specs to allow a certain creative decision to be realized or not. So in that sense, it's very synchronized. When I'm communicating my vision to the team and instructing them, I come from that perspective. So I think that really does help reduce those kinds of disjuncts between the creative vision and the technical side, because I understand all of that from the beginning. So I think that is a big advantage of having myself at the top of the team, just because of the background I have. I think this is super damn interesting when we think about some of the Final Fantasy games over the years that have run into some major development challenges, right? Like Final Fantasy 15 famously had like such a hard process to sort of like getting completed and getting done. They hit so many technical walls. They had to like redo so much and like couldn't quite do things that they had like shown in a trailer, right? That famous trailer of like the whole party fighting in that big thing and like jumping between like the whole crazy Noctis in the sort of like turning environment stuff. Like all that stuff didn't really make it into the actual game. And so I think it's interesting that Hamaguchi has that technical background, and it's why the development of these games, probably a big reason why the development of these games has played out much more cleanly and more smoothly. Like Rebirth being done in 4 years is incredible. Remake supposedly went back from CyberConnect 2 to Square Enix in 2017. So Remake basically took 3 years. And then part 3 is going to take seemingly about 3 years. So his background, that technical background, is actually really interesting compared to, say, an event, scenario, director, like somebody like Toriyama, who directed 13, like he has an event direction backgrounds, like what are the events of the game, like all of that. It's a bit more of the creative side, as he was talking about. Or like Nomura, obviously, who's more like on the art side, the creative side, people who don't have as much of the engineering or the technical background, and then how some games have really struggled and gone into development hell. It's just interesting in terms of like that part of the background being in the director's chair and how that can affect actually getting a creative vision done, because you know what can be done and what can't be done. So, not that needs to happen and everything, right? Like sometimes you have like creative visionaries who then push the technical people to do things that weren't possible before. Like outside of game development, so it may not be as good of an example, but like famously, right? Like Steve Jobs was like, I want one button on this thing, right? Like I want one button. That's it. I just want one button on this device. And no phones had ever done that. They didn't know how they were going to do that. But his like mandate was it has to be one button. And then the engineers sort of figured it out. They had to create a whole new way to sort of like interact with the device to make it work. But that helped push the smartphone category as a whole new direction. He's not a technical guy. He was just a vision guy. And sometimes the vision guys go way wrong, right? Sometimes the vision guys go crazy where they like, there's like the guy who ran the submarine that went to the Titanic, where it's like, oh, they say you can't use carbon fiber to, as a submarine, but phew, we're going to make it happen. Sure enough, the fucking laws of science worked against him on that one. And like the laws of physics, I guess. Laws of science. But it's interesting that his technical background has helped these games get done very smoothly. And the one thing I've said about Hamaguchi, and it was very clear in Rebirth, is science, bitch. It was very clear in Rebirth. They have so many different ways of interacting with the game, like all those mini games, all of those like things that they have. Like I think he's just a master of like understanding systems, right? Like how systems work, how to sort of like make all these interconnected things happen. And you can have so many mini games or synergy systems or like other things. He's like so good at giving you a game that's like jam-packed with functionality, that also like feels fairly like smooth. Like sometimes that could be overwhelming. And I think in terms of volume, that was overwhelming for some people. But the fact they made all of it, the fact they made fucking Gears and Gambits, alongside Queen's Blood and the new Fort Condor and, the fucking frog jumping game. The fact they made all that in one game is pretty crazy. We forget that usually end of console generations when the consoles get pushed to their boundaries, like Last of Us 2. Yeah. All right, so moving forward. Obviously, you're not talking about part 3 much at the moment, but you were quoted in the press recently as stating that the third game would be more concise compared to Rebirth. Could you elaborate on that? It's actually something I'm to speak about today, so I'm glad that you asked that. Just to explain, the original question I was asked, they said that there are some people who played Rebirth, the second game of the series, and they felt that because we've added in new story content, which wasn't in the original Final Fantasy VII, to them it felt like the story was being stretched out. So they asked that whether we were considering doing anything related to that in the third game, because I do. So then he described like one of the things that he does is he plays the game constantly during development. So he's like very hands-on with like feeling the pacing and like feeling the game as it's being made. So then he said, because I do so much of that in my daily job, that's a really important thing. I put a lot of effort into that. There can't be that many other directors who put that much emphasis on that. I feel that the pacing, the content, the balance in Rebirth is exactly what I wanted it. I personally don't feel it's been stretched out. It doesn't feel unnecessarily long. To me, I think I got that right. I think a lot of people would agree with me, but obviously I understand that there are maybe people who would see it like that and maybe feel differently. That's fine. I see the people who express those opinions. And that's definitely worth taking on board that some people felt that. However, for the third game, in terms of what I said about that and the way I'm looking at that is about improving the pacing and making sure that to achieve an even greater level of immersion in the game, we make sure that the story developments move forward in a fairly speedy manner and with the right pace, essentially, rather than feeling slow and drawn out. I think that may have been misconstrued by people. They may have said, okay, that means they're going to cut down on the volume and they're going to remove story content. It's going to be a shorter game. They're going to cut it down. And that's not what I'm saying at all. It's about making sure the pacing feels right. It's not about cutting out content. It's making sure that it feels right. The speed the story progresses feels right. And it is fairly quick and feels like you can get through it at a reasonable pace, but it has to feel right. So that's what I mainly intended to say there. So, as Tetra says, bro stands on business. Yes, but he's standing on business on a very specific thing. And I'll elaborate that on a second. So thanks for your work. So I'm going to catch up on the VOD tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Eriku. I hope they improve in the environments. They should have big signposted moments for the party members like, oh, wow, we have free time. Now maybe we can do some stuff, but still focus on the main story. Yeah. I think Spider-Man and Yotze do a great job of naturally letting the player know when it's good time to do side content. Yeah. I think God of War, especially God of War Ragnarok, has some of my favorite pacing and some of my favorite like side quest stuff in terms of like the side quests in God of War Ragnarok. There's not a lot of them. When you get them, they're like nice and meaty and like you could do them, get what you want out of it, but like they don't overload you with like volume of things. They just give you one or two really big side quests to sort of like run at. I really like the way God of War does it. And La Sarissa is bringing up what I was about to bring up. Playing Rebirth without the side content is very well paced. And I think that's what Hamaguchi is defending. That's what he's standing on business about, is that people felt the pacing was off because they were doing all the content. We talked about that earlier in chat, right? Like people doing 130 hours, 150 hours, whatever on their first playthrough. That's a lot, right? But he kept talking about like story progression and like story stuff. So when he defends the pacing of Rebirth, I think what he's focusing on when he says that, because he's talking about story, like how the story progresses, the sort of like pacing of the story, developments move in a fairly speedy manner. He's talking all about story stuff. And so I think he's defending the pacing of the story. But what he's not totally factoring in, at least from when I read this, is that people aren't necessarily seeing the pacing as like just a story pacing. They're seeing it as like the pacing of like getting through the game and all of its content all in one shot, which a lot of people did. And if you do all of the content on your first playthrough, odds are you do feel it probably does feel pretty stretched out. It does feel very long. There are some parts of the story you could argue are maybe stretched out. Like, did you need the full, cruise experience on the boat? Did you need the beach episode? I think you did, but I can understand why people feel like those moments, which are much shorter, much quicker in the original, felt a little bit stretched out. But so I think all in all, right, I burnt out and didn't finish it the first time, but starting over felt a lot better. Yeah, pipsqueeze. I made the mistake of trying to 100% Rebirth in that first playthrough. I finally went back and finished the main story. It's fantastic. Yeah, if you just focus on the story, it's actually kind of quick. Like I was talking about that with Night Sky Prince offline, because like, he also was like shocked by his like story only experience, just how different it felt from when he played it his first playthrough. Just because when he just focused on story, it's just like it actually moves surprisingly quick. Like we did it on stream, right? Like my playthrough is pretty much mostly focused on the story. I did some side content, but not a lot. And I think we got through Rebirth pretty quickly overall. So like we were making moves. Like we were getting through like a chapter, 2 chapters, like within a stream. So like you can move through it pretty well. But there are conflations of things here, right? It's like I said, the extra content makes it feel longer. Also, in terms of like how much hard story gets progressed, not a lot. And all this just brings me back to this moment, this thing I brought up earlier, right? Of like, Remake was this much of the story, Rebirth was like this much of the story, and then part 3 has to cover this much of the story. There's so much left to the story in terms of like the original story and then all the new stuff. So I think when we play part 3, there's just so much to get to. We talked about it earlier in chat, right? There is the Northern Crater, Whirlwind Maze, Junon Escape, like big set pieces, like big sequences, Finding Cloud, the live stream sequence, you know, the weapon fights, like the weapon engagements and attacks, the war with Wutai, Fort Condor, like Rollins mentioning, Return to Midgar, Return to Forgotten Capital, anything with like deep ground and stuff in the Return to Midgar because of what they introduced in the DLC. Like there is so much to cover. There's so much like hard plot to get through in part 3 that we're not going to have these like dilly-dally moments. We're not going to have a lot of them. So I think pacing is naturally going to feel like much faster in part 3 because we're going to be getting through so much plot so quickly. Hopefully not too quickly. That's probably my biggest fear with part 3 is like moving through things too fast because there's so much to get through. I'm just hoping they don't like push too hard and push too fast. Because I want to make sure they do all these moments justice. They said they are going to. So hopefully, but if there's one thing I'm afraid of in part 3 is that there's a lot to cover. So, you know, we'll see. Let me catch up with some things in chat. I feel like maybe if I'm in the minority, but a 100% Rebirth the first time through, it never felt overwhelming to me. Every time it felt like it was about to overstay its welcome with missions, I'd be done with the mission and move on to the next thing. Yeah. Honestly, I recommend replaying Remake and Rebirth without the side content. It's such a different experience. Oh, totally. Yeah. It's really great to like get all the side stuff done and then actually just do a pure story playthrough. It was hard to ignore the side stuff. Yes, Natalie. And the fact that they give you the lists and they're like, hey, here's a side quest board. And then you can also like go get more stuff with the towers. It just invites you to sort of like do the side stuff. I don't hold it against anyone if they felt compelled to do all the side stuff. They're like, it's part of the game. Like shit. And they show it to me. Like they point me to the board with all the quests. I totally get why people got caught up in all this stuff. You really have to, and you're also like, a lot of people are angling, let's be honest, they're angling toward like, I want to make sure I'm developing all the relationships. I want to get, you know, the date that I want at the Gold Saucer. Like there's also that aspect of like why you do extra content. So I think that's part of it too. Do you count the side quests, odd jobs for story only playthrough? Some of those have character development. Well, I kind of did in my playthrough on stream. Like there were some side quests I did because I felt that they were important for like story and like character development. So I did some of those. I played Remake and Rebirth back to back. I had the best time. Yeah. If I did all the FF10 content in my first playthrough, I think I would have burned out. Here's what I think would help. If I feel like I could do side quests at any time, that I wouldn't get locked out from doing chapter 2, chapter 3, which Actor Gamut did happen in Rebirth. Like in Rebirth, all the side content is pretty much always available. Like chapter 13, they give you the like point of no return, like do all the stuff in the world that you want. Remake though did have that problem where you had to do the side quests in that part of the chapter, like in that chapter, or you miss out. And I think that also trained people who played Remake to be like, oh, when the side quests open up, I have to do them when they open up, or I might lose access to them. I know they described that wasn't the case in like interviews, but not everyone's reading interviews. Very few people are reading the interviews where they like explain that. People are just buying the game, playing the game. Main story part 3 could be like 60 hours alone. Yeah. Oh shoot. And sometimes when I scroll down, it like jumps down to the bottom of the chat. I love this game and the characters, so I'm in the minority. I didn't get burned down on FF7, yeah. Same, I didn't want to rush through the game, even with it being more exciting. Virtual J, hey, SubTXT, so let's catch a stream again. Hope things have been well. Yeah, things have been great. I was gone for a couple weeks because of a wedding that I was at, but yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if certain things get sort of mushed together in new ways we don't expect. Yeah, I think some things will. I think like the big thing that I keep thinking about is I wonder how much like the Wutai War will get like mashed up with like weapon stuff. Because of like the huge materia and like Yuffie being interested in that, and that's, you know, like do they merge some of those things together? Because there are some, like, because the huge materia, the Shinra also after that. Obviously, Shinra is also going to be involved in the Wutai War, so they might mush some things together there. Part 3 isn't going to be completely linear, but should be less meandering than part 2. Jelly Sand said it probably best of anyone in chat, and even better than me. Said part 3 isn't going to be completely linear, but it should be less meandering than part 2. Yeah. The Chef's Tune open world format in Rebirth invited players to explore, yet the design often funneled them into completing lists rather than discovering organically. Yeah, for 100%. Maybe they'll have as much side stuff in the third installment. Yeah, I think it did 95% of my first playthrough. Didn't have any issues bringing out. The relationship stressed me out, none necessarily. For me, the side stuff is extremely easy to ignore because I know where it all is. It was more open. Yeah. If it was more open, it'd be harder for me to ignore. Interesting. Yeah, like I would want to explore, sort of thing. Something sort of similar happened with Expedition 33 because it doesn't give you any lists. You just sort of like explore. And I knew at a certain point, I was like, I know there's a lot of like world stuff for me to do, but I want to finish the story. So I just finished the story. And then I went back to some of the side stuff. The list removes the natural exploration. Yet for me, I don't want to miss anything hard to know. Yeah. I think if they let people discover the content on their own, yeah. Hold on, I'm just going to scroll down. Side quest fatigue and Gongaga. Well, part of the side quest fatigue in Gongaga is like you're also trying to find how to get to the side quests. You're like, I see the marker on the map, but damn it, I can't get the thing. I gotta find the right mushroom. Like, yeah. There was one time in Gongaga, and I actually like environmental puzzles. Like, it's not at a FromSoft level at all, but there was like moments in Gongaga that felt like, okay, I got to think how I'm going to get to that place. I got to remember how to get there, sort of thing. So I liked that. But there was one marker where on the map, I was like, there's got to be a way through here to get to there. There's no way. Like, how the hell? And I was like, I was so stuck. And then what I had to end up doing was I had to like fast travel to a point sort of on the other side of the map past this sort of like barrier that I couldn't get past for whatever reason. So I fast traveled to that side of the map. And then from there, I could get to the marker. Even though it felt less intuitive to do, that was the only real way to do it. Listening to podcasts with my saving grace, trying to figure out the map. Yeah. This is if they actually followed like they did in Rebirth. They could rearrange. Yeah, I think they're going to change. They're going to mix up how we like engage with the world overall. I do wonder if we're going to go to Wutai before the Northern Crater, because who cares about a war if there are weapons messing everything up. So that is something that is on my head, La Sarissa. Yeah, I don't know how they do that. I have thought about that. There was a Final Fantasy TV talked about that when they talked about like how they thought the story of part 3 was going to play out. And they talked about having the Wutai stuff happen early. It just feels weird, right? Like, I really wonder how they're going to handle that, because they're in a real nut of a problem in some ways, right? Because like, as the party, as like Cloud, their headspace is like, we got to go north, right? Like Cloud says at the end of Rebirth, like, oh, we got to go north. We got to chase after Sephiroth. But then at the same time, if they go north and they do all the north stuff, that leads to the casting of Meteor and the weapons come out. And like, to La Sarissa's point, how engaged are Wutai and Shinra really going to be in this war when there's a giant fucking meteor coming at the planet and there's like weapons terrorizing the planet. Like, how much are they going to really engage in this war? But then how do you get the player involved in the war when they're naturally pursuing Sephiroth? I really don't know how they handle all of that. I'm very curious how they handle all that. I get stuck every time I think about it. It's very unnecessary, the thingy with Wutai, and the fact they might confirm Glenn as Cloud's father. I don't think they're going to do Glenn as Cloud's father. It adds nothing. I can't imagine any way in which, like, Glenn being Cloud's dad adds anything to the story. So knock on wood, but yeah. I feel like there'll be a MacGuffin that prevents them from going north. The Wutai has the answer to do it. Yeah, people talked about like, oh, there's the tiny Bronco, you know, sort of like need repairs at Rocket Town, stuff like that. Maybe. I don't know. All that stuff feels like anticlimactic, right? Like, for me, starting in Rocket Town feels like such an anticlimactic start of the game. Like, fuck. Like, I don't know what you do there that's interesting. Versus, like, opening the game, going north, going after Sephiroth. Oh, shit. Sephiroth is messing with our head. Oh, shit. Cloud lost his mind. Oh, my God. Cloud is gone. Like, that feels like early game stuff to do. So at the halfway point, we can get Cloud back. His head is okay. He's in the right space. Then we do everything that we need to do with the real Cloud in the world. We go to Forgotten Capital, learn about what happened there. And then we go to, go back to Midgar. Like, that all leads to Endgame. Like, man, I really don't know. It's really rough. It's really tough. I don't know. Every time I think of like starting at Rocket Town, I'm like, how do you do that? Because it just feels like a nothing, like fixing the plane. Okay. Maybe you go over to Wutai because it's nearby. I don't know. Maybe they go to Rocket Town to prepare for going up north, but who knows? I can't wait to find out. What if Meteor gets summoned at a different point in the game? So what chapter are you expecting Northern Crater to be in the game? I mean, I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I was thinking of like Northern Crater being that like around the part of the game where you go to Sector 5 and Remake and you fight Airbuster, like right around that portion of the game, maybe. Maybe even earlier, like chapter 3 to 5 sort of thing. So I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I think they have like hinted at Rocket Town maybe being more north. So maybe it's near that, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know how they structure this final part of the story. It's the thing that has me most, I don't really know. Okay, so we got through a lot of that. And then at the end of the interview, they said, hear me out. What if Cloud breaks, but Cloud is prevented by the party from handing over the black materia? I don't know, but then what does Sephiroth do? Like what happens with Meteor? We need the party to split up to be able to play Sid and Vincent separately. This plane is going down and we're going to be separated. A good way to have a pulse on everyone's thoughts. Yeah. It still feels like an anticlimactic beginning of the game, right? Like having an excuse to go to Rocket Town or play with Sid and Vincent. Like, what is happening in the story? Like, I don't know. I can't solve it here. Yeah. So two final things for me. This is the end of the VGC interview. Two final things for me. First of all, we're working really hard on the third game in the remake series at the moment. It's coming along really well. I've got it in my head, the vision now, the gameplay structure, the gameplay experience, the core experience, and it's looking in a really good state. It's something really satisfying that gamers can get their teeth into, and it'll be just a brilliant experience that it really should be and has to be. So we're going to work on that, brush that up even further, and then deliver it in the not too distant future. You can really look forward to that climax of the series, and it'll be exactly what you want it to be. So don't worry about that. It's coming, and it's just as good as you think it is. I'm very confident in the game I'm making there. So Hamaguchi talking some big shit. Like Hamaguchi almost overconfident, right? He's more confident than I am, right? Like it's going to be exactly what you want it to be. Like, Jesus, that's quite the thing to say. Because I don't think any of us agree on what we want it to be. So hey, I love me a confident Hamaguchi, Sephiroth. Me too. Yeah. It's probably the most confident statement I've read from a developer like ever. I hope it doesn't end up being hubris. And I forgot who's talked about this. I don't know if it was Nico or Max or who. But somebody, or maybe Curious Kotor, I forgot who. Like somebody has mentioned in the past, like a lot of Japanese developers usually are like fairly humble. Like it's just sort of like the natural cultural posture to be like, please look forward to it, you know, not talk crazy in the lead up. So the fact that he is talking this wild in the lead up is like interesting. I hope they live up to it. I'm happy he's confident. I'll say I'm happy he's confident. I pray that he's right about his confidence. I mean, I'm excited, but damn. Wasn't Gatase like part 3 is going to be one of the best games ever made in that one Saudi interview? Oh, did he say it like that? He may have. Yeah, I don't remember. Opening part 3 is something, there's John Q Gamer. Opening part 3 is something tough to balance because they need to sit in the party's emotional state after Aerith's death, but not too long before the events at the Northern Crater. Also, I think they hold back flying around the world until you get the high wind. So how do they handle Chadley via the Tiny Bronco before then? Yeah, John Q, totally. I really don't know. That was curious. Yeah. Because I watch a lot of the Curious Corduroy like recaps of the interviews and stuff. I think that a sneak peek into that. Yeah, that ending got to be insane if he's confident. The best place to do both those things is Escalin, Modeoheim. So I think that's where the game will start. Hey, SubTXT, this is Marcin Jr. Pawniak. Hey, SubTXT, do you like the additions of Whispers, Timelines, Zack, and Red 13 voice change and other stuff in a remake series? Or do you feel it takes away from the OG? It really depends. Like some of those things like still depend, right? Like it's hard for me to say 100% yet, right? Like Whispers, Timeline, Zack, does it take away from the original? If it revives everybody and like changes some like core thematic stuff, then I think it could, you know? I mean, I will say I've talked about it on stream before, but the first time I saw a trailer for Remake and it had the Whispers come in, I was like, oh no. More compilation bullshit. Like, I'm not a big compilation fan, if I'm being honest, right? Like, I'm not big into it. But weirdly, when I played Remake, I was into it. I was actually, like, kind of intrigued. They were weird, but I was intrigued by it. I don't know why. Like, it felt like I was going to be hating it. Like, I felt like I was going to hate that stuff. But I didn't. My stomach stank too, but I liked it when I played it. Exactly. Like it's definitely led to some kludgy stuff, like the Whispers going and then there's like reviving Barrett was like a little strange, right? The big Whisper Harbinger at the end that looks like a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. Ooh, I don't know. Are we getting into like crazy shit? Like the timelines, Zack, all that stuff. It really depends on how it plays out. If it reinforces the themes of the original in some way and like raises the stakes of like I proposed in my video where it's like Sephiroth broke the timeline, broke the world line in order to like remake it into what he wants, you know, and sort of like erases all these other versions of reality and gets his version, tries to get his version of the one reality, then that could actually raise the stakes in some way, right? It could actually, a lot of multiverse stories have the problem of like nothing matters, right? But if it's about reuniting it down to one timeline, only one person wins, either Cloud wins or Sephiroth wins, then that might be interesting. That might raise the stakes. We just don't know yet. We just don't know where that's going. In terms of the Red 13 voice change, I personally am not a fan of the high voice. I really like the deeper register of the Red 13 voice. How Red 13 changes in the way he talks happened in the original, at least in the Japanese. In the English version, localized version, we didn't get that because we don't have the nuances in our language that they have in Japanese in terms of like pronouns and like other shit that they do. So like it wasn't as communicated as clearly in the English version that he starts talking more childlike or like teenage, lingo. So we didn't really pick up on that. So they did that in Rebirth, but they also, along with that, changed the voice. I mean, being critical for a second, I would say I still wish his like younger voice sounded closer to his like deeper voice, because even for me, I have a deep voice as an adult, but my voice when I was a teenager was also kind of deep. Like I would call into school, I would call myself out of school as my dad. I would call and say I was my dad and say, yeah, my son is really sick. Like I could pull it off. I can imitate my dad and his deeper voice. So I did that shit because my 16-year-old voice was pretty deep already. So I could pull that off. So, the fact that his voice goes from like super deep, like super like high naturally to then so easily doing such a deep voice is like a little unrealistic, I guess. We're also playing a fucking fantasy game. So like, sure, whatever. Like it's not the end of the world. I prefer the deeper voice, but it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to crash out over it. So yeah. Part 3 Red's voice gradually drops chapter by chapter. By the end of the game, he just starts like at the end of the game, he's just like this. He's back to where he was in Remake. Yeah. Do you think the map regions in part 3 will be expanded? Like, for example, certain inaccessible areas and grasslands or Junon will become traversal in part 3. That's very possible, Courage. I think it's possible with the high wind, especially. That you may be able to like approach things from like up north. So yeah, it's possible for sure. Just catching up on some things I may have missed on chat when I was responding to that. Do you think that scene in Remake where Cloud falls into Sector 5 church and talks to himself in a sneak peek into the live stream sequence? Sort of, which it was in the original too. Like he also talks to himself in that same part of the original. I mean, what's interesting is that they put Sephiroth into that scene. Yeah. The Cage storyline is very confusing. I love the Barrett moment. We can only do that once. I think that's why the high voice didn't bother me. What was the Barrett moment, Bryce? His British voice in Heaven, children. SubTXT was a delinquent. I was a terrible student. I was genuinely like, I was smart, but I was a lazy fucking student. I had to give anybody in chat hope in case like either they're young and still in school or they have kids in school who are young. I was smart, but I was lazy. So like I just didn't do homework. I just thought it was boring. So I was like, I'm not gonna do it. And so I was a straight A student pretty much up until high school. And then my form of rebellion in high school, while other people would be like drinking or doing drugs or like, maybe doing a light crime or two. My version of rebellion was being a bad student. So I was like, I'm not going to do homework. I'm not going to do nothing. I failed a class in high school that I had a 98 or higher on every test or quiz. It was a US history class, and I had a 98 or higher on every test or quiz was 10th grade. And I failed that class. I ended up with like a 58 or something. And the teacher at the end of the year, we're saying the semester, she was like, you frustrate me so much because like you do so well in the tests, and then like in class you'll like engage and you'll discuss and you'll talk about things, but then you don't do your damn homework and I have to fail you. And I was like, yeah, I'm a dick. I don't know. I found it. I was like, it was just because the homework was like, I just got to repeat the shit that I know, right? Like, it was just like, I already know it. I proved it on the tests. Why do I got to like fill in the blank that says the blah, blah, blah was the blah, blah, blah? Like, it pissed me off. So that was my form of rebellion, was like not doing homework, which then sucked because then I had to go to summer school. Yeah. I had a very bad GPA. I had a sub 2.0 GPA going into my senior year. Then I forrowed my senior year. And that's the only reason I got into college, basically. So yeah, I was a bad student. I was very distracted also by gaming stuff. I ran a gaming website. So yeah, my GPA was shit. I was smart, but I was just lazy, like I said. Or I don't know. Like I said, I think that was my version of like rebelling, you know? Anyway, I think I talked about this already. Yeah, we talked about this one already. Oh, so then another quote from WCCF Tech. So are there any plans for a DLC to bridge the gap between Final Fantasy Rebirth and the third title and the remake project, similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade? Smart but lazy. Takakia. I mean, my college GPA was like 3.7. So to give you the other context, college is great because like with college, I could pick the classes I wanted. Like everything I studied, I was basically like kind of interested in, aside from obviously like, you know, prerequisites, but it was a much better model for education for me. Are there any plans for a DLC to bridge the gap between FF7 Rebirth and the third title and the FF7 Remake, similar to Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade? There are definitely some ideas to create a Rebirth DLC, and that was the plan at a certain point in time. RIP for the Vincent DLC that got canceled. But when we revisited this topic and we thought about what our priorities should be, and what the fans are looking forward to the most, we figured that what fans want the most is to bring the third installment as soon as possible. That would take priority over the Rebirth DLC. So we decided to take that approach. With that being said, once we release the third installment, there is a possibility of having a DLC for that third installment. With the conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, there's probably going to be a much wider audience for Final Fantasy as a whole. Whether we bring another new DLC or a full title, that's something we are actively considering. I'm not going to talk about this like crazy long, just because I think it's been 2 weeks. Everyone's talked about this at length. Max has talked about this. Like, you've heard this from a million people. So I'm not going to like go too hard. This is one of the things that I talked about most from all these interviews. So I will say the fact that he's even bringing up DLC before the game comes out is fascinating, right? Like, it shows that there's definitely probably a lot of content that they want to include. They might not be able to, or they want like a proper like postscript to the story, similar to like the God of War Ragnarok DLC, even the Ghost of Tsushima DLC. Like, both of those DLCs kind of like put a final note on the main journeys in those stories. So we may get something like that. We may get something Vincent, Dirge, or something to sort of like cover off the thing. The wider audience thing that Amano's bringing up, I think that probably relates to the multi-platform strategy, that they may have a larger audience because it'll be on more platforms. So like, that's really interesting. So all this is good news, right? Or full title, right? So they also mentioned like, or a full title. I don't know what to make of that. Maybe the DLC will be so removed from the main plot, the main hard plot, that it might deserve its own title, like a Dirge thing, right? Like, if they want to like redo what that story was and what that story would be, in the context of like where everything goes in the new thing, where part 3 ends. Maybe they'll want to cover that in a fuller title. I don't know. Either way, I'm excited for more stuff. I just hope it doesn't mean that part 3 is is left so open that it's not satisfying. That's like the one thing to maybe be afraid of, but they keep talking about it being like a very conclusive ending, really bring a satisfying conclusion to everything. So I'm not too worried about that. I don't think the full title means something for FF7. Yeah, that's possible too, for sure. Because he says like a wider honest of Final Fantasy as a whole. So maybe it's time for them to move on to 17, capitalize on that. Yeah. Open the DLC as long as it doesn't mean they will cut content in part 3. Yeah. Cool. By the way, how is my voice sync to my mouth? It hasn't come up, so I assume it's good. But I didn't really it's been weeks since I've streamed, so I didn't really play with the settings to make sure it's good. Looks good. Okay, cool. Might not be story related. All right, so on to the next one. So like I said, I won't linger on this one because it's been fine. Because like everyone's talked about it like crazy. But as it's no secret, this is from IGN Brazil. As it's no secret, Final Fantasy VII has a lot of fans. So we were very concerned about being able to make certain additions and changes without changing the original story too much, without distorting it. And our approach to achieving this was precisely centered, get ready chat, on the character Elmira, Aerith's adoptive mother, who in the remakes has a parallel story to the original. With that, we purposefully made them a little confused. We wanted them to think, will the original story be maintained until the end, or will there be some change in the outcome because of this parallel story? Our goal was precisely to raise this doubt in the fans, commenting Hamaguchi. So obviously, like, dev quote, saying the thing we've been saying, right? They wanted us wondering if it's all going to stay the same in the end or change. But the focus on, like, Elmira, it just baffles me still. Like, our approach to achieving this was precisely centered on the character Elmira, who in the remakes is parallel story to the original. So I guess it's saying, like, you would think you would say maybe Zack here, versus Elmira. Like, probably the least discussed character in this trilogy has been Elmira. But so, I don't have anything profound to say. I just think it's funny. What do you all think of this quote? Sorry. Thanks for the answer. I love the remakes, but they have their flaws. Can't wait to see how it will end with part 3. Because it likely won't end. We'll have more novels in our movie for sure. I mean, hope not. Hope they come to gifts. They come to something. Elmira forever. Yeah. The only person who has thought about Elmira, and they've only done it as a meme, is that Elmira account. Elmira is the key to all of this. Yeah, little did we all know. That's the real, everyone's worried about Zack. They're not thinking about Elmira. She's in most of the Zack scenes. So when Elmira is revealed as Genova, everyone's talking about Genoverith. No. Elmira's the one you gotta watch. Maybe Marlene. I don't know. She knows some things. Anyway. So that moves us on to how far are we in this? Okay. We're at slide 20. There's only 4 more slides basically of quotes. So here I just snapshotted the Shinra Archaeology summary of this IGN Brazil. This was like a video in like Portuguese, so I couldn't like rip direct quotes. So using Shinra Arch, obviously great. The reason I didn't use a lot of the Shinra Arch stuff here was I feel like you probably all read that stuff, and I really wanted to like focus on like the words, the stuff in the interview versus the summaries. But Here, Hamaguchi says they paid a lot of attention in the cases where they changed the OG story. The approach they've taken is basically is that you have the OG FF7 Worlds storyline, and they have made this alternate storyline. And then it seems like it's about to change. These characters called Whisperers try to fix it to return it to how it was. Obviously, it's very like remake focus because they're talking about the Switch release. And so with that idea in place, they're very mindful of the OG FF7 storyline, and they're sort of aim to make it so you can't predict the conclusion and make it unclear if the story is going to change along with the new storyline. So I think this is kind of like that quote that we just read in full, but a similar thing of like just trying to make you feel that doubt. And then, all right, this might be the quote that goes with that summary. Right now, at the moment, I can't tell you anything about the content of part 3, but as I said earlier, with the FF7 Remake project, we've taken the through line of the OG FF7 story and carefully combined it with all sorts of storylines, and created something that can keep players feeling excited and wondering how everything is going to turn out. That's the basic concept, and I can tell you that approach is something that's not going to change in part 3. Obviously, on my end, I've got the ending to the trilogy all drawn out in my head, but at this point, what we're aiming for now is to deliver an ending both OG fans and new players who entered with the remake series can find compelling, something they can fall in love with all over again, and that's something I'm feeling confident we'll be able to do. So I hope everyone is excitedly looking forward to seeing if the OG story will change or not. We'll play part 3 and enjoy seeing how everything unfolds. Some of the language here is a little mixed up in the translation, I think, but this is a Rorschach test. People are going to look at this quote in different ways. There are people who are going to be like, see, it's all a red herring, because he's like just wanting you to feel this like sort of doubt, but we're taking the OG FF7 and combining it with some shit. That's all we're like doing, but like da da da. Then there are people who are going to look at this like closer to how I look at it, which is like, I just don't think you can tease will it change or not, and then not do something, right? I think you need to do something. How drastic of a change that is or not is a fair question, but I think you need to do something, right? You can't just be exactly the same ending. Otherwise, likely that would be unsatisfying. Maybe they could do something in the middle of the story that makes you appreciate, oh shit, maybe things shouldn't change. Maybe we should appreciate the life that we got. Like, there's maybe things you could do there. But I think there's a very, very large risk that people will feel like you didn't make good on the promise set forth in the beginning of the game, with the characters looking at the future, seeing these things play out, and then those things just kind of playing out. I don't know. I think you need to end somewhere slightly different. Even if it's not reviving characters, even if it's not like anything that drastic, there needs to be something that pays off that. And that's basically what my big video is about, reaching some kind of synthesis. Remake gives you the idea things can change. Rebirth says, wait, maybe things can't change. And then part 3 will be like some in between in those two, someplace in between those two that still makes good on what they promised with Remake, but doesn't maybe go like as far as like some people thought, for reasons that are thematically rich. That's kind of my hope in some ways. Exactly, Sephiroth. The recent dev commentary has been leaning more in this direction, it seems. Which direction, Delta? Like precisely which direction? I'm curious. All I know is no one is going to predict what's going to happen. Yeah. I don't understand how people are looking at the additional stuff in the story and still think this isn't a different game with possibly a different conclusion. At least not with the possibility, right? And to be fair to them, I do think that people who, do argue that it's all going to resolve in the same way are saying that like all of that new stuff is legitimate. It's just not leading to what we think it is, right? That's the big misdirect. You know, it's them. It seems like for them, the big twist, the big misdirect is going to be, oh, you thought things were changing, but they're not, but there's good reason for that or whatever. Which I will say is not impossible, but could be unsatisfying. Cloud being a baby daddy in addition to adopting Denzel. Where'd the baby daddy part come into? I need to refill that with some ice. But all right, let's quickly get through. We only have a couple more quotes. According to the director, the goal of the project is to take the original storyline, add new things from spin-offs and other sources that already existed in the world of Final Fantasy VII, splitting into 3 games, and by doing so, make fans wonder how the story will end. Similar thing. I just wanted to like represent everything that's been said since I've last streamed. In other words, they plan to create an experience that is new for everyone, from the hardcore fan who dresses up as Sephiroth at Halloween parties to a kid who thinks a chocobo is a giant chicken. They will all have the chance of learning what happens with the characters. When you see the energetic Hamaguchi who greeted us with a welcoming smile and a hug, it's hard to understand. The pressure this man carries. With 2 games in the trilogy released so far, some fans who played the original aren't happy with the changes. Hamaguchi told me the team is aware of the naysayers, but still excited. Quote, excited to see how people will react to the 3rd game. So again, another Rorschach test. You could read this as you want. For example, if I were someone who believes it'll all still wrap up like the original, I could read this as crazy reassurance, right? I could read this as it's taking the original story, adding some new things, like this, you know, and wondering. But if I'm someone who's been a naysayer about that stuff, maybe he's excited that I'll be satisfied that they don't change it in a crazy way, right? But there are ways you can read this that support either side of the argument. So it's why I keep saying none of us know. It's a bit of a Rorschach test. We're all going to read what we want to read into these quotes. But I do find it interesting that they want us actively thinking, actively questioning how this will all end. And I think with that, there needs to be some payoff to that wondering, right? So we'll see. Yeah, there's an issue if they don't do anything new with the story, and instead it was always intended to replace the original story being exactly what they wanted it to be originally. Natalie, you're saying I love that though. What do you love exactly? I don't know if you're talking about something I said or we have to think and wonder and speculate. Yeah. I mean, it's why we're all here. It's why there's almost 200 people here between the 2 platforms, like talking about it, right? So they've done something. All right, so I pulled a quote. So there was a comment. So there's something interesting here, and then we'll take like a quick bathroom break and stuff. But I found this interesting. So Shenmue Archaeology had this quote summarized, and I was like, I want to find the actual quote. And I wanted to see how it came up. I wanted to see the context. And the quote is basically about how they approached the original, like having to change things up from the original. It's very similar to the quotes we just read. What I thought was so interesting, though, was the question from the audience that led to this answer. So when you watch this, you're going to see the question from somebody in the audience that leads to Hamaguchi's response. And it is not at all what I expected. Like, based on the question that he's asked, I didn't expect this particular answer. This was like a 5-something minute clip. I turned it into like 2.5 minutes or so, just cutting out the Japanese parts and giving you the direct translation. But it's interesting. So watch it in its totality. Because I think the question that leads to this answer is interesting. Because I don't think it's the answer I would have assumed we would have gotten from this question. So this is not the raced one. This is a new interview that happens like a week or 2 weeks ago. This is at MCM London. So yeah, let me play it.
My question is for Hamaguchi-san.
Let me see if I can amplify the volume a little bit. Unless I already did. Let's boost it a little bit.
Yoshinori Kitase
Whenever I do that volume master thing, it sort of like changes.
San once said about Final Fantasy VI that when developing the game, he missed the days of strict boundaries where the Super Nintendo cartridges had very little to utilize for developers, and they had to find a creative way to work around it to get what they were trying to.
What happens if I press F11? Aha. Thank you.
Achieve.
Let me go back.
Is for Hamaguchi-san. Yoshinori Kitase-san once said about Final Fantasy VI that when developing the game, he missed the days of strict boundaries where the Super Nintendo cartridges had very little to utilize for developers, and they had to find a creative way to work around it to get what they were trying to achieve. What you've achieved with this remake project so far is incredible, and it's been phenomenal. But I'm sure as a developer you must have had real difficulties trying to get things running with like those strict boundaries and such. So my question to you is, throughout this whole remake project, including part 3, where have you been challenged with a strict boundary and you had to find a creative solution around it?
So it's a very long question. Natalie, I have to head out and do a project with my son. Thanks, SubTXT stream as always. But thank you for hanging out, Natalie. It's great to have you in chat. It's a lot of good stuff. Damn, it's like an interview question. So it's a very in-depth question. Like again, I hit play, and a minute later we're getting to the answer. But just to summarize, because it was a meaty question, he basically asks, like, one of the things Kitase said at one point was he sort of missed the days of like how the hardware would restrict you, and you would have to like find creative solutions around it. So what was something like that with Remake? So it leads to this answer, which I was surprised by.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this, you want me to talk about what specific restrictions there were on the development side when we were creating the Remake series that we had to get around creatively. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
No, so I think the biggest restriction, the biggest hurdle we have when working on the Remake series is the fact that there is an original version we have to work from. So yeah, from working on this whole project, the first 2 games, and it's exactly the same for the 3rd game as well, is the fact that we have to make sure that we don't lose that perspective as a fan of the original game. That is very important, and we can't lose sight of that. But at the same time, we have to work out, well, how much can we change, how much should we change, and how much should we keep as exactly the same as the original. And drawing that line and making those distinctions and cutting that is obviously a very difficult challenge. We really have to think very hard about that each time. Yeah, I mean, as a series, as a game with so many fans out there, and obviously fans are different. So there's some people who, if we change it too much, they won't like that, they'll get angry at that. And then on the other side, there are people, if we don't change it enough, they may not like that either. So it really is a very fine balance we have to tread there. But again, we try to be positive and proactive about it and try and make the version of the game we think which will help appeal to and please as many people as possible in that. It's always a difficult line to draw, though.
So, Turquoise Hammer in chat said, this is a shitty answer. And I kind of understand, right? Like, you would, given the question being like, what's technical hurdle? It's like, well, we have to figure out the lighting and da-da-da. Like, maybe there might be like a more interesting, like, technical answer. I think it's interesting that his answer to like, what was the biggest restriction that he had to work around was the original game is interesting, or like the original story, because like, it maps to what I've spent a lot of the past 2 hours talking, right? In terms of like, when I show that breakout of like the different acts of a story and how the games, take a part of the story and then adapt them as full games. That is a fucking big challenge, right? Like I talked about the different ending points for Rebirth, how I thought it might be, what I thought might be better, but also in the totality of the remake story, how that might sense, where they ended it, where they did. Or we talked about, well, how do you start part 3? Like, what is the most interesting way to start part 3? Like, given there's no natural start to part 3. So I think it's actually a very honest answer, right? Like, breaking that narrative experience from one thing into 3 things, and then also figuring out how to navigate changes within it, given what you're trying to accomplish as a story, given your whole like breaking fate shit. That's an incredibly difficult thing, you know? And I would understand people saying that, like, well, then maybe you shouldn't have, you know, done the changing fate thing. You know, like if it's already hard enough to break it into 3 games, then maybe you don't need that extra layer of like whispers and store timelines and worlds or whatever. I could see that. I could see why you would maybe say that. All that's to say, I think it's very interesting that like the hardest restriction is the original game, given what they're trying to accomplish. And I think it's probably pretty accurate that that is the biggest restriction. We were just talking about it for like 10 minutes of like, where do you start part 3? I don't know. Because then if you start it in what makes sense, how does then the Wutai War make sense? You know, if you started with the Wutai War, how does it not feel like it's lagging to get into the Northern Crater stuff? Like, it's really hard. That's Gavin Poffley, and he's been translated to Square for over 10 years. Absolute legend. Yeah, he's a great translator. He was the one who was at the Forbidden panel that has been restricted from the internet, but retained by me and used in my video. But yeah, that was a great question. Was hoping you'd be more like a dev-based answer. Yeah. Bring to 3 things work for The Hobbit. Didn't I mean maybe you're using that as a slight against remake. But yeah, the Hobbit breaking, not good. Not really that many technical limitations these days, only time and budget. That's why I'm curious what they do with FF7. I think John Q's theory is bang on the money. Timeline stuff is because of Cetra split Genova across multiple worlds. It all makes so much sense. We'll get into that. Hobbit's a terrible example. I think Hobbit is purposefully a bad example from Jake. I think he's saying that it doesn't work either for Hobbit or for FF7. Never get rid of that panel video. Yeah. I think that is the end of, yeah. So now we have some videos to get to. Actually, do I not have John's first here? We'll do John's first. We'll do John, and we'll do that shortly. But let's take a quick break. Go get some water, snacks, whatever you do. I need to run to the bathroom. But this will be, oh shit. This is where we'll start when I get back. So see you all in just a couple minutes. Okay. All right. So, let me switch back over. Okay. So, let me just catch up with everything in chat while I was gone. Sub, I know I'm late, but don't you think part 3 will start with Sephiroth? Remake was Cloud, Rebirth was Zack, part 3 will be Seth. I think that'd be smart. I know Max was talking about that. I do think that would be smart. Because especially to cover any Ever Crisis stuff, which I know is basically what Max has argued. It makes sense, right? Like, if they keep so much of that Ever Crisis stuff just to Ever Crisis, and it's kind of, if it's necessary to know, I think it'd be good to have. I just want to also let John know that I'm going to watch it too. Heads up, about to watch. So yeah, so I'm gonna check out this video. I have watched it because it was everywhere. But I've also been distracted while watching it. I mentioned earlier being a bit of a chatter. I like being in the chat and like keeping up with chat when I'm, just a viewer. And that's what happened to me when I watched it on Blitz's channel, when I watched it on Nico's channel, when I watched it on Max's channel. I was like really keyed into the conversation around it. And so like some details about some of the things said in this video went over my head a couple of times. Like I haven't been 100% locked into the video as much. So I'm going to try to do my best. So if I don't engage too much with all of you in chat, it's because I'm really trying to focus on the video, on this like watch. I'm trying to lock in. So just a heads up, I'm trying to really pay attention to everything said here. So that's the context in case I'm not as chatty as I usually am. Let's get into it.
What if I were to tell you that all along, from the very beginning, and especially right up to the end, Sephiroth has been telling us the answers to all of our questions, right in front of us the whole time, with many of the elements in Rebirth further expanding our understanding and supporting that assertion. What I'm about to present to you is something I haven't seen many people discussing, so let's break it all down.
So first of all, a couple things. One, good intro to the video. Took a page out of my playbook, which I took out of Sleep Easy's playbook, of like giving you a little bit of a tease of like a big question or like a big idea at the start. Which just from like a video creation thing is just a good thing to do. And in terms of like Sephiroth explaining things since the beginning, I think that's definitely been there, right? Already pausing. I'm a chatty motherfucker. All right.
The first concept we're going to explore is the nature of the planet itself and how it actually functions. Here are some of the things we know about the planet of Gaia, as well as some associated questions, for which we may not have all the answers at this time. According to Bugenhagen, planetology is, in part,
not simply the study of the cosmos and the celestial bodies that dwell in it. Rather, it is a quest to comprehend the cyclical nature of life.
That means that life and the planet operate in a
cycle of continuous convergence and divergence,
Nice
which
transition
can
to the
be
dialogue.
studied. We also know mankind was born from its soil, and upon death, the body withers and returns to the planet. Similarly, the mind, spirit, soul comes from the life stream, and at the time of death,
our bodies may disappear when we die, but our spirits still live on. We return to the planet, rejoin the life stream, and in time give rise to new life.
Might seem like a weird place to pause, but while watching this again, what stands out to me too, because John is bringing up the Bugenhagen thing from Cosmo Canyon, which was largely in the original. And I think it's an interesting starting place for this video and where he goes with it, because it's easy to look at the Bugenhagen section and be like, oh, that's just a shit from the original. Like, especially with we all went into Rebirth with the context of like Max being like, oh, once we reach Bugenhagen, he largely pushed it, but of like, once we reach Bugenhagen, oh shit, it's gonna get crazy. And a lot of us really internalize that, right? Like, oh yeah, if anyone were to have some crazy answers to the crazy questions, it would be Bugenhagen. That would make sense. So when it all felt similar to the original, I think a lot of people were kind of disappointed by that. But I think two things that this video is making me think of. One, that stuff is still very important, right? And two, it's easy to sort of like dismiss because of what they set up with like all the changes. It's easy to take things from the original and be like, oh yeah, it's just a thing from the original again, and like not think too hard about it. And so I think it's interesting that John is hyper focusing us on something that's seemingly we've all understood since the very beginning, to not take this exposition for granted, right? Like, we're still learning things about the live stream and how it works. So even if that seems similar, this is interesting. So yeah.
We also know the live stream is
An apt name, though it is as much a reservoir as it is a stream, being the sum of the planet's spiritual energy.
The life stream is also comprised of the accumulated memories, emotions, knowledge, hopes, and dreams of every individual who has ever lived.
It is the very essence of our star.
Also, there is something sort of new, right? Like, first of all, yes, Chimera Kate, yeah, in terms of subverting that old man thing set in his ways, and all very good, and some of that was in the original too. But the whole explanation of what the live stream is, this like collection of all memories, thoughts, and knowledge, you know, that wasn't exactly what it was in the original, was it? Like, all the souls were part of the live stream, but even though it fits into the original explanation, the whole like memories, was that in the original? Fuck, now I want to check the original scene. Fuck, I'm too curious. Let's pull it up. FF7 original playthrough. No commentary. Perfect. I just want to see real quick what exactly was said here. Where the fuck is... Oh, maybe it's here. Should that go past it? Oh, goes past it. Oh, here. Okay. All the workings of the universe have been censored. Have censored. Okay. Oh, shooting star, blah, 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 blah. Man must eventually die, but what happens after death? The body decays and returns to the planet. That much we all know. But what of consciousness, the heart, the spirit? Okay, consciousness, heart. It too returns to the planet. And not only that of man, the same applies to all living things on the planet, nay, the whole universe. The spirits that return to the planet join together and race around it. They form a surge that rushes, converges, and separates constantly all over the planet. We call this the life stream. So it's all the same. A life stream, a path of spiritual energy which flows around the planet. Spiritual energy, never forget that term. New life, children are blessed with spiritual energy and are brought into the world. And when the time comes, they die and return to the planet once more. There are some exceptions, of course, but this is essentially how our world operates. Exceptions like the Gi and Genova. It's a lot to take in. Perhaps you'll understand it all better if you can see it. True, La Sarissa. The OG had memories as well. That's the Tifa and Cloud. And yeah. I just couldn't remember if it was in the explanation here. But yeah, he mentions consciousness. So yeah, very similar. Spiritual energy is the source of life for trees, birds, and man. No, not only of creatures, the planet itself depends upon our spiritual energy. What if the energy would disappear? Okay. So similar, very similar still. Sorry, I'm probably overthinking some of this shit. Oh no, did I lose my place in the video?
What if I were to tell...
Right, that was dumb of me.
We also know the life stream is...
An apt name, though it is as much a reservoir as it is a stream, being the sum of the planet's spiritual energy.
The life stream...
Actually, let me just pop this out to YouTube.
Life stream is also comprised of the accumulated memories, emotions, knowledge, hopes, and dreams of every individual who has ever lived.
It is the very essence of our star, the blood coursing through its planetary veins. And if ever that essence were to be entirely depleted...
Shit, did I miss anything?
We return to the planet, rejoin the
This is where I
life
left.
stream,
So just going back,
and in time,
make sure I don't miss
rise to
anything.
new life.
We also know the life stream is...
An apt name, though it is as much a reservoir as it is a stream, being the sum of the planet's spiritual energy.
The life stream is also comprised of the accumulated memories, emotions, knowledge, hopes, and dreams of every individual who has ever lived.
It is the very essence of our star, the blood coursing through its planetary veins. And if ever that essence were to be entirely depleted...
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
The planet needs the life stream to survive. And the planet has a will of its own.
The flow of the great river that is the planet, from inception to oblivion.
And it exercises that will via the whispers.
Such a side note, but I love this song.
Perhaps best described as arbiters of fate. They are drawn to those who attempt to alter destiny's course and ensure they do not.
Like capital D? Destiny? And you're saying that that flow is somehow fixed?
So if we're destined for a bleak future, these whispers will try to keep us on that course?
They're led by the Whisper Harbinger, which is a weapon just as much as those featured in Rebirth. The Whispers exist and function across all worlds which make up the planet.
Hold on, just want to make sure. I boost the volume a little bit. Because John's voice coming a little low. The game is very
the
loud.
Whispers can only be seen by those who defy destiny or when coming into contact with someone who attempts to alter the course of destiny.
Are you blind?
And as introduced in Rebirth,
the planet encompasses a multitude of worlds, ever unfolding. Some quickly perish, while others endure. Yet even the most resilient worlds are doomed to fade.
this new and mysterious concept of multiple worlds was fascinating for open-minded players who wanted the Final Fantasy VII they knew and loved, but more significantly expanded. Personally, I fell into this camp myself. As it turns out, such a prospect was concerning for players of the OG Final Fantasy VII, who would have preferred—
Thank you, Lurking in Shadow. You'll be lurking? Well, you live up to your name, but thank you so much.
For Square Enix to have made an exact one-to-one remake of the original PS1 game with better visuals on modern hardware. In fact, this sentiment was vocalized enough that after Remake debuted in 2020, fans began to speculate whether the Whispers, and their role as custodians to maintain the sacred course of the story's events, were a meta-level reference by the developers to represent purist fans' desires for zero change to the original game. The creatives behind Remake and Rebirth obviously made another call, however, and the concept of these worlds has become canon. But when and how—
Also, Knock, that's crazy. Japanese VTuber finished yesterday. 15,000 viewers tuning in. Was that the one that was like mentioned in Max's stream, by the way? Of I forget the name, but somebody mentioned it to Max. They were like, "Oh, my favorite VTuber said the name, I forget it already. Is like playing Rebirth or no, they were playing OG FF7. So maybe not. Yeah, 15,000 viewers is crazy. I mean, good for the game, you know, a year later to have somebody playing it and getting that many viewers.
How does the planet decide to form these new worlds? And what causes them to be created? Based on the information available in Rebirth, it appears one way these worlds are born comes through a divergence from the intended will of the planet. When choices are made which branch from the course of destiny, it appears new worlds are potentially made as represented by a rainbow effect seen in Rebirth. However, in order for an individual to break from the will of the planet, a world containing that person must already exist in the first place. So it's reasonable to conclude that the planet—
Hold on, let me take that in again. Because this is one part of the theory that I've struggled with. Like, the breaking of the worlds being instigated by the Cetra. Because it feels like it happens here. Like, it happens at the end of Remake, is where divergences really started. So as much as I love the idea of the Cetra breaking up the worlds, that's the one aspect of this theory that I've struggled with, is like, it feels that the fracturing, though, starts with Chapter 18 of Remake. So as compelling as this video and this theory is, I've struggled to make those two work together. Or the Harbinger was keeping them separate. It seemed like the Harbinger was keeping things together, but it seems like here, John is restating that, but then has a counterpoint, because he's saying, but however, and then he gets to a bit of an explanation. So I want to listen to this part again real quick.
As represented by a rainbow effect seen in Rebirth. How worlds are born comes—
Since Zack is not part of the Destiny, since Zack is not part of Destiny at all, every decision he makes should open a new world. Yeah.
Through a deformation available in Rebirth, it appears one way.
I feel like the fractured worlds always existed, and that it was done by the Cetra to contain Genova. I mean, that's what this video argues.
These worlds are born comes through a divergence from the intended will of the planet. When choices are made which branch from the course of destiny, it appears new worlds are potentially made as represented by a rainbow effect seen in Rebirth. However, in order for an individual to break from the will of the planet, a world containing that person must already exist in the first place. So it's reasonable to conclude that the planet also materializes worlds and populates them with all forms of life by tapping into the spiritual energy of the life stream, as stated by Bugenhagen previously. Additionally, One Rebirth NPC also theorizes that the planet may even create worlds from more metaphysical sources as well.
So, my parents are no longer with us. Here, that is. But I believe they're still out there, on another plane. I've been reading a bunch of theories about this alternate world in the hope of going there someday. And over the course of my studies, I stumbled across a fascinating theory.
Yeah, so Lazarus is saying, I mean, the black materia was between worlds, so there had to be a place between at least two worlds to put it. Yes.
It addressed the issue of what the life stream is, arguing that spiritual energy is actually a manifestation of our knowledge and memories.
And Silvertooth is saying, I mean, I'm still not convinced all the trilogy doesn't take place in Sephiroth's dream world. That's a whole different version than like the SteeD thing of it being in like Cloud Stream. I mean, it's similar to my take on the if all of Remake and Rebirth and Part 3 are happening within the dream of a single person, whether it be Cloud, whether it be Sephiroth. What I struggle with that is that it sort of like takes the meaningfulness out of the other characters in a way. Like, I feel like you have to be operating within, like, the main crux of the story, the main events of the story have to be happening in an objective world, and maybe other possibilities can be explored through other characters' dreams. But it's hard for me to imagine being satisfied by a story, by whatever we've been playing, happening solely within a sort of like hypothetical playing out in some character's dream world, errant world. Yeah. Like it has to collapse into something meaningful. It has to collapse into like some world that becomes like the world. Otherwise, it just feels like this sort of like unnecessary dalliance. Stakes. Yeah, you don't have stakes. Sephiroth also refers to Genova as being fragmented across these errant, which I think hints at the reunion of worlds also being Genova's reunion. Yeah, I agree, Delta. I agree overall with what's presented here in terms of like, there are definitely errant worlds and there's a desire to bring those together. That's clear to me. The question of like whether it was created by the Cetra or created at the end of chapter 18 is where I'm not sure. But that's why I really want to like lock in and like, that's why I'm pausing for any kind of discussion versus like chatting over it. Let's jump back in.
Like I said, it's a fascinating theory, but it's incomplete. What about our hopes and dreams? We remember those, don't we? So what if spiritual energy doesn't distinguish between our real, lived memories and the unrealized desires buried deep in our hearts? What if coming into contact with that energy allowed us to peer through the looking glass, so to speak? It's just an idea, but I hope to find the truth someday.
Now, what this NPC is talking about like the other worlds and so forth, that would support the idea of the fractured worlds existing for an extended period of time, because if she read it somewhere, it had to have been conceived of at some point in the relative distant future, right? Like, I doubt it's like some new theory that she read about in the past 2 weeks since the end of Remake. Yeah.
Aerith seems to back up this theory by indicating that one world was,
let's just call it a dream. My dream, to be precise.
Was Aerith able to manifest the date world via the life stream using her hopes and dreams? We also know that all inhabitants of Gaia seem to have separate existences across these disparate worlds. But how exactly does this process work when a consciousness re-enters the life stream and helps in the creation of a new life? I think there's three main possibilities. Is a person's spiritual energy diffused and used to create new, completely different life within the...
All right, I already know this is one thing I'm going to have to rewind for a second, because I remember every time this has come up, it's like, wait, what? So let me just take this in. Subshell says when come into contact with that energy, she's implying that you can start seeing those dream worlds once you're exposed to Mako. That's textbook Cloud, isn't it? Well, it's textbook Mako poisoning, you know? Like, Cloud has Mako poisoning, so yes, it's a Cloud thing, but it's also part of like Mako exposure. So again, I just don't think it all locks into Cloud, but we'll get to your video and your thoughts when we get to them. I don't want to like overlap those things too much. I haven't watched your whole video in full, and I'm trying to like really lock in this video, so.
A new life, conscious worlds. But how exactly does this process work when a consciousness re-enters the life stream and helps in the creation of a new life? I think there's three main possibilities. Is a person's spiritual energy diffused and used to create new, completely different life within the same world where they died? Or is a completely new life created, but in a different world instead? Or, hear me out, are the people reborn as themselves, but in a different world? So their spiritual energy remains, but when new life is born out of the life stream, it's still them.
I just struggle with that, that as is proposed there. I agree with the fracturing of the worlds as a general concept. When it happens, who knows? But just like with this proposal, that would then say that for this character to exist in the Terrier world, it would have had to have died in the Beagle world in order to be reborn as another entity in this world. But I think we see different iterations of the same characters in different worlds, right? So for example, we see Zack in all the different worlds. We see Kyrie in multiple worlds. Cloud, Aerith, Elmira, Marlene. They're all existing in all the different worlds. I guess the question you could ask is like, the developers have said they're not parallel worlds, right? So like, rather than seeing concurrent, like parallel versions of each of those characters, are each of the numbered stamp worlds like a follow-up? I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of this theory presented as it's presented, because then it means that like one timeline or one world has to sort of like the life has to end there before it starts in the next one. I'm thinking of like Evangelion loops, but I'm struggling with that based on what we saw in Rebirth. He's not saying it is this. He's proposing that it's one of these three options. Yeah.
Life is born or completely complete is a person.
So maybe it's just a hypothetical that he's presenting, and then he has I know he has the fractured Cetra thing is more the main thing in this video, from what I know.
Spiritual energy.
I'm just trying to like figure out why and how this is coming up the way it is.
Diffused and used to create new, completely different life.
The most compelling aspect of this for me is that it feels like a reference to 14. Yeah, like the Sundering, and FF7 Re is very interesting in using FF references as part of its storytelling. Yeah.
Within the same world where they died? Or is a completely new life created, but but in a different world instead. Or, hear me out, are the people reborn as themselves, but in a different world? So their spiritual energy remains, but when new life is born out of the life stream, it's still them. Sephiroth is aware this multitude of world exists and is, at least in some manner, connected as one conscious being across the worlds. He also appears to exist outside of any specific world at the edge of creation as well.
For sure. And I can't remember if it comes up later, but the other thing, we talked about this on stream, like during the ending, but when Cloud slashes Sephiroth Reborn and like part of his head gets lopped off, Barrett, Yuffie, and the rest of the party see that happen, and they talk about, oh, is someone helping us? And so it's just showing how Sephiroth Reborn existed across all the different worlds where you're fighting him. So there is like some level of like concurrent like thing happening where like all the worlds exist at one time, and then that fight is happening across all those worlds and impacting that Sephiroth Reborn as like one, the Horn. Yeah, that Sephiroth is being impacted by all the fights at once.
Sephiroth also uses the black robes to physically manifest himself and exert control and manipulation of people and events. Based on Aerith's uncanny knowledge of events during Remake,
He's my bodyguard. And a soldier. Pretty cool, huh?
Huh?
I guessed. From the sword.
She just knows so fucking much in Remake.
and certain sequences of Rebirth.
Whatever happens, don't blame yourself.
Is there enough evidence to deduce that Aerith also possesses some power which is not contained to singular worlds?
For sure. God, this like multi-Aerith that we get here, the Omni-Aerith maybe. This voice.
What do you mean?
All made whole forever.
There's no such thing as forever.
We also learned that worlds that are fading or about to expire have a rift which becomes visible in the sky. But what's the nature of this rift and what does it exactly represent? If we take a look at Zack's experiences, a rift was not present in the skies of the Terrier world during the opening prologue of Rebirth. Zack only first sees it after being told by Elmyra that people are saying the world is ending. But Elmyra and the other NPCs of the Sector 5 slums, the world is ending. But
apparently clicking on the video speeds it up, like holding the click. Because I started the pause, but I was like, oh, maybe I'll let it go a little longer. And then like I started speeding up. But this part I did find interesting, right? Like I would almost like have to double check the PC version just to see the entire skybox. But yeah, I don't remember the rift in the sky being there in the Terrier world until later, right? Until we're with Elmyra. Maybe that's why the developers talked about Elmyra. I have to jump to family dinner, enjoy the rest, and I'll catch about. Okay, thank you, John Q. But yeah, this part I thought was fascinating. I was like, yeah, that is true. I don't remember seeing the rift in the beginning, but I did see it. But Zack does see it later.
Elmyra and the other NPCs of the Sector 5 slums seem to have known about.
And I wonder if there's like a level of consciousness that, or like combined belief that exposes that. Like for example, the party doesn't see the rift in the world like Cloud does. We've assumed, or a lot of people have assumed, that's because Cloud has a like unique perspective, or he's a little deranged or whatever. But is it possible that the party could also see the rift at some point, depending on, you know, their own understanding of things? It's interesting.
The rift for a while.
Left the rift out for the story reveal. I don't think it's important. Possibly.
And they most...
Like, you want to introduce those elements when they make sense, right? Like, we're already dealing with a whole lot of shit in the beginning, right? We're dealing with this weird world, finding Aerith, saving Aerith from the helicopter thing. It's already overload. So if they had this like crazy thing in the sky, that would have also like, it would just been too much, and you probably wouldn't even register it, you know?
Certainly wouldn't have grappled with why it was in the sky or what it meant in the short time it took for Zack to move Aerith and hide away from Shinra until Elmira could come to them. So the reasonable conclusion is Zack couldn't have seen it at first, but then only could after Elmira mentioned it and recent events caused Zack to feel as though...
I mean, the funny thing is too, from what I remember, I don't know if Elmira mentions the rift outright, right? Like, I think she says, you know, the world is dying, almost like as an explanation for what Zack is seeing. Like, I don't know if she actually brought up the rift. I think Zack asks, like, what's going on? And then Elmira is the focal point of the re-trilogy. I hope they answer your question in the first chapter, part 3. Needs to drip feed the answers, not done. Ectogamut, 100%. They can't do the same, like, holding back and blue balling that they did in Rebirth. They got to start giving answers. Not all the answers, but we can't have this, like, end dump, you know? It's just too much. Which I think the structure of it is set up to not have that anyway. You know, the live stream sequence, which will bring some answers for sure. And that's going to happen at some point in the story. But in terms of the meta questions, yeah, I'm very curious how they handle that. They open part 3 with Zack and we find out the right way that he's in our world. Yeah,
the
maybe.
world or his world could be ending. Are these...
I thought Aerith started in the sky when she left Midgar, which is why she didn't like the sky. OST Mustis, yes, that's possible. We don't know for sure, but that's why we assume that she said what she said, right? And why they had to fix the localization later on to match, which wasn't a change of the line. I saw a YouTube short from somebody who proposed that idea that they changed the line. They didn't. It just matched the Japanese. In Japanese, she always said, "The sky, I don't like it." But in the English localization, they changed it to whatever they changed it to. The sky, or the steel sky. I miss it, the steel sky. But the Japanese always said, like, the sky, I don't like it. So she was seeing something, possibly. Other people said, well, she also generally doesn't like the sky. That's established in Crisis Core. But it's very possible she was seeing a rift. We don't see a shot of her seeing the rift. But yeah, I think that the implication is that she sees something up there. And now Cloud is possibly seeing it. And then maybe it gets to a point where everyone sees it.
Rifts only visible to people who have accepted that the world is going to end? And is that why only Cloud can see the one at the end of Rebirth, but the rest of the party cannot?
Don't look up.
Well, now I gotta look.
Fine, but don't let it get to you.
Yeah, Delta. I talked about that during the playthrough, but yes. Aerith also looks up after the fight with Valkyrie. At one point, she's like looking up at the sky and she's asking where Midgar is. Yeah. It's possible she's seeing that there too. And thinking about stuff.
Don't let what get to me?
The live stream.
Now that we've discussed at least 3 potential ways the various worlds might be created, how are these different versions of Gaia connected via the live stream? Do they share?
Also, anybody watching on YouTube, if you can hit the like button, that also helps make sure people like find the stream. Just throwing that out there for anybody who's watching on YouTube, because I've been in YouTube streams and I forget to do it all the time. But if you just take a second to just like hit the like button, that helps.
Share one live stream? Does each world have their own measure of the live stream? And how or why do worlds endure or fade at different paces? Is the length of their survival based on their own shares of the lifestream? While we don't have enough information to make a concrete determination one way or the other about how the worlds exist and interact with the lifestream, we do know a few details with which we can establish a small foundation to build upon in Part 3. All worlds are connected via the lifestream, as demonstrated by Cloud seeing through to Aerith's dream world.
Hold on, let me just
interact determination.
I was distracted by my own discomfort a little bit, and I had to stretch. Yeah, the data mining thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like definitely, there's an implication in the data mine that he sees it. I think he actually like outright says like, "What is that in the sky?" So yeah, that was an old version of the script, I believe. But I don't really know what to make of that. Where's this video on YouTube? Oh, did I never share the link? This is the John Q video. I would just assume everyone knows this video because it's been going crazy. But let me share it in both chats. Let me also share it in the YouTube chat and pin it. Place the pin message. Okay.
One way or the other. The live stream.
I was in the middle of like thinking about my back was hurting, so I got a little distracted. But let me.
And how or why do worlds endure or fade at different paces?
Hamaguchi did talk about the PC thing, the line script thing. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. Like, if there was a version of the story at one point where Sid could see it, I really don't know what to make of that. That feels like a very different version of things. So yeah, it seems like maybe they explored it at one point. I don't know why they would have. And I guess I just can't focus too much on like theorizing about something they ultimately decided not to do. So yeah. Can I pin that on Switch too? Yeah. I'll just pin that as well. Thank you, Let's Mosey. Let's Mosey in this video too.
Is the length of their survival based on their own shares of the lifestream? While we don't have enough information to make a concrete determination one way or the other about how the worlds exist and interact with the lifestream, we do know a few details with which we can establish a small foundation to build upon in Part 3.
Okay.
All worlds are connected via the lifestream, as demonstrated by Cloud seeing through to Aerith's dream world while he was sleeping, or when Aerith could feel Zack's hand. We do know that it is possible for an individual world's portion of the lifestream to dry up, as we saw that happen at the empty reactor in Rebirth.
Seems it's all out of Mako. Pump's still sucking away, but the only thing it's pulling up is dirt.
This also somewhat comes up in the Bugenhagen side quests. We talked about it on stream because I played through that I played the scenes of it on stream. Because I don't, or did I replay the whole thing? I can't remember. But in that Bugenhagen side quests, he observed that those like Mako springs in the Cosmo Canyon area, they're like super dried up. One of them has like the whispers floating over it and whatnot. And he comments on like, never has like the flow of the live stream sort of shifted so much or so quickly. So there's something going on with the live stream within the Beagle world also, which is maybe a sign of like why it is maybe dying or the rift is visible to a couple people. We'll see.
Meaning that the life stream's bone dry. Bomb one reactor, bomb them all. Planet's done either way.
It's funny because like, I don't know if that's what was intended with this line. But this line of like bomb one reactor, bomb them all, sort of relates to how the worlds are interconnected, as John is mentioning. Just like attack one Sephiroth, attack them all, in terms of like the Sephiroth Reborn the Sephiroth Reborn fight, where like that Sephiroth is impacted by all parties at the same time. And similar to the beginning of Rebirth, where the tornado seems to have affected all the worlds at the same time. I don't know if it was in purpose or not, but it's a funny line, right? Like, bomb one reactor, bomb them all. He's just making a joke about literally bombing reactors. But there's kind of like a potential meaning for the interconnectedness of the worlds too. Why the fuck is this not playing?
Pump's still sucking away, but the only thing it's pulling up is dirt.
Meaning?
That the life stream's bone dry. Bomb one reactor.
Wouldn't destroying the life stream make everyone happy? Sephiroth could be killed once and for all. The Gi tribe could have peace. Shinobu could be eliminated. Aerith would have peace. Well, no, because then fucking nothing would exist. Like, if there's no live stream, everything's fucked. So that's not, I want to make everyone happy.
Bomb them all. Planet's done either way.
We also know worlds can be united or parted through external influence which doesn't come from the planet, such as when Sephiroth parted Cloud and Zack at the end of Rebirth, or when Sephiroth sent Zack between worlds at the church. And we know worlds can also be merged into one another via external intervention, which seems at least in part what Sephiroth is up to.
Yeah, I forgot who it was, but there was someone who was watched this video, and they never made that connection of those like interlooping. This what happens right here, of like these two things coming together, merging into one, which I assumed we all clocked, but that felt like new to him, and yeah, no, but that was always like implied with the like reunion of everything.
What effect does this merger have on the...
I guess my question about this visual, are we seeing something happening, the world, like worlds merging in this moment? Or is this like an illustration? I think it was Nico. Yeah. Like, is Cloud seeing a merger of worlds that is happening in the moment there? Or is it just an illustration? That I can't quite tell yet. I was distracted by Sephiroth flirting with Cloud. Yeah. The flow of the life stream changing was also mentioned on the way to a smile, along with a very similar language from the residents, thinking the world is coming to an end when they saw the meteor approaching. Yeah, true. I wonder if like the summoning of meteor will bring upon an awareness of the rift, if it is indeed there for everybody. Yeah.
Another VA.
Where are they? They're in this weird in-between place. It's not even stated, right? Like, at least in Remake, when you go into that in-between place, it's like explained as like the what's it called? Where they fight the Whisper Harbinger, the Singularity. At least it's like given something. We just don't know what this is. This is a space between worlds. It's the best. The gap between worlds is like the best explanation that I have.
External intervention, which seems at least in part what Sephiroth is up to. What effect does this merger have on the...
Maybe they're at the center of creation, not at the edge anymore. Interesting, Chad. I mean, they do fight on that surface that does look quite a bit like the edge of creation. So I think the edge is still there, but I like that turn of phrase.
Inhabitants of those worlds. And how does this type of merger impact the life stream?
Listen.
Yeah, random. Yeah, it's you saying it's not happening now. Doesn't Sephiroth say it's upon us when the worlds emerge in the City of the Ancients? Yeah, technically it's implied that it hasn't happened yet. I wonder if there's any kind of like merging of stuff happening. Like if there's like 300 worlds, are some of them uniting? Are some of them reuniting sooner? I don't know. But yeah.
Sephiroth also clued us into the idea that something feeds off of negative energy.
That's a good point. White area usually means we're in Cloud's mind. Yeah.
Energy such as despair and grief. Either Sephiroth himself, Jenova, or...
I think the Ultimania called it Gap Between Worlds at one point. I guess that could be Cloud's consciousness. Maybe, I don't know.
The unification of these worlds. But why is Sephiroth trying to feed the planet with negative energy?
War can put things right, beget anger, desolation, hatred, and in its wake, new unity. A people rejuvenated, and a planet once more made whole.
And as a last question around this concept of a multitude of worlds, did they always exist and the planet has always been made up of them? I want to dig into that point specifically next, as I believe all of the lore and information we've already reviewed from Remake and Rebirth can aid us in not only understanding the mechanics of how the planet and its worlds function, but provide us with a fairly reasonable answer to this question and its greater impact on what's to come. But before we can start putting these pieces together, there's one more topic which looms over everything in Remake.
I love this Wall
Rebirth,
Market,
which must
the version of this Wall Market theme.
To this question and its greater impact on what's to come. But before we can start putting these pieces together, there's one more topic which looms over everything in Remake and Rebirth, which must be discussed.
Jenova.
There's still so much we don't know about Jenova. Obviously, the devs have been intentional about holding back key pieces of information to be revealed in Part 3.
Oh, Rotting Pizza? I'm not sure. I think a lot of the tracks... Maybe there's a list of them here. A lot of them came from Killica Beats. So I assume it's the Killica Beats. The Killica Beats joint. Yeah, it wasn't Wall Market. It was the Rotting Pizza one. I got shit mixed up sometimes.
But even if we look across the entire compilation of Final Fantasy VII, from the original game to now, so much of the lore around Jenova has just never been explored. And while we don't have anywhere
before he gets into all this, I do want to say, yes, that's one of my favorite things in the remake games, like Remake and Rebirth, is all the Jenova stuff they've given us has been so good. The Jenova stuff in the original is sort of good, but we all get kind of confused with certain things, like different versions of Sephiroth and them being like Jenova and whatnot. But I always love the lore of Jenova in terms of like manipulating the Cetra and really messing with everyone. But I think the remake trilogy is really doing Jenova really well. Like the Jenova stuff in the remake trilogy is so good. They're doing it so well. We're seeing more of that active manipulation, like, you know, appearing as Glenn, is what was always said that Jenova did to the Cetra. And so seeing her fuck with Rufus and all of that, so good. And the designs are really good. Bunkai, I'm just going to read this. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to read it before. I'm not going to read it out loud yet. Did you notice that one they wanted? Yeah, I don't really have too much to say about that, Bunkai. Like, them walking through and the position of the toll booth. I don't know if that really says much. You know, even if it didn't, like, they could mean that, the mirroring thing, but I think it's just also just showing them visually stepping through. And so you're tracking in your mind from when they were before the booth to after the booth. I don't know. I don't see much there, personally.
Close to a puzzle box to know what the picture will ultimately resemble. I do think Remake and Rebirth presented us with just enough pieces that we can begin fitting them together and get a rough idea of what parts of it will look like. Let's review what we do know. Genova came from space and crashed on Gaia roughly 2,000 years ago.
Thinking caps on, chat. Put on your thinking caps. How many of you had that in school when you were a kid? Let's put on our thinking caps. That's what we're getting into the meat of this shit.
Let's review what we do know. Genova came from space and crashed on Gaia roughly 2,000 years ago.
Long ago, a wound marred the northern lands.
The specimen found in strata dating back 2,000 years smiled with what could only be described as ethereal grace. She needed a name, and so I dubbed her Genova.
This raises the question of how Genova actually came to Gaia. Did Genova arrive via the Gi's homeworld that it had already consumed? When Gi Natak is narrating during the final battle of the Gi village, he describes the end of their homeworld.
With the passing of eons, the star we called home began to wane, until at last it was subsumed by your own. The earth shook, seas boiled, skies shattered, and time stopped. Few of my people survived the chaos and calamity. Those who did began a new life here. But to the planet, we were not welcome, not in life nor in death.
Genova is referred to as the Calamity.
No, I don't think Sephiroth named Genova. Sephiroth was reading a Shinra book. He was reading a book that was like in the Shinra library. So I think he was reading Gas Words or maybe Hojo. No, but he wasn't talking in the first person. He didn't call it Genova. It was one of the Shinra scientists. He was reading from a book. Yeah. It was Professor Gas, yeah.
From the skies, and is a destroyer of worlds. And according to Bugenhagen, the Gi arrived many millennia ago. Is it possible that these two are connected? One additional possibility is that the Gi summoned Genova via the black materia before the Cetra could steal it. Gi Natak stated,
"From the planet, we claim the greatest of materia, a most sacred treasure, and imbued it with our desire for freedom. After an eternity, the materia began to stir, and thus did we rejoice, knowing that salvation was within our grasp."
Perhaps as the Cetra locked away the black materia, Genova arrived as a result. Or is there some other explanation entirely for Genova's arrival? Genova also possesses an ability.
I feel like I need to rewatch that part. Just like, I feel like I need to rewatch that part.
Homeworld that it had already consumed? When Gi Natak is narrating during the final battle of the Gi village, he describes the end of their homeworld.
With the passing of eons, the star we called home began to wane, until at last it was subsumed by your own. The earth shook, seas boiled, skies shattered, and time stopped. Few of my people survived the chaos and calamity.
By the way, doesn't that sound a little bit like Edge of Creation, right? Like the time stopped aspect. At first I was thinking of Zack's world with like how time in the Japanese version of this text, the direct translation isn't time stopped. It says time ran out of joint, which is kind of a weird way to phrase it, but basically saying like time was kind of fucked up. And it reminds me of Zack's world, where it might be later in this video, I don't remember. Like when Biggs and Zack are talking about the timeline of events of like when he met Cloud and he couldn't quite remember. And then he's like, yeah, the sky is technically shattered, right? Like the sky has a rift in it, similar to when he says like the sky shattered. And like time, they talk about like the time doesn't make sense to them. Like their internal clocks are messed up. It reminds me of this. It also reminds me a little bit of Edge of Creation in terms of the aspect of like 7 seconds till the end. You know, is it that when Sephiroth proposes that's a cloud, are they in a moment right before the end of things, similar to like the Geese world, where it's about like to end and time is momentarily stopped for them to have this conversation? That's another potential connection. Seas boiled. Yeah. Yes, the description of what happened in the Geese world is exactly what happened at the Edge of Creation. Seas boiled is equals life stream is dry. Also, why the ground is just like completely dry, right? Interesting.
Those who did began a new life here. But to the planet, we were not welcome. Not in life, nor in death.
Jenova is referred to as the Calamity.
It's so weird because, like, in some ways, it almost feels like the Geese world was a world, like I said, subsumed by ours. So it almost sounds like an errant world, but they're more alien. They're not part of the world, so that can't be the case. It's just like that subsumed language takes me to that.
From the skies, and is a destroyer of worlds. And according to Bugenhagen, the Gi arrived many millennia ago. Is it possible that these two are connected? One additional possibility is that the Gi
in terms of how it's connected, I'm not sure, because he's about to propose that the Jenova was summoned by the Gi, but I don't think that's quite true. I think if anything, what I've always just headcanoned, but I don't know. I always assumed the Gi maybe rode in on the rock that Jenova came in on. Like maybe because I think the Jenova lore, right, is like you ride the dead planet to a new world. So I was assuming that the meteor is one of the planets that Jenova destroyed, and then all of its beings were along for the ride as Jenova came and crashed down on our world. The Gi predate Jenova. How the fuck? How did they get on this planet? I still don't know. Anyway, let's assume that's not accurate. If you know how the Gi predate Jenova, please tell me, because I don't know. The ultimate depiction of the Gi mural says they summoned a meteor as they formed the black materia. And I think this is when Jenova was also summoned. So they created a black materia that brought a meteor. Well, I guess that's what black materia does now. God, they fucking suck. Because then that means that they used the black materia to summon a meteor that brought Jenova. They thought it would end everything. It didn't. And so the black materia, they talk about it as like the ender of everything. But these meteors don't destroy everything, right? Like the Jenova meteor didn't destroy the world. I guess it killed the Cetra. So it just happens again? I don't know. Now I'm just starting to question the black materia and meteor. I guess meteor didn't fully crash, right? In the original. It was technically stopped. That's why humanity lived. Does the lore ever explicitly say they had to predate Jenova since the Cetra encountered them around Cosmic Canyon? I'm pretty sure they abandoned that area before Jenova crashed into the northern crater. Makes sense. Jenova landed 2,000 years ago. Gi might have been here since Gaia formed. Gi is terrible luck with weapons area. Are they going to explain how the Cetra are bad people according to the Gi and its talk? You know, the Gi created the black materia, so it's more likely that the Gi summoned Jenova thousands of years ago in an effort to end their suffering, but were unsuccessful. So they're just unsuccessful twice with this black materia. I think Jenova's more unintentional, more like a side effect of Guy's pain and spite. It's a fun theory, but there's no evidence to support that the black materia was stolen by the Cetra before the Guy could use it. So he didn't summon anything. So Jesse, that was my understanding. I guess I would have to look at the murals, like Delta is saying in chat, but like my assumption was that they created the black materia to create the meteor that destroys everything, and it was taken by the Cetra before they were able to use it. That was what I thought happened as well. Keen Bean, meteor was only supposed to wound the planet in OG, that would likely kill all life. Materia is formed by memories in the life stream, so the black materia is probably made from the memories of the meteor that brought Genova. Oh, this is where I'm getting. Oh no, Delta's sending a DM. Just because sometimes your DMs, there's a lot of shit in your DMs. I'm like, I need something digestible.
Summoned Genova via the black materia before the Cetra could steal it. Ginatok stated,
"From the planet, we claim the greatest of materia, a most sacred treasure, and imbued it with our desire for freedom. After an eternity, the materia began to stir, and thus did we rejoice, knowing that salvation was within our grasp."
Perhaps as the Cetra lost.
Yet the loathsome Cetra trespassed upon our lands and stole the treasure that would grant us deliverance. So this sort of like speaks to what Jesse mentioned in chat, and what I thought happened, which was I thought they created the black materia to end everything, but had it stolen before they could use it. Like they rejoiced, right? Like as he explained, like they rejoiced that they finally made the thing that could bring about the end that they wanted. But yet the loathsome Cetra trespassed upon our lands and stole the treasure that would grant us deliverance. So I still don't think that the Guy successfully summoned or, used the black materia in the way that we know it. I don't know.
Locked away the black.
They did not. That's what I think. But there are people in chat saying they did. Meteor and black materia derived from the planet's power. Genova is an alien, so I don't think they're connected. Let me read that again from Keen Bean. And Keen, I gotta watch your video. This may be explained even more clearly in your video. Meteor and black materia are derived from the planet's power. Genova is an alien, so I don't think they connect. But isn't it part of the lore that Genova came in through the meteor? Genova's the first parasite. Parasite Eve, one would say. I gotta play Parasite Eve. I never played Parasite Eve. That's a big black mark on my my record.
Materia. Genova arrived as a result.
Calamity of the Skies. That's what the Northern Crater is. Yeah.
Or is there some other explanation entirely for Genova's arrival? Genova also possesses an ability to mimic the dead.
Though in time we triumphed over the calamity visited upon us by the stars, tragedy would nevertheless be our ultimate reward. For the
Yeah, that's my understanding, La Sarissa. Genova was riding a meteor. Don't know if it was summoned or not. She came on a meteor. Not sure if it's mentioned to be summoned by the black materia. Yes.
children of men feared us. For the children of man envied us. Perhaps their
Ectogamut, probably. We probably have.
enmity was seeded by our celestial adversary. None can say. A deceiver that stole the faces of the dead, of mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers lost. With their
I think ultimately where this video goes, though, it doesn't quite matter, right? Like it's more about one of the big thing that this video proposes is what the Cetra do in order to help contain and get rid of Jenova. So how Jenova arrives doesn't really matter that much. So we may be being maybe much ado about nothing in a way. Like we can overthink it, but we may not have to. Yeah. Delta, thank you for sending. I don't want to get distracted by that, right? Because like, as I just said, whether the Gi summoned Jenova or not, the big thing that this video proposes is what they do to get rid of Jenova. So her arrival doesn't really matter that much. So maybe I might check it out later, but thank you for sending. I'll check it out. But maybe let's focus in on this video and where it goes.
Sow the seeds of discord among our people, among the children of man.
The Cetra were the original stewards of the planet prior to Jenova's arrival, and they could communicate with the planet to understand its desires and needs. And we know the Cetra stood against Jenova, just as they did the Gi.
Let me just read this long message from Let's Mosey. Why is it Jenova and the Gi can't join the live stream? Is it simply because the collective consciousness of Gaia elects not to allow them to join in, or is there an innate incompatibility? I think the Naki promised the Gi to find them rest is going to tie into this, and maybe we can push against the unforgiving nature of the Cetra, who likely have overwhelming sway in the collective consciousness of the planet. That's a very interesting way of thinking about it, Let's Mosey. Yeah. Especially that unforgiving, like uncompromising aspect of the Cetra. The planet's unforgiving. I mean, they describe the Cetra as sort of like hard-lined, you know? Yeah, you have to be born from the planet to return to it. Yeah, I mean, that is part of the lore. I think what Let's Mosey is proposing is like, does that have to be the way? You know, can there be a way for it to return? Probably not, but it's an interesting thought experiment.
It has ever been our sacred duty to protect our planet against any who would threaten it. They who came from without were one such threat.
Lastly, we know that Jenova was successful in basically killing off pretty much almost all of the Cetra.
Alas, the ancients themselves are long gone. 2,000 years ago, a meteor brought an end to their civilization.
Regardless, we have been forsaken by fate, abandoned.
This makes it the xenophobic live stream. It's just like, can't have any outsiders. Sorry. As Guzaz mentioned it, like them's the breaks or them's the rules. Like it's like goddamn.
To unquenchable anger and unbearable grief, condemned and driven forth, powerless to forestall the coming of our end. For the planet did we lay down our lives in battle, and in death returned to her embrace.
It's also interesting, right? Because like, yeah, the meteor, it's described that the meteor destroys the Cetra, at least in the Shinra projector room scene. But they also fight Jenova, and Jenova comes in on the meteor. So it's not just the impact of the meteor that destroyed the Cetra. It was what Jenova did to them after the crash that truly wiped them out. Somebody's saying great point to something from Let's Mosey. Maybe the life stream can be strengthened by accepting different life energy. Cloud and Tifa both question this, and Bugenhagen is pissy. Yeah. And there is something important to how Tifa is like really pushing on Bugenhagen's understanding of the live stream. First time chat from Dis the Light. What's going on? The talk says that after claiming the black materia after an eternity, it began to stir, and the Cetra stole it. Is it possible that began to stir means that it was activated? That's a good point. It also maybe leads to, like, maybe it was used in the past, right? That maybe it was used once and then it began to stir and they would try to use it again. I don't know. Jenova was the meteor, yeah.
But before their fiery end, did the ancients find their promised land? Even now, we have only to wonder.
However, since Jenova did not originate from the Lifestream, it couldn't rejoin the Lifestream, just as the Gi could not.
Those not born of the Lifestream can never join its flow. One cannot return to that from which one did
Oh, it's Team Usus, yeah, basically. Yeah.
not arise.
Yet our adversary did not.
Like, they got manipulated into, the war that basically wiped them out. The black material is probably made in secret, so it makes sense that it was used before the Cetra could steal it away from them.
Could not.
Again, I don't want to get too focused on, like, whether the black material has been used before or not, because that's not really where this video goes.
Thus did it fall into a deep slumber, and in the long silence of its sleep, it was given the name.
And just that ultra sus thing. We talked about this when we played the temple, but like seeing Jenova turn into the goddess that we see in the Loveless play is very interesting to me.
One did not arise.
Yet our adversary did not. Could not. Thus did it fall into a deep slumber, and in the long silence of its sleep, it was given the name Jenova.
Now that we've explored the nature of the planet, its multiple concurrent realities, the Lifestream which bridges them, and the external entity known as Jenova, I'll start to fit some of the puzzle pieces together in a manner which makes the most sense.
I don't know if she's actually Minerva or just like used Minerva's like visual
to me. And to do so, I'll start where we left off a moment ago and work backwards. How exactly did the Cetra manage to stop Jenova? Jenova was a life force from beyond the Cetra's own world. Its nature was unknown to the ancients, and Jenova possessed the power to adjust its appearance, speech, and behaviors to imitate other creatures. We know from the scene in the Temple of the Ancients that the Cetra teamed up with humans to fight Jenova. From what we've learned, the Cetra essentially went almost extinct, and the only result their alliance with the humans could muster was to force Jenova into a form of stalemate and stasis. But how was this achieved? Perhaps the Cetra knew enough about the planet to be aware of its multiple worlds, and how the Lifestream connects them. But even if they did, how would that help them in their battle to subdue Jenova? Here's the reasonable explanation to me, and the case I'll make for how the blurry picture on the puzzle box looks to me.
I mean, this is the part of the theory that I think is most interesting. I think somebody in chat said that too, right? Like, the main thing I'm on board with is the Cetra splitting the worlds apart. I'm still unsure about the Cetra splitting the worlds apart, and there's one bit of evidence I'll talk about after the video to sort of like dig into that a little bit. But the separation of the worlds and having to bring them together to bring Jenova itself together, I think is well supported in how they show it in the remake trilogy, especially with some of the dialogue that both the Cetra and Sephiroth use in terms of bringing the Aaron worlds and bringing his mother back together.
By the end of Rebirth, the planet was once whole and served as the home of the ancients until the arrival of Jenova. Recognizing they were unable to beat this alien entity, and with the survival of the planet they loved at stake, they were forced to split their home into multiple realities. The first rainbowed action, perhaps? The Cetra used their knowledge of the Lifestream to divide the planet into a multitude of worlds, and by doing so, Jenova, who was unable to be absorbed into the life stream, was instead pulled apart and splintered across all those worlds. It's reasonable to conclude that the Cetra, having immense and intimate knowledge of the planet and the life stream, might have been the first to break the will of the planet, with the understanding that it would split the planet into multiple worlds, and that all life of the planet would continue via the life stream. However, Jenova would be unable to wreak havoc upon the planet in its disassembled state. It's also fairly plausible.
I mean, yes, that is like, just first of all, just a really cool idea. And it would make sense, right? So to finally like neuter Jenova, for lack of a better word, sort of like split it apart and not allow it to like physically come together is probably the smartest way to defeat Jenova.
That the Whispers were created by the planet as a reaction to the Cetra's defiance and subsequent disappearance. Without the Cetra to care for it, the planet may have formed its first weapon, the Whisper Harbinger, as a means of ensuring its own will is followed. Based on this theory, the events which play out on an individual world are unable to bring about a final resolution for Sephiroth, Jenova, or the Yi, because those events are contained to that single reality. As such, it stands to reason that in order for anything to truly affect these aspects of our story, the disparate worlds of the planet would need to come back together, a homecoming of sorts.
It would also make OG FF7 just one of many worlds, perhaps with a depowered Jenova. Yes, I think one of the challenges with it, though, is like similar to, well, they actually show it in Rebirth also. But in the OG, you see multiple parts. Well, do you? Yeah, you see the head. You see the head and you see the torso in the Shinra building. Like, you see basically the first half of Jenova. You see the whole thing of Jenova? You can see the whole body of Jenova in Remake, right? Like, he carries her entire body and you see her top to bottom in the Shinra building. I mean, whether it's just like another kind of like how there are multiple Zacks, and so there's just like multiple instances. Maybe it's like a multiple just fully formed instance of it. Very tricky for OG purists. Well, in the OG, there's like different parts show up in different parts of the story, right? Like the arm shows up in the Junon and the ship, which happens in Rebirth also. I don't know, maybe the body, it's not just a splitting up of the body, it's a splitting up of the spirit of Jenova. I don't know, I'm trying to make it work. Jenova has parts missing when we see her because they've been planting her cells into people for years already. Yeah. Wasn't part of Jenova's body used to make the Masamune. Apparently, from the new Ever Crisis stuff. Yeah, it's implied it's like part of Jenova, I think.
Since we have yet to see anything across all of the worlds of Final Fantasy VII that resembles the actual Promised Land,
This isn't the Promised Land. I mean, just look around. It can't be. Not with all this sadness and anger.
Just to answer this. In terms of like splitting up the body, like somebody said, like they were used some of the body already. Let me just go find this. Jenova or 7 Remake, chapter 17. I think you see Jenova in the tank in full, right? It's like here. See the legs, stomach, missing arms, which Sephiroth is carrying on the boat. On the cruise, he has a piece of her arm, as Sephiroth is saying. Is the head there? It was the headless spook. I know, like, in OG, they call it the headless spook.
What is that?
Jenova.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's how we see it, at least in... But again, maybe it's not just a physical body thing. Yeah. Head is gone in Remake 2, yeah.
This place. Is it the Promised Land?
I'm sorry, but I don't...
The story rests on Sephiroth's words in several of the ancients where he says mother is fragmented. He doesn't say that she's fragmented because she's been split up into multiple worlds. Also, the NPC lady says that the live stream is two kinds of memories, real lived and unrealized desires. Yeah. My fragmented mother, which does come up later in this video. And is probably one of the most compelling pieces of evidence, you know, the fragmented mother bit. It's just like, how is the fragmentation, right? So just like people might be multiple iterations, you know, it's not like we get Cloud's arm in the Terrier world, and then we get his leg in the Pug world, you know, like it's not split up like that. Maybe it's similar, where there's like a full body representation. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't think it is.
Of course. Figures.
It's also logical that the scriptures passed down by the ancients tell of a time when the planet they loved would once again be made whole. A thought which, to them, probably seemed like a distant promise to return the land back to how it was before.
Unto her promised land shall we one day return. By her loving grace and providence, may we take our place in paradise.
If this is truly how the puzzle fits together, it appears Sephiroth may have figured out the box's cover art as well, with his words and actions backing it up. Let's evaluate what we know about Sephiroth and his master plan based on what has been presented in
Let's just hear it out before we dig too deep into it.
Remake and Rebirth. Cloud believes
he wants to finish what he started. He wants to reclaim his birthright and rule over the planet with Jenova at his side.
Aerith seems to think he's going against the way that things should be.
And you're wrong. Everything about you is wrong.
There's no such thing as forever.
No. You're wrong.
We also know Sephiroth doesn't want Cloud to die. Rather, he wants Cloud's help.
I have a favor to ask. Our beloved planet is dying. Slowly, silently, painfully. Can you bear to see the planet suffer? Cloud. That which binds us together would be no more, and I would be loath to live in such a world. Which is why I must ask you this one favor. Don't worry, it's a simple thing. Run, Cloud. Run away. You have to leave. You have to live. Careful now. That which lies ahead does not yet exist.
Still one of the coolest lines in both games, that which lies ahead does not yet exist. Just, I mean, I know it like really reinforces the breaking fate thing, which is apparently the plan from the beginning, as from the Hamaguchi interview that we read earlier.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end.
So it's like, what is the it and what is our world, right? Like, is our world just one of the fractures that'll become part of it, the like the final conclusive world? Are we just a fragment that'll become one with a bigger, sort of like FF14, the rejoining kind of stuff? The cosmic live stream.
Nor will I have you end.
Yeah, it's possible, right? A cosmic live stream. Like, because ultimately, when the planet, I think the idea, right, is like when the planet is fully destroyed, it would join the cosmic live stream. So yeah, that's possible. But then it's like, I don't want to end though. Neither do I want you end. You tend.
Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny together.
Leave me.
Why did Era's voice double in that scene? I think it's multiple instances of her. Like, I think it's not just her, but it's like the live stream version of her speaking through our Aerith, right? So it's similar to the Omni Aerith, you know, the one that is in the live stream potentially from the original. Sort of like speaking through our Aerith.
Out of it.
How very stubborn of you. Perhaps you need a little push.
Sephiroth wants.
Did the Ultimania call it the dying live stream? I thought they called it like the universe of death versus the universe of life or something like that. Wasn't that sort of the Ultimania language?
The black materia, presumably to call forth a meteor capable of causing catastrophic damage to the planet, as seen in Shinra's visual entertainment hall during Remake and also shown in Rebirth. Guy Natak also all but
universe of creation, universe of destruction. Yeah.
confirmed this function of the black materia when he begged the party to return it to the Gi.
Our ultimate salvation is cessation. It is nothingness. Our wish is not to exist, but rather to no longer exist.
It's hard to feel at ease around folks whose only desire is death. And if the planet won't let them have it, well, who's to say they won't let the planet have it?
We ask that you retrieve it, the black materia, key to our oblivion. Please.
I want to replay.
It alone can liberate us from this endless dream.
Sephiroth appears to have needed the party to help destroy the Whisper Harbinger and break the planet's hold over Destiny so he could take control of the Whispers himself. Perhaps to unbind those who were born on Gaia from the planet and the lifestream and maybe bind them to whatever Sephiroth wants to create?
They're not bound.
So I don't know how much it hinges on this theory, like this iteration of the theory, but, and Sleepy's had another thought about those meteor moments, and I forgot what his point was. It was in our finale discussion, and I was like, oh, it's really interesting, and now I can't remember what the hell it was. But because I've wondered, how, I don't know if it's the same how. In late was watching Final Fantasy V's 5-year anniversary VOD and forgot about the stream. Gotta rewind. Have a good weekend. Yeah, no problem. Alchalon, Thank you. I gotta check out that VOD too. The although, did you guys see in that Final Fantasy V? We'll check it out later. Tyler Hepner had a like concepts for the cover of part 3. I don't think it's what the cover will be. But it's a very cool design, so we can check that out. We can check that out later. But what it made me think of was the different meteor. Like, so in Remake, at the end of Remake, he does the same damn thing where the meteor appears and he like sucks it up, and then in Rebirth, there's the meteor and he sucks it up. And in terms of these worlds, seemingly things happen at different paces. And one of the things that happens in one of the worlds, seemingly, is if you check out Rebirth, FF7 Rebirth, chapter 14, there was another meteor. Moment that happens with Zack right after you do the final like fight, right? There is this one.
To the
Hold on. Pull this out. Pull this tab over. So there's this meteor.
Say goodbye.
It's like seemingly this world is having the meteor come down already. So what I'm wondering is if there are different worlds and they're kind of on different timelines in a way, not like timelines as we talk about it, but like there are different stages of time. Like when they end is like when we see the meteor, when we see him suck down the meteor in Remake, are we seeing the meteor from one world that's already hit, and so he's sucking that up, and then there's the one at the end of Rebirth, like a meteor hitting another world just like this one, and he's consuming that. So all throughout this trilogy has he been consuming like the power of the meteor from like different worlds as they're dying. I don't know, just a thought, just seeing this visual of this meteor coming down onto this existence. I've just been trying to figure out the multiple meteors. That's kind of been fucking with me. I think he's bringing in from other worlds. Yeah. Because it seems like he's consuming the power. Yeah.
Mother, together we will reclaim our world.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all of this.
Thank you, Nerd Mac.
Cloud?
Tell me, is it really you?
Question from Dante on YouTube. If I want to do a story-focused playthrough of Rebirth, hard mode is probably not advised, right? Well, it depends on what you want, Dante. Like, if you want challenge while you go through the story, I mean, I personally love hard mode. I still haven't beaten chapter 14 on hard mode. I still need to do that. It's just really hard. So I hope to do that on stream one of these days. But I was eager to talk about the ending with everybody. So we just watched the final chapter together. But if you're into challenge in games, you'll still get the story. It is so good. Hard mode is so good. So I would recommend it if you like two things. One, difficulty in games, and the other, like RPG mechanics, like really like figuring out what's my build for this boss fight. Like, how do I beat this boss? What kind of material do I need? All that kind of stuff. It's so good for that. It is so, so good for that. So like if you do like challenged, then yes. And if you like RPG mechanics, you'll love it. So, and you'll still get the story. So if you just want to like take in all the cutscenes again and like experience the story again, then it might mess you up, right? Like there are several bosses that took me 2 to 3 hours to beat. So that could get in the way of just like enjoying the story, possibly, if that's what you're more into. But I can't talk more positively about hard mode. I think it's so good. In both games, and especially Rebirth. Holy crap, what if absorbing Jenova's parts when he absorbs a meteor, since that is how she originally arrived? Interesting. Yeah, spent a lot of time in menu managing materia before each fight. Yeah, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy, but it's very fun. Wait, oh, I thought it was in the video. This is not the video either. Oh, there you go.
Planet, and so she rejects them.
Perhaps to unbind those who were born on Gaia from the planet and the life stream, and maybe bind them to whatever Sephiroth wants to create?
They're not bound to the planet, and so she rejects them.
Because you have to come from the life stream to return to it.
All born are bound to her. Should this world be unmade, so too shall her children.
So despite his desire...
So there's a implied interconnectedness with that line, right? Which I think we've all understood, but, you know, if this world would be made, then so too would her children. I do wonder if it's like, when I think of that line also, I think of like the splintering, the fracturing based on decisions, right? Not just like that they've been pre-fractured, but the fracturing that comes from decisions that are made, right? So all the Zack decisions seem to have an impact, for example. Like worlds are born based on him deciding, oh, I'm gonna go to the Shinra building instead of the other choice that he has. So it's like that when you say like all born are bound to her, so to her children, it's like those diverging paths feels like those would go away if our world were to go away, since we're like the origin world. Where I get confused is like some of the symbolism of like the symbols in the terrier or in the stamp, the dog stamp, right? Like the 3 stars, the 4 stars, the 5 stars. Because in theory, because technically Beagle, I think it's like a 4-star and Terrier is a 3-star. So it would almost seem like layers of branching. And it seems like Terrier branches off of Beagle, but numbering wise, it doesn't work that way. So it's kind of confusing. As for a question that came up in chat from Leon Hart Delta, the Sephiroth the Edge of Creation at the end of Remake uses a pre-Nibelheim personal pronoun, Ore, I think, was used instead of Watashi. What does that mean or imply? So the Sleepy's videos dive into that really well. But the TLDR is basically, it's essentially like a version of Sephiroth. What I think the theory is like, it's essentially a version of Sephiroth that is detached from the version of himself that was born basically in the Nibelheim disaster, you know, where he attaches himself to Jenova, follows Jenova. So the implication is basically that like it's a version of Sephiroth that is not so controlled by Jenova. That is the kind of the major theory around why that is. So it's kind of like a version of Sephiroth that's not as controlled by that. It's more of a real Sephiroth in a way. That's at least what most people have thought. That point is why I'm inclined to think that these worlds didn't exist before the end of Remake. Terrier's changes are directly affected by Zack, and the terrier resembles him. Once Biggs isn't chosen, Biggs' world is a pug. That looks like him. Biggs is now the central character of that world. These worlds are seemingly centered on one main character per world, and the world revolves around their current main line of thinking. I never thought about the big, like that Biggs world as like Biggs' world, but now that you mention it, it's kind of interesting.
To obtain the black materia and summon.
All born are bound to her. Should this world be unmade, so too shall her children.
So despite his desire to obtain the black materia and summon Meteor, outright destruction of the planet doesn't seem to be Sephiroth's actual intent. However, when Sephiroth grabbed the black materia in Rebirth, he called it
the key, which grants access to the true counterpart hidden between worlds.
And we know Sephiroth didn't want the remake Beagle world to have a white materia, because when Cloud still possessed it after his time spent in Aerith's dream world, Sephiroth stated,
"That doesn't belong here. Very poor form."
While we don't have enough information by the end of Rebirth to understand why, the existence of a white materia is clearly not something Sephiroth wants.
Yeah.
And perhaps he even formed the singularity at the end of Remake, knowing Aerith would need to use or empty her white materia to modify it as she did, thus his way of getting rid of it?
Yeah, I've seen some people like kind of push back on this part of the video, I think, in terms of like oh, the Whisperers took the stuff out of that materia. But I do think a transfer of it did happen in that moment. That does make sense to me. I always, the first second I saw the empty materia in Rebirth, I assumed it was because it was discharged in this moment on the highway.
And the kid would need to use or empty her white materia to modify it as she did, thus his way of getting rid of it? And the concept of a reunion has been referenced many, many times.
And like the Whisperers are part of that whole, like the Whisperers are like kind of form that portal in a way. So yeah, the Whisperers did kind of take it. And they do try to take it. She talks about that in the Shinra building too. That every time they surround her, she loses some more of it. So whether it happened in that moment or not, maybe you can argue, but that always did kind of make sense to me.
For the future is bright. We are to bear witness to the reunion.
Yeah, I remember that. The punish Cloud for the white materia. Yeah.
Of worlds.
Reunion.
And based on some very specific lines of dialogue during the Temple of the Ancients, it seems extremely plausible Sephiroth is trying to reunite all of the worlds which make up the planet with the intention of making it and Jenova whole.
Oh yeah, that's another good way to look at it, Sephiroth, yeah. Because she says at one point, we talked about this in our playthrough, but she talks about like maybe they took it or maybe it was erased, right? Because the future that was held within that materia no longer is around since they changed fate, they broke fate. Even if things largely play out the same, not everything will stay exactly the same, so that materia cannot hold that information anymore, since those future memories were essentially erased. And I think in Japanese they say deleted.
Yet I shall remain. I, son of Jenova, will at last claim my birthright. My dominion shall reach into infinity. It shall encompass worlds unbound by fate, and histories unwritten. My fragmented mother, these errant worlds, all shall be one again.
The reunion.
All made whole forever.
There's no such thing as forever.
Ah,
but there
will be.
This statement seems to tie back to what Sephiroth said in the Nibelheim reactor way back at the beginning of Rebirth.
Together we will reclaim our world, and I know exactly how we can do that. The Promised Land. But there's no need to be sad, Mother. Because I'm here for you. Now and forever.
Maybe the Promised Land is not just a specific location in one world as Shinra thought, but instead only exists when all of the worlds are united as one? Sephiroth's every move appears to be leading to a reunification of the worlds of the planet and Jenova, as foretold by the Cetra in the Temple of the Ancients.
It's upon us. The reunion, when worlds merge. When spite and sorrow are harvested to feed the planet.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion. When our adversaries' scattered malignancy shall converge to plague the planet.
That scattered malignancy, is what at least helps support this theory. Whether the theory is correct or not, it is an interesting bit. I'm curious, I can't remember what the Japanese version said of this dialogue. Do I have that? I think I do. Shit. Uh, 13. Scattered. Was that one of the lines that I had Turk translate for me? Because I don't have the direct translation here. But I did ask for some translations. Shitballs. Oh no, I asked for chapter 14 stuff. So I don't have the... Let's look at the AI. I mean, it's an AI shit, so... Scattered. Fuck. Scattered. When I ever say scattered in malignancy... Oh wow, that translation is ass. There's like I have this document as context for what I'm doing off the camera. I was just looking at this like Google sheet that rips all the PC dialogue and the Japanese text. And it has like an AI translation of some of these lines, but this AI translation makes no sense. So I need to ask someone who knows Japanese what the hell this actually said. The scattered malignancy line. I have the Japanese. If there's anybody in chat who happens to like know Japanese, I'll drop it into chat. Use DeepL. Let's see. DeepL translate. The seeds of calamity now sprout, seeking to become one. That's supposedly what it says. The seeds of calamity now sprout, seeking to become someone. So it's a similar thing, right? Trying to become one. So it translated as scattered malignancy in here. But just so you could show it, let me just show it on stream real quick. This is supposedly what it says. Seeds of calamity now sprout, seeking to become one. So I got to it.
And while we've gone over most of the evidence to that effect, there's still one disturbing part of Sephiroth's plan that I still want to address. from what we've seen across multiple worlds.
I mean, this is one of the things that I'm most intrigued by this theory. Similar to Leonhard, I'm not totally convinced on the Cetra splitting the worlds. I do think the worlds are split, for sure. How they're split, when they split, is what I'm not sure of. I understand how he got to these conclusions, and it's a very cool idea. Like, I like it a lot. Like in theory, but in terms of like the support for it, I'm still not entirely convinced. What I do love, or I do like, is this next part about like Sephiroth's plans. It makes some sense, like why, what he's trying to do, like this articulation of like what could be happening with these different worlds is interesting. It has like a terrible flaw to it as well that we'll talk about in a second, but I want to let this play out.
It appears Sephiroth is intentional.
I thought the split happened in Remake. Yeah, I think the same thing. And we'll talk about it more in a second. Well, actually, now that we're on it, right, let me bring this one thing up, since we're already talking about, since we're like past the point of the conversation of like when and how the worlds are split. I think we can all agree the worlds were split. The question is like when they were split. And let me find this. So this is imagery in the Ultimania. Let me just put this out. How should I do this? I'll just save that as an image. I'll save this as an image. Go to my downloads folder. So this was an image in the Remake Ultimania, and it shows this like depiction of the live stream as things flow, right? And there are like threads that are somewhat separated, but they're moving in one continuous stream. Let me see if I could zoom in a little bit. So you'll see this one continuous sort of like live stream, or at least all the braids or all the threads are sort of together. And then there's an image in the Rebirth Ultimania that's similar, but has a key difference. So you'll see here in the Rebirth Ultimania, you have like this one continuous sort of like stream, but then it splits, right? And so suddenly you have like this version here, and then it splits at 2 points here as well. It sort of like breaks off from the main and then like splits this way. So there are just all these like splits in this version, in this Ultimania image, compared to the one in the Remake Ultimania, which may have like different threads to it. Like there's this one and this one and this one, but they're all kind of moving continuously, and maybe the Whisper Harbinger was like keeping it all together. But then you see the fracturing. It's like Remake is one stream, and then the Rebirth Ultimania is this more fractured stream. And there was a really great Twitter thread that's gone now because Turquoise Hammer got banned from Twitter. But he had this great breakdown after Rebirth came out where he was talking about even like the rainbow, right? Like the rainbow sort of like represents like when you put light through a prism. Let me find the image. It's sort of similar to that, where copy image link. So you have like one continuous stream of something, and then you know, it can be broken out from that, right? So you have like essentially it's sort of like the rainbow might be representing taking a single life stream and then splitting it out through, you know, this sort of like this visual sort of like represents what happened at the end of Remake, where there was a singular stream, then this fracture happened, and then it split out like this, hence like the rainbow imagery that we're seeing. So that was like a turquoise hammer thing. That was really cool. It was a really cool idea. Damn, that's actually the visual they use in the game. It's very, yeah, it's like the rainbow thing. It's like, oh, that kind of makes sense. You can even think of like Livestream White, you know. The splits have existed as long as there have been unrealized desires existing in people's hearts, because that is what caused the dream worlds to manifest. Yes, possibly, right? Like maybe that's why this image, like even this one continuous flow, had these like multiple threads within them. Like it's not just one solid green, right? But they do move in harmony. But they move ultimately along the same path, versus like this imagery where they now more branch into their own sort of paths. So it's possible that there have been multiple worlds that have always existed, and maybe the Whisper Harbinger just made sure that they all ultimately went in the same direction. And now that the Whisper Harbinger has been defeated, now they have more sort of like agency, and they can kind of become more of their own thing. Substance also mentioned Evercrisis intro. The life stream is the essence of the planet, a churning river of memories. As they come together and split apart, the story is given shape and unprecedented tale under the possibility. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's maybe multiple things that could play out, but ultimately they were all moving in the same direction until the end of Remake, where they actually did split, because there wasn't that device, the Whisper Harbinger, to really bring things back together. So it's an interesting thought. Let's get back to the video. And Sephiroth's plans.
Hunting Aerith in every world, where's to address? From what we've seen across multiple worlds, it appears Sephiroth...
Yeah, Barris Axemen. That's exactly what Red 13 says, yeah.
...is intentionally hunting Aerith in every world with the intent to kill her. He even confirms as much to Aerith herself, twice.
So this is where you've been hiding, in a world that has accepted its fate. Just as you must.
How can you want this, Sephiroth? How can you want an eternity of loneliness?
Be gone. Your part is played.
With this context, when Aerith runs at the introduction of Sephiroth's theme during the opening of the remake, a whole new meaning is added to that moment.
I'm listening, chat. I'm just getting very hungry.
But why would Sephiroth go through such effort? Besides being extremely vindictive, what reason could he have to actively hunt her down? I believe we have a couple of clues to Sephiroth's intent. As we reviewed earlier, after people die and enter the lifestream, it takes a while before their energy in the lifestream then gives rise to new life.
In time, yeah.
Sephiroth's endgame has something to do with the creation of a forever in which the cycle of life and death would be disrupted.
Not just heat food up.
But there will be. Our world will become a part of it. One day. But I will not end. Nor will I have you end.
Sephiroth has been unifying worlds, resulting in the screams of the planet.
That's kind of cool looking. Exogamma mentioned in chat. Oh, shoot. The super cluster thing. Kind of cool. See all the threads splitting out. Splitting live stream. As Delta said. Question for you. What kind of ending would you prefer? One solid conclusive ending or multiple endings? One ending. I don't even think about it. One conclusive ending. Otherwise, we'll be debating shit till the end of time. Well, technically which it's already bad enough that there's like the constant conversation of like which ship is canon, all that stuff. But like if the same thing happens with like the ending, oh my god. It wouldn't be fun to engage with, to be honest. Sephiroth's plan. Hold my shields. Welcome.
Listen to the planet, Cloud. To her ecstatic cries, her rapture.
Screaming! It's screaming!
What you heard just now were the voices of the planet. Those born into this world, who lived and who died, who returned. They're howling in pain.
Because of him, Sephiroth?
Their words, they don't reach him. All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back.
There's very good music in the background of this song.
And
of this
when they're
part of the video.
He won't cry or shout or anything.
It's like very ominous.
From this, we can deduce that if people have died and their essence or consciousness is in the life stream at the time those worlds are unified, they may cease to.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what the remake lines there are. Hold on. Like the Japanese ones. Remake scripts. No, that's the AI one. Hold on. Where's remake? There we go. Wait, is this the right one? Where's my remake translation? That doesn't look like the right document. Yeah, because nothing's translated in this one. Where the hell is the... I'll just ask somebody for it. Because I can't find it. Google Sheet with the... translations of remake. Hopefully I get that soon. Because yeah, I'm curious about what is said here in the Japanese. I had it somewhere.
To exist. And on the flip side of that coin, what would happen to the multiple versions of everyone who are alive and not in the life stream at the time Sephiroth successfully executes the final unification? Do all of the worlds converge and suddenly there's a single version of every living person who ends up in one unified world and live together? But if Sephiroth really is trying to create an eternity where no one dies, it's entirely possible Sephiroth is trying to eliminate Aerith from all worlds prior to executing the final unification.
I think this is super interesting. This is the part of the theory that, like, I'm not sure on a lot of parts of this theory, but I think it's super interesting. Oh, wow, you just dropped it in chat. Wow, it's a gift to the entire community. Shoot, do you know which number it is? It's gotta be toward the end. That's DLC. Okay, here it is. Shoot. Why is it not zooming? There we go. So the translation here. So they're the voices of people who once lived on this planet, the cries of lives cycling our world. I wish it was like more zoomed. Okay, here we go. It's difficult to understand what Aerith is trying to say, Cloud questions her. Crying because of Sephiroth? Yes, but that man, he doesn't care about things like screaming. Aerith holds the thoughts and feelings of all who live on the planet dear to her heart. The priceless time we had to spend, the joy and happiness we feel, it all means nothing to him. Aerith continues as if posing a question to everyone. And when the people precious to us are gone, he won't cry or shout or anything like that. Each member of the group pictures the people they cherish and wish to protect. There are close-up shots of Barrett, Tifa, and Red's faces. Barrett thinks of Marlene, Tifa of the comrades she'd lost, and Red of his hometown. Cloud gazes at Tifa, then looks at Aerith. Aerith continues, now more passionately. All Sephiroth values is the planet and himself. He'd do anything to protect them, but the way he wants to do it is all wrong. Aerith believes the planet would surely never desire Sephiroth's method of keeping it from dying, a method that involves sacrificing the people on it. Sephiroth is the true enemy of the planet. That's why I need to stop him. Cloud, I hope you. She looks around at the rest of her companions, and everyone else will help me do it. With all of us together, I know we can pull it off. Aerith starts to lose momentum and speaks now with less confidence, but this wall is a wall of destiny. If we go through it, if we go beyond it, then all of us will change too. Everyone reacts in silence. I guess that's why I held you back. Just then, the screams of the planet once again swell to fever pitch. Everyone recoils even more forcefully than before. The shrieking spurs Cloud on, and he makes up his mind. The initiative passes from Aerith to Cloud. No point in standing around. Let's take down Sephiroth. I'm tired of listening to these screams. So that's interesting. Yeah, that was the more accurate sort of like translation of that remake scene. I mean, it says a lot of the same things, but yeah, it's just an interesting, different way to look at it. You know, in terms of like, it explicitly says like his path is like killing people, right? Like sacrificing the people on the planet is his way of saving it. So I still don't know how that adds up exactly. It does play a little bit into this part of the theory of like him trying to delete Aerith,
leaving her spiritual energy
sacrificing
in the limbo period across all worlds, so she wouldn't be present as the remaining Cetra to rival him in the new unified for
so let me just, there's a long thing from Delta that I'll read in a second, but let me just...
Do all of the worlds converge and suddenly there's a single version of every living person who ends up in one unified world and live together? But if Sephiroth really is trying to create an eternity where no one dies, It's entirely possible Sephiroth is trying to eliminate Aerith from all worlds prior to executing the final unification, leaving her spiritual energy in the limbo period across all worlds so she wouldn't be present as the remaining Cetra to rival him in the new unified forever Sephiroth is creating.
He has to be stopped by a Cetra. And I'm the last.
So there you have it.
So yeah, I think that part of the theory is very interesting. And it also provides, before we get into some things in chat, it also provides an idea for why the fuck it provides maybe some way to think about this scene, which is a scene that still gets under my skin. I will say two things about the, or one thing about the, that overall idea, that idea of like, what does it mean for Aerith to be in a limbo state? I'm not sure that part of his video. I think the stronger point is like getting rid of her, you know, like if by splitting apart the worlds, it gives him the ability to sort of like create a final world. If he then like erases Aerith from all existences, then it gives him the opportunity to create a final world where she's no longer lingering in the live stream, able to sort of like stop him. That would be a way for him to sort of like, the question of like, why would he break apart these worlds? You know, that would be answered by trying to get Aerith complete, like out of the live stream, out of like the final version that he tries to create. So that if he were to create a final world, a unified world without Aerith in the live stream, then, you know, his plan can go off without any hitches. That's like an interesting concept, at least. And at the very least, it gave me a way to look at this scene, like I was saying, because this scene still bothers the shit out of me. So I've seen a lot of people just hand wave this scene away, right? Like, oh, it's just some other world, you know, it doesn't really matter. And as if we won't even return to this like scene, and maybe we won't. It just feels super fucking weird for you to make this big remake DLC, and this is the last scene that you leave with players before they go into Rebirth, and there is no iteration of the worlds that we saw in Rebirth that adds up to this. Because in this scene, and I've talked about this before on stream, but in this scene, Zack arrives at the church, and he's expecting Aerith to be in the church, right? So in every version of Zack's world that we saw in Rebirth, he runs out, he grabs Aerith, he brings her back, he knows where Aerith is all the time, right? I've even seen people connect this scene with the scene at the end of Rebirth where he's sitting on the steps in front of the church. These are separate worlds, because on that church scene, he's like, oh, what do I do? Do I go save Aerith? Do I go save Cloud? Like, he's thinking of like all the different opportunities that we know of in Rebirth. But in this scene, he doesn't know where Aerith is. He assumes Aerith is in the church, and he's practicing talking to her, right? He's practicing like, long time no see, whatever he says. We can just watch it.
Been a while, huh? Long time no see. How you been?
He's expecting to see her.
Listen. Hey. I'm back!
So, and then he's like, Aerith, right?
Aerith?
So my question is, like, is this a world where Sephiroth has already hunted down and killed Aerith in this world? Like, does that explain why it doesn't fit with, like, anything else? Because this other world where Sephiroth has taken her out, and we're sort of like seeing the aftermath of it in a way. Let me catch up and chat because there are several thoughts on this scene. I gotta go with Max and this just another world. I don't think it's really important to that story. I think that's fucking stupid. Like, I'm just gonna say it. If this scene doesn't matter in the trilogy, and it's just some other possibility that, like, just to give us this, like, oh, it's just another world. Just like in Rebirth, there's all these different worlds. There's just another world that doesn't matter at all. I'm just gonna say I think it's fucking stupid to, like, make that the ending of the DLC. It's just bait, basically, of, like, and it proposes something really interesting. I'm more interested in where this goes than the whole, like, Genesis carrying Vice at the end of Dirge. I care less about that than I do about, like, what this is all about. And personally, if this goes nowhere, I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid that they made that the end of the DLC. I think there's a scene that happens after Aerith and Cloud wake up. Zack gets back to the house, finds they are gone, and then asks around and figures they'd go to the church, then finds her dead. I mean, possibly, Vic. The only question that I have with that is then why are all those people there? I don't understand those people in the church, because the Aerith and Cloud that wake up and go to the church, that's an empty church that they're in. And the flowers, I think, are fully bloomed. These flowers are wilting. So yeah. So is this just a world where Seth already got to Aerith? Yeah, that's what I was saying, Dante. This part 3's true ending. Yeah, like, I wonder if, like, part 3 comes around to this in some way. This seems like the exact opposite of what we see at the end of Advent Children. Shit, I lost my place in the chat. And that this seems like the exact opposite of what we see at the end of Advent Children, and that can't be a coincidence. That's interesting, Bunkai, yeah. It's just showing that Sephiroth is going around and killing Aerith, and this is a world where he already killed her. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I'm proposing here. Hold on. What if this world is actually the same one that Zack fights Sephiroth Reborn, and that is already dying by meteor? I don't think so. Not with all the people in the church. The payoff at the end of Rebirth. That payoff is at the end of Rebirth. We were talking about. Oh, yeah. You can go back to the cross on the wall when he opens the door there. Maybe the scene has yet to happen. Yeah, Guzaz, that's what I've wondered. I wonder if this scene has yet to happen. Maybe it was something that was cut from Rebirth. I just struggle with that, especially with, like, how much they planned it. We just read a quote, they planned the story. They didn't get all the details, but, like, they planned the story. To have, like, that much of a mismatch, it just feels weird to me. I believe there's just before the news report that he sees at the beginning. The only thing weird is Cloud's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, Kensworth, that. And also he's clean. The other thing, Kensworth, is, like, if this happened before the start of Rebirth, one, there's no Cloud. So it's like, where did he put Cloud? Two, he's clean. He's not all dirty the way he is at the beginning of Rebirth. What if this world is the one that Sephiroth created after merging all the worlds? No Aerith. I'm just waiting for part 3 on this one. Yeah. Is there something with this door opening in versus the door opening out? Yeah, basically one of the Sephiroth door opens is a pull, the other's a push. The world plotline will mean something where the trilogy will fall apart. He also named Crisis Core Reunion instead of Rebirth or part 3. They could do stupid things sometimes. Yeah. I think it's a teaser for the things that happen in the worlds in Rebirth. Aerith gets messed up. It could be oh shit. It could be a first taste of Rebirth where we see Seth hunt down Aerith in multiple worlds, no? This actually comes right after the Dirge secret ending. Does anyone care about Dirge? I'm in a group chat of people who care deeply about what the fuck that Genesis Dirge scene adds up to. This scene is the new Genesis Carrier's Vice, yeah. Cosmic Cannon Observatory thinks it's a remnant from an earlier iteration of Rebirth's story. I think that's shit. Like, maybe they're right, but I think that's fucking shit. Even if it's a completely detached reality, it still doesn't make sense by its own internal logic. When was this? Where is the event? Event of Zack, who's alive. Yeah. Zack enters Cloud's world where Earth is truly dead. Shit. I think it's a good possibility it's most definitely foreshadowing something. With how much intention they have put in so many places, I doubt this is a throwaway scene. That's what I'm thinking, Sephiroth. This could be the start of part 3. Oh, fuck, Leland. That'd be kind of crazy, actually. I'm saying, what if time pass? What was your first message? What if this world is actually the same one that Zack's fighting Sephiroth Reborn? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I still don't see that. Zack is huge in the Rebirth marketing. That's to be planned. Zack who fights Sephiroth Reborn comes from a world where Aerith is still alive. That's the one who couldn't decide what to choose. Oh yeah, true. He could have immediately gone to the church as soon as he came back to Midgar with Cloud. He was in Sector 5 at the beginning. Wait, he could have immediately gone to the church as soon as he came back to Sector 5 with Cloud. He was in Sector 5 at the beginning of Rebirth. Problem is the dirt. I mean, unless they're like super inconsistent with the character design, like this Zack, he's crispy. Look at him. He's clean as shit. He's wet as a whistle. He just came out of the shower. He's cleaned up. Versus FF7 Rebirth. Chapter 1. Versus this. Wait, hold on. Versus this Zack, who arrives in Midgar. He looks like shit.
Boy, that tornado really did a
Like he's
number
fresh
on
off
the
the
city.
road.
I thought another reactor blew up. Which must have been caused by the tornado.
Like he's fresh off the road. He's dirty as shit. It doesn't really match that either. Is it CGI? CGI are different. Possibly. I think that's pretty bad though. That's a pretty bad oversight. This could be the start of part 3. People have learned of Earth's death and is aware the world is ending. Zack discovers the truth and has to tell Cloud. Bunkai, let me rephrase. What if this is what would happen if Sephiroth wins at changing the memories of the planet? Zack doesn't remember his experiences from the Terrier world because it no longer exists. That's why he's acting like he hasn't seen Aerith since the events of Crisis Core. That's interesting. They messed up with the dirt, just like with the stamp posters. I feel like the dirt is crazier than like, I can understand you're building out a world and you put in stamp1.png into Junon by mistake instead of like stamp2.png. I get that. A major cutscene where Zack character model doesn't match up with the continuity is a much bigger mess up. Yeah. Let me scroll up. There was like a big message from Delta. There's a way that the world can be pre-existing while it's also being created when Destiny is breached. Keeping the worlds divided is what prevents Destiny from being breached, because removal of those boundaries is what allows new worlds to be born as people like Zack defy their destiny. Thus, there's something the order of the maintains by the Whisperers and allow the future to be reshaped into something new. Yeah. Yeah, so overall, it's an interesting theory. I like the idea of Sephiroth trying to remove all these Aeriths. it adds up with like something I talked about in my video, right? In terms of like the sort of like true eternal death
executing the
of Aerith.
final unification.
Like it does add up for that. So I think it's interesting. In terms of like whether the Cetra split the worlds or not, I think the worlds are fractured. My only question with this theory video is like whether that was caused by the Cetra or not. I think it's an interesting idea. It's possible. I think the fracturing that we're most focused on as fans is the ones that started with Remake's ending. As Delta in chat mentioned, maybe there could be pre-existing splits that were like maintained by Destiny and the Whispers before. But yeah, it was an interesting idea. I think in terms of like why Sephiroth would split the worlds up to try to get rid of Aerith for good would make sense for like what is Sephiroth's end game? Like how does he actually get his way? He has to get rid of Aerith in some way. It's an interesting idea. So I'm very curious how they do this. Let me catch the end of this video though.
So there you have it. We set out to break down the lore and mysteries found thus far in the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, helping us all who were feeling exactly like Zack.
What in the hell is going on?
Yeah.
And make the case for how these puzzle pieces fit together in the way that makes the most sense. If you're with me and everything in this video makes a lot of sense to you too, let us know in the comments. Conversely, if you disagree or have your own takeaways from Remake and Rebirth, let us.
So once again, let's throw some love John Q's way. There's a video that we just watched. You've probably seen it already if you're in my community. Because obviously a lot of people have watched it. Max watched it, Nico watched it, Let's watched it. So that was John Q's video, which is very interesting. I do like the idea. I do wish it was a Cetra that split up the world. Like if that is true or not, I think it's a very cool idea to like try to get rid of Jenova. How do you really limit Jenova's influence? You do something like that. I think is really interesting. Why don't Nice Guy Prince watch it? I don't know. I mean, I know he streams relatively short streams and like kind of just covers the news himself, but yeah. I'm trying to think, have I talked to him about this video? I don't know if I've really talked to NSP about this video. NSP is not like super tapped into a lot of theories. He's just kind of like along for the ride. He's intrigued by where things go, but he doesn't really like engage too much on the I mean, the one thing on the like the theories, the one thing like this image in particular is making me think of in regards to this like theory, like if it were true, like let's just say it were true, then like Jenova Complete or Jenova Synthesis that we fight at the end of the original makes sense with this concept of like bringing these Jenova together. I mean, I guess it's sort of true in the original too, because her body parts were sort of spread out, but it's an interesting idea. And like they have been building like that Temple of the Ancients dialogue of like bringing the fractured errant worlds and his fractured mother together does add up with this theory. And as someone mentioned, like there may have had to be a pre-existing split for the Cetra to have hidden the black materia in between worlds. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I don't know. But it's actually one of the things that like I don't know if I said this in my video or if I just mentioned it afterward. I think I mentioned it in my conversation with Schrodinger's baby Seal on his stream when he watched my video. He was the first one to watch it stream it. And I did a short conversation with him after he watched it. And one of the things I talked about was like, after Rebirth came out, there was not a lot of like speculation about the game. Like everyone kind of accepted the general premise at the end of Rebirth. It was like, it's like, oh yeah, Cloud's kind of messed up and this is all sort of leading to what we know kind of thing. There was maybe some questioning if like they changed their mind about where they're taking the story because they didn't really like change fate. But there wasn't like a whole lot of like theorizing and speculation. And one of the things I wanted to do with my video was like give another way to look at the story, and see the other possibilities for where things are going. And now we're in this very interesting space where I think like there's a lot of creators coming out with like interesting videos. There's John Q one. We're gonna watch the one from SteeD. We're gonna watch the one from Keen Bean, which I think came out before my video. But there's now I think there's a lot more energy of like different thoughts of where this could all go. So I think it's just good to see a lot of other ideas, you know, for how things could be going, a lot of different ways to look at the story. Because that's what makes the remake trilogy a lot of fun. You know, we talked about it in chat earlier, like this sort of like speculation is like kind of the fun part of this whole thing. I hope they land on something. My video is coming out now. Does it take a year to marinate on this game? I think so, dude. Like I think on this game in particular, it just takes some time to really, like at the end of Remake, it was so clear, right? Not in terms of like that, it was clear, but it was like, oh, things might go in some crazy direction. Like that was very clear at the end of Remake. And so it was easy for people to sort of like talk about like, oh, what could be? Maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's that. With the end of Rebirth, it's kind of just given to you in a weird way. And there's not as many open questions. It didn't feel like there were as many open questions at the end of Rebirth. And people were like, oh yeah, we're going to get the fucked up Cloud in part 3. And, you know, maybe we might talk a little bit about Aerith dying or not, but there wasn't like a lot of open thought. I think there's a lot more now. And I think it's because of all the conversation from videos like mine and other videos that are like stirred up thoughts for people. Hello, sub, welcome back. Yesterday I finished my FF7 first FF7 OG playthrough. Wow. Apostolos. And was wondering at about a detail in the ending. At the end, when Aerith summons Holy, does it bring the meteor closer to the planet? Did it not go as it was planned, or did I miss something? Also, I feel like the multiple Sephiroth's mystery is also prominent in the OG, as after Safer Sephiroth, Cloud goes through these black hole things, like the ones in Remake and Rebirth, and ends up in some empty space with Sephiroth. Yeah, so in the original, the way I always viewed that Sephiroth that Cloud kills in the end with Omnislash is like that is the Sephiroth in his mind, right? Like that is the one that is like lingered with him, and he finally defeats it, gets rid of it. And then 2 years later, that Sephiroth comes back somehow. It's Advent Children. There's a lot of good things about Advent Children, but if you want to be an asshole, you can point out some of the flaws with like even the conception of Advent Children, right? It's like the end of OG showed Cloud going into his inner self, getting rid of Sephiroth for good, removing that burden from him. And then on the way to Smile and Advent Children basically say, nope, I'm back, bitch. And so it's like a little bit, you know, that's where I get cynical with FF7, you know, when people say like milking it and stuff. I felt a little bit of that with like how they retconned Sephiroth back. Because it seems to show that final killing of Sephiroth, the shirtless Sephiroth by Cloud, felt like the finality, right? It was like him coming to, Cloud coming to, okay, finally being done with that part of his history. I know you can think on past things, you can grieve on people like that you've lost in the past, like Zack and Aerith. I agree with that. It was just a little forced. It was a little contrived the way they brought him back. And then in terms of like what happened with the meteor, yeah, it's, you know, Red 13 says something along the lines of like, it's doing the opposite of what was intended. It's like making it stronger or helping the meteor. I forget the exact words. But basically the holy materia does not do what what the party thinks it was going to do. Maybe it was too late. I'm not sure what exactly. I don't know if it's ever been like elaborated on in interviews with the devs or anything. But basically it doesn't work out. And then the live stream has to step in with the help of Aerith. There's lots to digest. I'd argue that all of our theories of Evolve look very different. Yeah. So here's one you might like on the AC Sephiroth. The artwork said the devs settled on the fact that it's Jenova, not Sephiroth, who came back. And it's because they didn't figure out a reason for him to come back. Oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Sephiroth is able to come back through the remnants, and they have their own weird lore with them and how they came to exist. Yeah. It's not entirely retcon because it was never fully explained what really happened. It was more of an expansion. Yeah. I mean, I think what I took away from killing Sephiroth, shirtless Sephiroth, was like, okay, now he's finally gone. You see him break apart, you know, but yet he remains. He will not be killed off that easily. So with that, there are some more theories to check out, right? So we have SteeD in chat. I promised to watch this for a long time. So maybe we finally check out this One Twist Explains every FF7 Remake and Rebirth mystery. I think you retitled that, right? Because I feel like this video had a different title at one point. So we'll watch this in a second. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. So I'll see you in about a minute and a half, however long that takes. Give me 1 second. Theory crafting Kingdom Hearts? I have not even touched Kingdom Hearts. I am intrigued though. I might actually play it one of these days. Yeah, so this video,
So
I
something
watched some of
similar
it
to what
a while
he and
back when it came out. When did it come out? August. So this one's from August. I'll drop the link in chat. This one's from SteeD, who's in chat, I think in the Twitch chat. In the Twitch chat, yeah. Sub, are you gonna watch my 12-minute summary? Which one is yours again? Sorry, there's so many. I think you can link it in chat. I think I might have it saved somewhere, but I'm not sure. The Vic part looks familiar in your name, but I can't remember. Sub is definitely starting with Multiverse's Red Herring Extremes. These, okay, so this came out back in August. I watched some of it. Summary. FF7's. Why isn't it letting me copy? Gotta be this one, I think. His name is Vic. Hold on. I just gotta put it here. I'll never forget. I'll never remember. Okay. But let me start with some of these other theories. Shit, where did I put it? Okay. Nojima on Advent Children, Sephiroth. During the initial development phase, we didn't really have a very specific reason as to why Sephiroth would come back to see Cloud. I mean, we had a vague reason, but it wasn't very clearly laid out. Various ideas were put on the table, such as having Cloud be the only one who could see Sephiroth, etc. But towards the end, they solidified into the idea that it was actually Jenova's will, not Sephiroth's. Interesting. They don't portray that at all remotely in the movie, yeah. Or on the way to a smile, yeah. I mean, maybe they maybe even changed their mind by the time they did the book, you know. Do I need to bump the volume on this?
What
too?
if the FF7 Remake story is not a sequel after all, and not different at all to the original? What if there are no new timelines? What if Zack, Biggs, and Aerith are still dead, and everything is playing out exactly the same? What does...
Hold on. Alright.
What if the FF7 Remake story is not...
Yeah, I mean, what makes me feel better about it, Leland, is it's technically the writer is Nojima. It's not Nomura. Nomura was the writer of Kingdom Hearts shit, right? So I mean, that part makes me feel a bit better. Yeah. I think Nojima helped.
What
with
if
Kingdom
the
Hearts.
FF7
He might have
Remake
been a
story
co-writer
is not a
on the
sequel
first
after
one,
all, and not different at
maybe
all
the second
to
one.
the original? What if there are no new timelines? What if...
Fuck, now I'm too curious. Hold on. Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, Nomura was the writer. Some other guys were the writers. Kingdom Hearts 2. I know Nojima's in one of them, because I remember looking this up before. Kingdom Hearts 2. Nojima helped on Kingdom Hearts 2. So it was Nojima, Nomura, and Oka. And then Kingdom Hearts 3. Nomura. Well, Nojima's in there too. I guess he's a co-writer. But the lead seems to go to how do I get to the whole thing? Show me the whole. Here we go. Concept Nomura, story Nomura, scenario supervisor Nojima. And what was Nojima's role in Kingdom Hearts 2? Let's see. He was just straight up scenario writer. Yeah. Base story scenario Nomura. So he took a more recessive role in 3. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 are fine. It wasn't until 3 that took everything off the rails. I mean, the other thing from Kingdom Hearts 3, from what I understand, again, I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, but it seems like the Disney influence was much heavier. Like there's a removal of like all the Final Fantasy characters, right? In KH3. So Nomura was balancing a lot of things there. So, you know, it's hard to fully know what drove some of the problems in that one.
Zack, Biggs, and Aerith are still dead, and FF7 Remake story is not a sequel after all, and not different at all to the original. What if there are no new timelines? What if Zack, Biggs, and Aerith are still dead, and everything is playing out exactly the same? What does this mean for things like defying destiny and fate, and that whole last chapter in Remake, which still doesn't make any sense to any of us?
Oh, actually, sorry. It's only because I got an Instagram notification of Tyler Hepner commenting on something that it made me want to look up the... There's a short divergence. Hold on. I just want to go to... because we talked about that Final Fantasy V stream from last night. And in it, Tyler showed off like this, his like proposed artwork for part 3. I just wanted to share this. Pretty cool, right? Like, so you have Cloud sort of like staring down Sephiroth, meteor hanging over it, and then you have like sort of like the rainbows forming this like closing world sort of thing. Pretty cool. Yeah. So just to show that off for a second, because it's cool. All right. Get back.
I know it sounds silly and strange at this point, but let's start right here, in the scene where we are served this amazing soundtrack, by the way. This space between a universe of death and one of creation. The fact that this void between universes and destinies even exists basically guarantees that the story is different, right? Well, okay, but there is one issue with this. We've already experienced this scene, or at least a variation of it. And if you've played the original, then you definitely know what I'm talking about.
Alright, SteeD, I got a problem with you. Just right here. Modding FF7 OG is cool. These character designs, though. Maybe this is not your footage. But get yourself the chibi mod. That's the mod you want. I forget the exact name of it, but the chibi mod is the one that you want. It keeps the chibis, but they look good. The realistic ones just don't work in this art style. Just doesn't work in this art style.
This scene, or at least a variation of it. And if you've played the original, then you definitely know what I'm talking about. That final fight at the end, which is all about Cloud's spiritual journey, purging his mind from Sephiroth's control, rather than the universe or destiny. This segment plays out differently in Remake, and of course it does, because Cloud is not ready at this point in the story to release himself from Sephiroth yet. This is not new, and is extremely consistent with the spirit of the 1997 game. But what does this scene tell us about everything that Remake wants us to believe in? That rather than being about Cloud himself and his consciousness, this space is now about universes, timelines, and possibly a different conclusion to the FF7 universe. In fact, how did we even go from a...
I mean, I kind of understand, like, him not being ready for that. I think what's kind of strange about that scene is Cloud also using that attack already. I don't know, just a quick thought, you know, in terms of like future memories and visions and how they may be playing a role in that scene. It's a little strange that he even attempts that attack.
A simple and powerful story that conveyed its themes extremely well to this super complicated multiverse where death doesn't even mean a thing.
Oh yeah, the script page on that is crazy. Actually, let me pull that up. Shit, do I still have that? Voice scripts? Yeah. Right here. Yeah, this shit is crazy. Look, oh, god damn it. So yeah, the script stuff on this scene is kind of nuts. I don't know if it comes up in the video. It might. But like, Cloud stands alone in the void of outer space. A gaseous nebula spreads out before him. He surveys his surroundings with bewilderment. With a pounding sound effect, his body splits and then rejoins. His head spins. With each step, his body threatens to split apart. When he stops walking, he returns to one piece. Cloud appears to stumble and nearly falls down. Just then, a hand grips Cloud's arm and helps him to his feet. The hand's owner is Sephiroth. So yeah. So that might come up in this video, I'm not sure. But in case anybody's not sure in chat, like what we're talking about, like that was a split apart language. Hey, Tyler, what's going on? We're just talking about you. I just showed your art from last night. So yeah, very cool art that you did there. I was showing this in chat. I was showing your art just a minute ago. But welcome. We're watching SteeD's video right now, like his theory. One Twist explains every FF7 Remake and Rebirth mystery
thing anymore.
Get back into it.
My answer to this question is that we never did. We're simply looking at the story all wrong. Nothing has changed at all. And instead of being an underwhelming sequel, Remake is, in my opinion at least, an extremely ambitious.
And I think that art is available for purchase too, right? Like you're going to make it a separate piece of art for people to get their hands on, right? If you have it, if you can share link in chat, I think you can. And just go ahead and share the link to it too, if that art is available.
An immersive retelling of one of the greatest video game stories ever.
What do you make of this, Cloud? Is any of it real? Or is it all just a fever dream?
Fascinating question from Sephiroth.
And I will actually start with a disclaimer here, because at this point, I'm not even sure that the Edge of Creation alone is enough to challenge what we believe about the remake story. It's easy to say, for instance, that we just never got a clear official confirmation on what that scene really meant even back in the original, or to imagine that they left it there to prepare for the remake trilogy 30 years later. I'm personally not buying that, but I understand why people think this way, because we've just been programmed for the past 5 years to believe that the story is different and that characters can somehow come back to life now. So if I'm gonna convince you of anything, I need to get you to the same place where I am today, questioning a lot of what we've seen before and how it's explained. This means not only going against the majority of theories online, but also some of the official explanations such as the Ultimanias, which for me are actually part of the issue here, because they're great at showing you things that you've missed in-game, which you were supposed to ask questions about, but absolutely terrible in giving you answers on mysteries that you should not know at this point. A good example of that being that we're not supposed to know that Cloud was not an ex-soldier at this point in the story, so the Ultimanias are not gonna just spoil that for us. But we still have to start somewhere, right? And the thing is, I have so many questions about the changes in Remake that I still have not been able to find answers to. With the first one being, what was actually wrong with the original story to begin with? Final Fantasy VII was never about changing fate or defying destiny. It was actually a video game that portrayed extremely deep themes for its time and made people see that this medium can convey super serious and impactful messages. Its whole story revolves around how we actually deal with loss and move on, rather than trying to resist it. And the thing I'm struggling to understand here is why we think that Square would come 25 years later and immediately decide to undermine all of that. Or why they would choose FF7 of all the games they have in the franchise and decide to go against everything it ever stood for. I'm even seeing people online speculating about the possibility of multiple endings in Part 3, which for me is just entirely missing the point of what the story is at its essence. Having already had this conversation with people in the past, the answer seems to be that this is just bad writing probably, or that they're making it up as they go, just like they did in the original game even. But seriously, let's be honest for a second, let's stop.
I mean, the one thing I will say to that question is that the creators or the creatives may not be like something wrong with it, but they may want to just add something that after they've been stewing on this thing for 25 years, right? Like they probably have new thoughts. They worked on the compilation. They continue to like work on these characters, develop these things. So they might want to explore things a little bit differently at the very least, right? Like it's happening pretty commonly, at least in Japanese media, right? Like I talked about it earlier at the very beginning of stream. 6.5 hours ago. But you have like Evangelion and the Evangelion rebuilds. You have Trigun and Trigun Stampede. Like they make drastic deviations compared to what FF7 has done. Like FF7 has been tame in comparison to like those pieces of media. And especially if you sort of have some kind of admiration for those creators, and those are pieces of media that are like beloved and well known, and they fuck with themselves, then the FF7 creators might also be inspired to sort of like do it a bit differently than just do the same exact thing. So, you know, that's part of it at the very least.
Up here. I mean, people are entitled to their own opinions, of course, but I personally cannot understand how you can like the world of FF7, play these two remakes, and still tell me that this project is anything but a love letter to the original game and even the whole Final Fantasy franchise. The size of the open world, the attention to detail, the fidelity to characters, the world building, this is clearly done by people who respect that game and really care about it. Another way to look at it is that if you think that remake is...
Yeah, I know, SteeD. Yeah. How relevant this section is to this week's discourse. Yeah. There's been a... one of my things with that whole thing, I'm not going to say much. I said my piece on Twitter. But I do think you cannot like Remake and Rebirth. You can hate this fucking remake trilogy. Perfectly valid. I think to like question if the creators give a shit, if the same creators respect their own work or have any artistic integrity, I think is bullshit. You know, you can hate their fucking work. I don't care. Go ahead and hate it. But to like question their integrity, I just think is fucked up, you know?
Is telling a different story or that it takes place in a different world.
If they turned this into a live service game where you fucking had microtransactions to get the bits of stories and all that shit, they're kind of doing it Ever Crisis. But like, if they did that with the remake trilogy, hey, take shots at their like artistic integrity. But anyway, I'm getting distracted.
Then this vision, people who respect that game and really care about it. Another way to look at it is that if you think that remake is telling a different story or that it takes place in a different world, then this vision creates a big paradox because you can't.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I'm like, which are kind of doing it Ever Crisis. Fair enough. Right? Like, fair enough.
Can't possibly keep the original world canon if you believe that Sephiroth is rewriting timelines or that there is a infinity of worlds, as the game wants us to believe at a certain point. If this is true, then a lot of the things we experienced in the original game,
I gotta rewind.
Final Fantasy project is anything but a love letter to the original game and even the whole Final Fantasy franchise. The size of the open world, the attention to detail, the fidelity.
Also, like monetarily, I think for them to do the twin pack thing that they did, where it was like the cost of Rebirth to get both Remake and Rebirth together, that was a good deal. Like, you know, for all the ways they could have and have monetized FF7, like that was a solid deal for people. What if they turn out to a live service? That's amazing though. Well, it's funny because like Hamaguchi did mention live service in one of the interviews. But yeah, it's like maybe what he might want to try to do at some point, which I was like, come on, dude. No, not that.
Fidelity to characters.
I want a live service gold saucer. I wouldn't mind a multiplayer gold saucer. But
the world building.
Yeah.
This is clearly done by people who respect that game and really care about it. Another way to look at it is that if you think that remake...
Yeah, it's already in 14, yeah. But I wouldn't mind if, like, Chocobo Racing, which isn't in 14, Queen's Blood, if, like, those things could be multiplayer, that would be kind of cool.
Is telling a different story or that it takes place in a different world, then this vision creates a big paradox because you can't possibly keep the original world canon if you believe that Sephiroth is rewriting timelines or that there is a infinity of worlds. This thing that repeats attention to detail.
I'm so sorry, SteeD. I've gotten like distracted by that. which, to be fair, you brought up the discourse. Yeah. All right, I'm locking in.
The fidelity to characters, the world building. This is clearly done by people who respect that game and really care about it. Another way to look at it is that if you think that Remake is telling a different story or that it takes place in a different world, then this vision creates a big paradox, because you can't possibly keep the original world canon if you believe that Sephiroth is rewriting timelines, or that there is a infinity of worlds, as the game wants us to believe at a certain point. If this is true, then a lot of the things we experienced in the original game do not matter anymore. And that 97 version of the story is now just a dream world or livestream memory or...
I don't know about that, right? Like, I think the OG continuity leading to Advent Children, and then that being the motivator for the new events, like the way things happened before, becoming the instigation for Sephiroth and Aerith to sort of like try to change that trajectory, actually makes it essential to the new story, right? Like, that had to have happened for the characters to want something else to happen. So I don't think it like disregards it.
Whatever they want us to believe it is. And if you still buy into that, then okay, the trilogy clearly wants you to. But my opinion is that there is zero chance that they would undermine the original game in its themes, and that again, the 97 story would be not canon anymore. So this is why I think we should go about it differently. Remember how I said earlier that I need to get you in the same state of mind that I am in terms of interpreting this remake. Let me present to you all the questions that I personally have around very weird and questionable sequences in Remake and Rebirth, which in my opinion...
Yeah, exactly, Tony.
...are pointing to a completely different, yet very simple explanation than what we all thought. Going back to the essence of the Final Fantasy VII story again, those themes of life, death, grief and loss, no one embodies them better than the main character, Cloud. His whole arc can basically be interpreted as stages of grief, if you want. Cloud is also an extremely unreliable narrator, as we know, but the thing is, it seems to me that Remake and Rebirth have taken this specific aspect and magnified it a million times. The way I interpret this trilogy is that it's probably simply us experiencing the FF7 story from inside Cloud's completely messed up and broken mind. Now, I know that you might think this is an exaggeration and that Cloud can't possibly be this unreliable, and this is where we start talking about those weird things that he and we go through during the game. First of all, in that Singularity segment at the end of Remake, which is supposedly about defying fate and destiny, why is Cloud transported 3 different times by himself, leading to the whole environment changing whenever that happens? That whole Singularity sequence starts with him seeing an illusion of Sephiroth and following him, because of course he does, and it ends with this famous one-on-one scene at the edge of creation. But even in the Singularity, we again see the whole environment change once Cloud hears Sephiroth's voice inside his own head.
I'm waiting, Cloud.
If we rewind a bit, why is the whole party exposed to a memory that is extremely linked to Cloud's past and trauma, Zack's last stand at the Expressway? This memory seems to be central to everything that is happening in the Singularity, but why is that the case? Why would destiny and saving the planet be about Zack's fate, when we know what he represents to Cloud specifically at this point in the game? And if we do believe that these Singularity events are objectively true...
Well, we see it through... We enter through Cloud, and we exit through Aerith, and Zack is tied to both. So, I don't know if they all see it. Those two definitely do. Hold on, I may have food here. Let me just check my door to see if it got dropped off. 1 second. Pretty hungry, chat. Barely eating today. I've watched Shutter Island. I have watched Shutter Island. It's been a very long time since I saw it. I liked it a lot. Also another good one that's sort of like a similar thing. I got a falafel like hero thing. Falafel pita. Falafel pita. Keen Bean. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep? Ah. Well, check out the VOD. I might get to yours tonight too, actually. But yeah. The other video or the other oh yeah, Severance. The other movie made me think of is A Beautiful Mind. Talk about an unstable mind. It's fucking A Beautiful Mind. That's a good movie.
Then why does all of what happens there only lead to changing fates that are, once again, extremely important to Cloud himself? First one being saving Zack in Remake, and then Aerith later on in Rebirth. Think also about all the major deviations happening in both games. Why do they always take place?
I don't know, Courage. I don't know how long I'll stream. Maybe this might be the last video we watch. I don't know.
Place right after Cloud has these visions of Sephiroth and follows him.
Beautiful Mind is low-key for clothing enthusiasts? How does Beautiful Mind enter the FF7 shipping zone in any way?
The Singularity in Remake, as we said, Tifa, the Gongaga Reactor, the Cave of the Gi, and the Forgotten Capital, of course. Even characters which seem to have little impact on the plot raise a lot of questions, with Biggs being one for instance. He dies into different locations, right?
Sorry, I got distracted by chat.
These Singularity events are objectively true about Zack's fate, but why is that the case? Why would Destiny and saving the planet be about Zack's fate when we know what he represents to Cloud specifically?
Ectogamut, regardless, this whole part of my streams is just like taking other theories and provide like my thoughts on them. So this isn't about like whether any of these theories are like completely right or wrong. It's about like hearing theories out.
At this point in the game. And if we do believe that these Singularity events are objectively true, then why does all of what happens there only lead to changing fates that are, once again, extremely important to Cloud himself? First one being saving Zack in Remake, and then Aerith later on in Rebirth. Think also about all the major deviations happening in both games. Why do they always take place right after Cloud has these visions of Sephiroth and follows him? The Singularity in Remake, as we said, Tifa, the Gongaga Reactor, the Cave of the Gi, and the Forgotten Capital, of course. Even characters which seem to have little impact on the plot raise a lot of questions, with Biggs being one for instance. He dies into different locations, right? First in the Pillar and then inside the reactor in Rebirth. If all of those dream worlds are once again objective, planet, livestream realities or whatever, and that they're not intimately linked to Cloud's perception, then why do we see this same Biggs dying in those same two locations in Cloud's trial? A sequence that is all about him repressing death and feeling nothing. Why does no other notable character talk about any timelines throughout the whole game, except for Cloud himself?
Got sent to another world. Apparently, there's at least a few.
I mean, that one's... I mean, of course, nobody else would talk about any other world or timeline. Like, they haven't been exposed to that idea, you know? He just came out of a gap between worlds where Sephiroth is, like, explaining that idea. Listen to Barrett's reaction. Yeah, I mean, well, Barrett's also tired of Cloud's shit at this point, right? He's like, yeah, well, dude, you were just chasing Aerith through whatever the fuck. You were acting crazy as hell. You were grabbing the black material. You were giving it to Sephiroth. Like, there are so many reasons for Barrett to be not short-tempered, but like not exactly caring too much about like Cloud's perspective on things in this moment, or like to dismiss something that sounds crazy coming from him. It's like not wild for him to have that reaction. We'll sit down. Barrett is like the friend that takes care of you when you're blacked out. Yeah.
You more than one.
Is that right?
And let's go back to Tifa's incident, for instance. Why would Bugenhagen, the wise scholar who has dedicated his whole life to studying the lifestream and the planet, dismiss everything that Tifa tells him about her experience, telling her that it's probably just quote-unquote
Mako poisoning.
Why does she even experience her childhood memories inside that livestream sequence from Cloud's point of view? Why do we see Cloud himself actually create one of these so-called dream worlds in the flesh when he saves Aerith later on in Rebirth? The biggest clue in my opinion is the following. Why do we see Cloud's consciousness shift between these dream worlds not once, but 2 different times in the Gold Saucer?
So let's talk about the other stuff before this part. I think the other ones are easily explained, right? Like, Bugenhagen is just, he's closed off to new ideas. He does mention Mako poisoning, but it's not like, I don't think it's a smoking gun. So like, oh, this is all about Cloud's Mako poison perception. Like him dismissing her is not too surprising. What was the other one that was brought up? I forget. I mean, this is one thing that I'm still intrigued by. Like, there are 2 things in this video so far that I also don't have great answers for. But it's like the moments where like Cloud hears Sephiroth saying like oh shit, what is it saying? I'm waiting, Cloud. Like that coming to him through his, like, you hear it almost like in his head. Oh, the live stream thing. That was the other thing. I'll talk about that in a second. Like him hearing Sephiroth in his head and the way that they treat that audio, I do think is interesting. And going in and out of like Cloud's perception into these dreams is interesting. I talked about in my video that idea of like like dream the sweetest dreams. I have a chapter in my video called Cloud's Dream. And I do mention just the like Aerith world, but I do think the Zack stuff may be playing out in Cloud's mind as well. Because we do literally go in and out of his perception into those worlds. So he may be dreaming of like, what if Zack lived, you know? I could see him having that question somewhere in his consciousness, even though he doesn't remember Zack perfectly here, in terms of that being a lingering possibility in the live stream that is now given the oxygen to play out. I could see that. I do think the as for the other thing, the live stream, Tifa live stream, why does she see it through clouds? I personally just view that as like in like a third person omniscient sort of like POV to give you the best shot of the memories. I don't think it's like specifically just saying that we're seeing Cloud's specific memories. I think it's just a more overarching just shot to capture the moment.
Even hearing the words of Terrier Zack inside his own head at one point.
Sorry, man. Feel like I failed you. Sorry, man. Feel like I failed you.
Regardless of what we think we know about the remake story at this point and
new
where
Smash
we think
game,
it's heading, I believe that these segments should at least make us question what is going on with Cloud here. And I'm aware there's a lot of stuff to unpack in what we just talked about, so let's focus on the things that really matter when it comes to the re-trilogy story.
I mean, in terms of like the Cloud and Zack being inside a Cloud, it does sort of link up with the Advent Children thing. Like in this behind the scenes for Advent Children, at one point Amora was like, it's not just the memories that live with someone, it is almost like their consciousness that stays with you. He didn't explain it this way, but the way I internalized that was like, oh, I can think about how my uncle who passed away, I can think about what he would think about something or what kind of advice he might give me. Like his consciousness in a way still lives. I can tap into it. It's not perfect. It's my like recreation of it, my like recreation of it in my head. But so it kind of like links up with that. Also, I think they're just gonna go all in for part 3 and look if new people that are just playing Remake first, please play the OG. It's on sale on PS5 right now. Yeah, I think most people here have probably played OG, but
being different compared to the original game. Despite all the changes, in my opinion, we can group everything under 2 brackets. First one is scenes which play out considerably differently compared to the original game, and the second one is the new Dream Worlds, where seemingly some important characters have a different fate. So let's start with the first portion, going straight to the Singularity in Remake. The end of chapter 18 is where things get really messy and basically the story completely loses us. This is a section that 1 was not at all in the original game, and 2 seems to have huge consequences according to what the game itself wants to tell us. And the trigger is what I mentioned in the previous section. Cloud by himself seeing Sephiroth and stopping at the expressway.
He's getting to it, even.
Except, we have this great shot behind him which clearly shows that this might have been just a hallucination, followed by the disappearing black feather into the ground, something that we've already seen a couple of times before, mainly indicating Sephiroth's presence, of course. So, the major shift that happens here that we see in the expressway, leading to these changes and defying destiny, very likely starts with this illusion and one of Cloud's many mental episodes. There is this conversation between the party, mainly Aerith and Cloud on one side and Sephiroth on the other, and we see the whispers form in this wall or portal or whatever it is, which interestingly is right at the moment and location when we are about to leave Midgar, a key detail. Let's just keep it in mind for now. Sephiroth is being all cryptic and stuff, but the one thing that never really made any sense to me, as I said before, from the first playthrough, is why does Zack's last stand even appear here? It just did not make any sense at this point in the game, especially that there was not even any preparation for it before in Remake, and that is why most of us probably were confused and maybe felt that this is just unnecessary or just fan service for the sake of it. Sephiroth creates a fracture within the Whisper Wall made up of these memories, including that of Zack, and seemingly invites Cloud to join him. We have Aerith on the other side hesitating at first, but then asking everyone to help her after casting some sort of white spell on this portal, something that she will also do later in Rebirth, at the Forgotten Capital. They all enter the portal, and this is where things get really tricky. Because of all the action and events inside the Singularity, we never actually stop to understand what really happens, and how everything changes depending on Cloud's reaction, almost every single time. We're basically, in my opinion, inside the singularity of Cloud's mind here, rather than that of the fate or the planet or destiny or whatever. As I said before, there are a few switches that happen here which are easy to miss. The first one happens after crossing into the singularity. Nothing happens for a while, but Cloud is then taken away and suddenly unconscious and transported somewhere else. This is literally a first instance of his consciousness.
Well, there's a tornado. The tornado picks them up and everyone up. Also interesting, the tornado picks stuff up. I think Delta Sin pointed this out at one point, but the tornado picks stuff up and then kind of creates copies of it. Chapter 18. We go into the singularity. Tornado kicks up. There's like a weird thing that happens with the tornado. Where to show it? Like, I think you kind of see it here, right? Like you see the road. And then road lifts up. It's kind of hard to see. But like road lifts up, but then the road also stays. And actually, when you think of what Jenova is and the properties of Jenova in terms of like imitation, so you see it, the road lifts up, but as like it drags away, it doesn't really break the source. It's kind of hard to tell, but it almost looks like it's a still continuous thing. And then this is sort of just like picking up a second part of it. Yeah, Delta is like the two cranes part, right? Like, see here, this might be hard to see, but this here you can see like the road is still there, but then this road is lifted up. And then if you remember in Rebirth, in that like gap between worlds scene, Rebirth chapter 14. When you're in the gap, he's explaining what happens in the gap. You see pieces of
when the boundaries
Midgar
of fate are breached, new worlds are
like flying into the gap. What was it? It's over here. Like you see this like bit of rock or whatever. And like these like elements from the Midgar thing, almost like flying into the space. A mirrored copy of the world. Yeah.
Consciousness, traveling somewhere else. This animation here with him falling from above, unconscious, is very reminiscent of other segments where he goes through this spiritual journey, like he did back in the OG ending for instance, and also something similar to what he and Zack will actually do later in Rebirth when traveling between worlds. The second shift is right after defeating the Harbinger and seeing all of these visions, where we zoom inside Cloud's mind and see him travel once again to this initially white space, which is then invaded by Sephiroth. A very key detail here, as we said before, is that Sephiroth's meteor illusion or demonstration only happens once Cloud hears his voice inside his own head. Another great thing to point out, which likely hints that the illusions happening at the end of Remake are somewhat similar to the ones happening at the end of Rebirth, is that
weird.
Cloud goes through an extremely similar process before he enters the Forgotten Capital, with Sephiroth appearing the same way, saying the same line, showing the same illusions, except for those frightening words that he says to Aerith, of course.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not just the same for Cloud, right? Like this seems to affect the whole party here, right? The entire party's affected by this. Like they're all reacting to it.
Happening really hints that the illusions happening at the end of
Barrett's
Another
looking
great
around.
thing to point out, which likely hints that the illusions happening at the end of Remake are somewhat similar to the ones happening at the end of Rebirth, is that Cloud goes through an extremely similar process before he enters the Forgotten
it is like
Capital,
the exact same
with
scene. It
Sephiroth
is
appearing
weird.
the same way, saying the same line, showing the same illusions, except for those frightening words that he says to.
Like whether it's locked to Cloud or not, I have always thought this is strange that it's like the exact same, almost like shot for shot, the same. Even like the movement of Barrett's head and Red's head.
To Aerith, of course.
And it does start in his ear, yeah.
Pray.
Back to Remake, the third switch, and final one, is the Edge of Creation itself. Nothing major to highlight here, as it's quite clear that Cloud's consciousness once again travels somewhere else, except maybe the fact that it all happens right after this big explosion, heavily implied to be fate being breached or these alternative worlds being created as a result of what Cloud and the party do inside the Singularity. Mind you, even those future memories that are supposedly shown to the party when fighting the Harbinger are almost all experienced through Cloud himself, as we either zoom in inside his head or we focus on how he reacts afterwards. This will happen quite a few times as...
I mean, that's one of my issues with this video, though, is that there are times where, like, at least after Remake, I had come with this video and I mentioned like a theory of how like, and it was partially because of what some people had said to me. Exactly, Tifa sees one. Somebody had told me this idea of that, like maybe at the end of Remake, there was only one world, right? Like everyone thinks that we're still in Beagle World. What if the destruction of the theory I heard and I started to latch onto was this idea that what if at the end of Remake, when you go into the singularity and you defeat fate, it sort of like changes the world, right? So rather than Terrier being a separate world, that our world has fundamentally changed because of what happened in the singularity. And so it's not actually multiple worlds, it's one new world, one world that has been remade, hence the name Remake. And so we're not going to have multiple worlds in Rebirth. We're just like, we just emerged into the new world that's already been remade. And that's what the singularity was for. We were kind of like insulated from the world that changed around us. And I thought that was a really interesting idea. One of the things I really liked about it was that it also removed the messiness of like multi timelines, multiple worlds, where there's like, what's the consequentiality of the world in which we are if there are just other worlds or anything can happen. And, you know, so I was like, oh, that's a very cool idea. And then I started to filter things through that. And I started to see things that I almost wanted to see out of it. And I started to ignore other bits of evidence that might stand against it. So it's just like one thing in this video that like, you know, you could say it all happens, all these like shots are through Cloud, but there is one shot at the very least where Tifa, it comes out of her head and she goes, this can't be our future. And then Aerith is like, you know, the future is ours to make, whatever she says. So it's like when there's bits of evidence that stand against the core theory, I can't ignore those also, you know? Because I've done that in the past. I've latched onto some ideas and like ignored certain bits of evidence that stand, you know, opposed to that. And it seems like if there's something that kind of like stands against it, there's probably a reason. So that's where I struggle with this idea, you know, of like it all being in Cloud and Cloud centric, because even if the majority of scenes are with Cloud, there are bits of evidence that show it coming out of Tifa and coming out of Aerith. So that's where I struggle with this. But
you will see in the next few scenes. At one point, we even see him react the exact same way, using the exact same animation to two different visions. You would think that this would at least be scrutinized a bit more by the staff, unless it's intentional, of course.
Oh shit, is it really? Does he have the same exact
way,
reaction?
Using the exact same animation to two different visions? You would think that this would at least be scrutinized a bit more by the staff, unless it's intentional, of course. But anyway. Other than the content of the memory itself,
really?
as we of course see Red 13 in one of them, there is actually only one other instance where we're not shown that these...
Yeah, I don't know if that actually, like, strengthens your theory, but it's definitely an interesting bit of laziness, potentially.
Visions are inside Cloud's mind, and that's Tifa here, seeing Meteor.
Tifa 1, yeah.
Why would Tifa see it is still a major question to me personally, but we have to keep in mind that she also sees two realities at the Forgotten Capital later in Rebirth, and that she also falls in a pool of Mako, of course.
Yeah, but again, it's evidence that like some of this is happening away from Cloud's sort of like consciousness. Another question that comes to mind right now is like, I guess even if it's Cloud's world not everything is at least filtered through his perspective, right? Because you have the scenes where he wouldn't have any knowledge of those scenes, right? Like all the Shinra scenes, like the Shinra boardroom scenes, like the one in Rebirth where they talk about Glenn and they talk about the weapon. Like, there's no way for Cloud to know that stuff. Granted, that's if the theory is about just locking solely to Cloud's perspective, because like maybe it's Cloud's world and those events are just happening elsewhere in Cloud's world, but it's another kind of hole for me in this. I agree, by the way, this whole video was before the last chapters in the first Soldier that had a complete new layer of what Genova-induced hallucinations could do. Not least to the main character, possibly everyone around.
See, again, the thing is,
yeah, I don't know if that changes much, but
after we really dive inside the Singularity and after what we've seen, it looks more and more likely that the whole segment is actually much more about Cloud's perception, his memory of Zack, his consciousness shifting between spaces and shaping the whole environment around him, rather than anything bigger, such as the fate of the planet as it's presented to us.
Hold on, I need to throw something in the fridge. I had an extra thing with my food that I'm not going to eat, but I want to preserve it. You know, following here would have been Sephiroth's perspective of him slashing Tifa and OG. So is he forcing Cloud to relive his moments? Oh, that's kind of interesting. The title of the video is One Twist Explains Every Remake and Rebirth Mystery. I think I posted it in chat at one point.
Now, I'm aware we're still very early in the story here to say that this is 100% all inside Cloud's mind, but a key moment which for me really reinforces that is, let's go back to it, Zack's memory, which is front and center to this Wall of Whispers, to this Singularity sequence, and I really think we need to rewind and ask the question of why Cloud or even the party see it here and what Zack's existence or lack thereof is supposed to represent. Let's talk about the song Hollow, which plays at the end of Remake, and its meaning. Of course, it's clearly about Cloud, as the writers themselves confirmed that. It was even named Hollow Clouds at one point, it seems. But when it comes to its deeper meaning, of course it's clearly about Cloud, as the writers themselves...
Also, are the lyrics written from Cloud's perspective? Uematsu simply sent me a rough demo arrangement. There were no verbal explanations or requests whatsoever. I felt a sense of power, like, bring it on. We didn't discuss the content of the lyrics in particular. This is the same for the other songs I've worked on with Uematsu. Nomura gave me the keywords, Cloud perspective, and Standing in the Rain. In my mind, I interpreted it as a song about a man who has lost something important and wrote it that way.
Confirmed that. It was even named Hollow Cloud.
What does the meaning behind the title Hollow? The working title in Japanese is Empty Clouds. That was the first phrase that came to mind when I was writing the lyrics. Even if a cloud is clearly visible in the sky, its presence becomes diluted once you board an airplane and enter the interior. It's a simple association with the protagonist named Cloud, but that was the image that came to mind first. I thought the English translation would be empty, but when I looked at the translation, it was Hollow, which is a much better name. Hollow is a lot cooler than empty. And I thought, oh, I see. Now I can't imagine it being anything other than Hollow. The empty material, by the way. The other thing is, like, it's interesting to think about this as like a support for the idea. I don't know if you dig into it in this video, but then the song and Rebirth is clearly from Aerith's perspective. So yes, Hollow's from Cloud's perspective, but it seems like the second the theme song of the second game is from Aerith's perspective. Someone pointed out that the melody in Hollow is the Jenova main theme slowed down. Oh shit.
At one point, it seems. But when it comes to its deeper meaning and making sense of the lyrics, it seems like there are multiple interpretations. The majority seems to think that it's Cloud's feelings for Aerith, given that it plays in the Sector 5 portion when she isn't with Cloud anymore. But the thing is, why would this song be about Cloud and Aerith when nothing has happened to her yet? Why would a modified version of it play later in Rebirth when you come back to the edge of Midgar? And more importantly, if it is about Aerith...
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like Tony Macaroni's question, you know, I thought Hollow felt like it was written from a future Cloud's point of view, you know, after he's lost a whole lot, right? After he's lost Zack and Aerith. It felt appropriately, given how Remake ends. It almost feels like from an Advent Children perspective, but...
Then why does it play in this cutscene at the end of Remake, which is clearly about Zack's fate and his importance to the story? This feels more like a song about someone feeling empty, as the lyrics suggest, after a loved one passed away, someone that was very important to them. If this song was played at the end of Rebirth, of course, all of the above works for Aerith, but not now. When it comes to Zack, however, it all fits perfectly, because losing Zack is what makes Cloud hollow with no feelings and completely messed up memories. So let's take a step back, because I know that you're asking at this point, why are we even talking about this song in the context of this video? Well, we're doing it because this is one of the many clues that help us understand Zack's memory appearing at the edge of the expressway to begin with. As I said earlier, the timing and location of the singularity are very important. Cloud
He doesn't know he lost Zack. Yeah, but at the same time, if this is a future perspective, like a song from a future perspective, it could be aware of that, right?
It's about Zack sometimes.
Who pointed out Cloud? I think it was Bunkai that pointed it out. I don't remember.
When he enters Midgar. And in the ending of Crisis Core, we actually see him acting.
Oh wait, it's a tweet that supports it. Can you hear it, Roland? I can't hear it. Fuck, I need to like take this song and do it in like slow speed. Shit, that's the actual video watching. 7. Is this the one? Why is it not playing? Oh, fuck, I had it slowed down already. What part of the track was this? Is there a minute marker here? It's like 101 maybe? It's like focus on this part, right? So when you say Hollow takes away one of the lead notes, is that like supporting the idea, or is it? I mean, music theory, I could talk a lot about music. I mean, I could talk a lot about a story. Music breakdowns are not my strength. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think it's my strength to like break this down. You know, if you guys think it is, I struggle personally. Like there's a little bit of the similarity to the high note thing. I don't really hear it though. Rollin hears it. Bonkai hears it. Let's Mosey hears it. So I'm not going to dispute it. I just personally don't hear it, but I'm not a music guy. I'm not good with like melodies and hearing all this stuff. Like I'm not good with that shit. So
relative time and location.
Checking the actual notes won't help me at all. I don't know music like that. I won't be able to tell you B minor versus fucking A major, whatever. I don't know that stuff.
Of the singularity yet because why are we even talking about this song in the context of this video? Well, we're doing it because this is one of the many clues that help us understand Zack's memory appearing at the edge of the expressway to begin with. As I said earlier, the timing and location of the singularity are very important. Cloud forgets about Zack sometime when he enters Midgar, and in the ending of Crisis Core, we actually see him acting relatively normally, but we know that afterwards he blocks every single memory of Zack, takes on his identity to cope with the trauma and pain of losing him, and basically lives in his own delusional world. So, for Cloud, Zack never existed up to this point of the Midgar portion, and from the original game we know that he won't remember Zack until very late in the story. This is why the location is extremely important, and I know that my next point will seem like a stretch, but personally, this is the only way I'm able to make sense of Zack's memory appearing here before the singularity, of the meaning behind the song, and more importantly, of what Cloud is going through at this moment, so bear with me. As we said, the party is about to leave Midgar, here in the expressway, and eventually reaching this extremely important location. It might seem hard to believe at first, but this is very likely either Zack's grave, or at least somewhere extremely close to it. Yes, we are effectively approaching the location of Zack's last stand, where this will potentially be the best chance for Cloud's mind to bring back this hidden memory and help him retrieve his own identity. This is almost an opportunity for Cloud's mind to shock him back into reality. And if you're still wondering how this is possible, then there are many clues for this actually. The first one is, as we said, the location itself. This cliff where the party stands at the end of Remake, which is extremely similar to the one where Zack dies in the ending of Crisis Core. The second one has to do with Aerith, who feels the presence of Zack and mentions missing the steel sky.
I miss it. The steel sky.
For me, the fact that they went back and changed the translation here is not innocent at all, because Zack does talk about the sky frightening Aerith when he is about to die in Crisis Core, and he does that in probably the exact same...
I mean, the biggest reason to change it, is to make it match what it was in Japanese, which was the sky, I don't like it.
Location where Aerith feels this presence.
There is a match though there, yeah.
This connection is clearly intentional. The third and final hint is more around the setting, with the rain obviously, and just the whole mood of the final remake cutscene mirroring that of Crisis Core, which represents an extremely impactful and important moment in Cloud's backstory. So if we want, the real difference between Remake and the OG in my opinion is not that the party went into the singularity and defeated Destiny at the edge of Midgar, but rather that Remake recognized the importance of Cloud leaving the city as a major event that could help trigger Zack's memory inside his own mind, and just decided to dramatically expand on it.
Crack
Think
Frost,
of this.
Thank you for the follow. I'm having a little trouble following this, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I see the things that are matching and whatnot. I'm just not connecting dots as to like the theory right now.
As the game answering the following question. If Cloud and the party left Midgar and passed by Zack's grave, then surely Cloud must have felt something. And if what we're saying here is true, then this is all simply Remake improving on that and showing us that Zack's memory was still at least somewhere inside Cloud's subconscious, and that he's just not explicitly recognizing it or even aware of what is happening inside his own mind. And the reason Cloud is blind to all of this is precisely due to the influence of the Genova cells and or Sephiroth, because for both, Cloud is fine as he is for now. He is living in his own delusional bubble where Zack didn't even exist, and he should absolutely not remember anything for their plan to work. He actually needs to let go of the
He should remember things. I mean, in that instance, he does have like a memory shot into his head, so that's definitely part of
past.
it.
And as Sephiroth himself says, Cloud...
Damn, that's kind of sus. It should be investigated further. Which, are you saying something mentioned in the video, or like the music thing, maybe? Memory of Zack's last stand is what helps motivate Aerith to go against fate here. It's not that deep.
Cloud should defy destiny and like just not existed. And if what we're saying here is true, then this is all simply Remake improving on that and showing us that Zack's memory was still at least somewhere inside Cloud's subconscious, and that he's just not explicitly recognizing Zack's grave.
I mean, sure.
And surely Cloud must have felt something. And if what we're saying here is true, then this is all simply Remake improving on that and showing us that Zack's memory was still at least somewhere inside Cloud's subconscious, and that he's just not explicitly recognizing it or even aware of what is happening inside his own mind. And the reason Cloud is...
That is the other sus thing about this. I mean, all these connections, I see a lot of these connections where I'm not matching the theory, is that it seems like the theory is about how things come through Cloud's perspective. But even in that scene, as they pass one another, there's a shot of a reaction from Aerith. Like, Aerith shows some level of like awareness of something in that moment. So then is it like Aerith within Cloud's mind is sensing something, and that's where I struggle with the idea that it's solely through Cloud's perspective, or like in his like dream world, because Aerith behaves in her own way, like in a way that's, she has full agency in that scene, or like she has her own full consciousness awareness. I don't know. Yeah, this is possibly the section that I changed my mind on the most. I think it's relevant, but the singularity was all about Zack is probably reductive. Still think it's about the fate Genova and Sephiroth wants to dictate. On Zack, the creation of the Terrier world would largely be associated with this memory of Zack being freed after that explosion.
Is blind to all.
Bring freed inside Cloud's unconscious, to be precise. Yeah, I could see Cloud's minds creating this idea of Zack surviving, even subconscious, even him not being totally conscious of it. And that would explain why in Rebirth we zoom into his head, and that's how we get access to Zack's worlds, because they're playing out through him. Like, I could see that. I could buy that. I just struggle with like all of Remake and Rebirth coming through him.
All of this is precisely due to the influence of the Genova cells and or Sephiroth, because for both, Cloud is fine as he is for now. The
Remake Ultimania says that the vision of Zack's last stand is due to, quote, special whisper interference, which is unique to that moment, whatever that means. Yeah, SteeD. So yeah, if you break it down to the most basic level, Terrier is actually the world where Cloud isn't the ex-soldier because Zack is still alive.
Is living in his own delusional bubble where Zack didn't even exist, and he should absolutely not remember anything for their plan to work. He actually needs to let go of the past, and as Sephiroth himself says, Cloud should defy destiny and whatnot, and should this world be unmade, so too shall her children. This sentence is probably the most cryptic line in the whole
hold
game
on.
so far. Plan to work didn't even exist, and he should absolutely not remember anything for their plan to work. He actually needs to let go of the past, and as Sephiroth himself says, Cloud should defy destiny and whatnot, and should this world be unmade, so too shall her children.
So the one thing I do find interesting that I hadn't really thought of, but that part reminded me, the bit about like, yeah, Sephiroth does say, Cloud, let go of your past. And in the description of the box art for Rebirth, it talks about Sephiroth like splitting or like creating a, fuck, what does he say? He says something about like breaking or like dividing Cloud and Zack's fates. Oh, I have it here somewhere. Red sky. Box. Where is it? Cover. Okay, yeah. We used, oh wait, no, not that quote. What's the other quote? Oh shit, I can't really find it. More quote, box art, Rebirth. So he said, where is it? This article, so it's such a piece of shit. So he said, this artwork represents the three worlds that form the axis of the story in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Sephiroth is in the center, as he represents the instigator of the events of the past. Cloud and Zack are on the side as they represent their destinies being torn apart by Sephiroth. The image of blood, fire, and red that evokes Sephiroth stains the sky and spreads over the world. The subtle red shade in the logo is also inspired by the same imagery. So Cloud and Zack are on the side as they represent their destinies being torn apart by Sephiroth. So something interesting how it potentially relates to this idea of like him trying to remove that memory from Cloud in order to, because if Sephiroth were trying to stop Cloud from becoming his true self, he has to sort of remove Cloud's ability to remember the truth, right? So that's an interesting idea. What if Terrier already existed at the start of Remake, but just as another loop of the Fated OG story, just offset, he's approaching what would be the start point of OG, just as Remake parties reaching the end, but because the party chose something different, it forces a shift. That's interesting. Let's mosey. What you said earlier is concerning. This is all disc 1. The third and last better game better be huge. Yeah. Crazy theory just putting out there, perhaps having children Cloud's experiences, memories are in Remake Cloud's mind, similar to how OG Aerith's memories are. This will explain how Remake Cloud sees. So here's my current updated take on it. I think the Beagle world was specifically created when Cloud went into Midgar and represents the Sephiroth-controlled Cloud, who also has some Zack inside of him. Terrier is a higher layer of reality in that it solves the lie that Cloud was an ex-soldier, but it's still not the real thing. The Prime world would probably be a 1-star stamp where Cloud accepts all the truths. I could see that.
Sentence is probably the most cryptic line in the whole game so far, but my best guess is that yeah, if this delusional world that Cloud lives in is destroyed, as in he remembers Zack, goes through the grief process and finds himself again, then he can't be controlled by the Jenova cells and Sephiroth anymore, which is actually
yes.
what ends up happening in the OG as we know. And this is also why the Jenova cells probably make Cloud think that he sees Sephiroth confronting him here at the edge of the expressway, trying to lure him further to this black side of the livestream to control him from the inside and make him oblivious to this memory as he is about to, and which is actually what ends up happening in the OG as we know. And this is also why the Jenova cells probably make Cloud think that he sees Sephiroth confronting him here at the edge of the expressway, trying to lure him further to this black side of the livestream to control him from the inside and make him oblivious to this memory as he is about to pass by Zack's grave. The good news is that Aerith somehow recognizes this.
All these moments and memories, precious and fleeting, they're like rain rolling off his back. And when they're gone, he won't cry or shout or anything.
Even if she's not 100% conscious of this process herself. She says that this is the point of no return, as in if Cloud goes there and is still oblivious, then it's game over, but she also needs to find an alternative solution. And this is likely why she hesitates at first, not knowing what to do, and gets this intuition or whatever.
Yeah, we still haven't seen 2-Star World either.
Whatever it is, probably from the real consciousness of Aerith pulling the strings from somewhere, or just because she's still an ancient at the end of the day.
Follow them, the yellow flowers.
There's always been like the stamps on the different stars. See if I can find it. Stamp. I wonder if Shin Arch. Oh, does Wiki have it? I know there's a chart with like all the different ones. Fuck. Anybody have a good link to a good picture of like all the stamp dogs? 7. All stamp dogs. Oh wait, this might be one. Someone sent me a chart in Discord. Oh, it's a crazy fucking chart. It's almost like hard to read. The Turk one is a little easier, I think. Yeah, this one's easier. Okay. So, even though you can't see all the stars, I think Beagle is 3 stars, right? Look at this chart. Where's it 4? You can't really see it on this. Beagle stamp. FF7. Google, what else would I be talking about? Beagle's 5. Right? Yeah, Beagle's 5. Can't see all of them because they chose that shitty picture. Beagle's 5. Terrier has 4. This one has... This is also Terrier. It's just a different version of Terrier. This Pug has 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can't even see them all. The Corgi... How many does this Corgi have? Did we see the Corgi one? Like a good shot of it? Chihuahua. These are actually really hard to tell. Corgi Shiba. So how many does the Shiba have? It looks like 3, but yeah. So it has 3, right? This one has 3. Corgi is 7? Oh, Corgi. This one, yeah. Wait, then how many does Pug have? 6? Pug has 6. So anyway, yes. They're fucking impossible to see, but they all have different numbers of stars. To the question that somebody asked. How does Corgi have 7? It's hard. You can't see it in this angle. But I think in the other angle you could see it. Maybe. They're not visible in regular gameplay for some reason. Johnny's dog has 7. People with free cam have seen it. Jesus. This is why my video did not get into this kind of topic. Because I was like, what in the hell?
And
I'm analyzing stars in the dog. I think it makes some difference. Like it matters in some way. But Jesus.
She casts this white spell in the portal, purifying it and paving the way for Cloud, sort of, shielding him from these illusions. Everything that follows is then just about making Cloud defy reality and not destiny. And as soon as you swap those words, it actually becomes much easier to understand. So, if we really want to summarize what this whole singularity portion and illusion represents...
Thank you for subscribing, Lazy Black Dragon. 4 months in a row. Thank you so much. I mean, what the video just said is one of those exercises that, like, is interesting. Sure, like, if you swap the word destiny with reality, that's certainly a very interesting way to look at the story. But the story gives you destiny. They call it capital D destiny. Now, you could say maybe it's one and the same, but I struggle with that kind of a proposition because it, even if it's an interesting way to read it, because yes, Cloud doesn't come to terms with reality. He is an unreliable narrator. I get that. But it's also not him that just talks about it, right? Like, Aerith is talking about stepping through the portal. Other characters are involved in the scene. And yes, he is the main character, and a lot of the story is told through him. But what this does is it kind of removes the rest of the party from going through the same choices, you know, and having some say in all this. That's where, I don't know, that's where I struggle.
Then it's basically this fracture inside Cloud's mind due to the paradox of Zack's memory still inside his own subconscious. This is also why we have two factions of Whispers in Rebirth, Black and White, pulling him between reality and fiction. And more importantly, because of this fracture and him remembering Sephiroth very vividly in that final fight in Remake, as well as this...
I mean, that's another leap to me, you know, like that the Whispers, one is about reality, one is about, you know, the lie. That's a, I don't know about that either.
This big explosion, Cloud's mind possibly has a crisis. It sort of doesn't know who Cloud is anymore. And this leads to two things in my opinion. The first one...
I could see the planet's memories being fractured and being thrown into chaos because of the events of FF7 Remake, the planet not remembering stuff, sure, not remembering anything correctly, and that being a gateway to sort of like altering reality itself, I could see that. But I just struggle with the Cloud part. Wait, so Cloud, who was physically dragged to another world by the end of part 3, was just meeting his memory of Zack there. Yeah, I don't know.
One is the creation of these dream worlds because of his now very weak sense of reality, and his consciousness possibly traveling all the way to the edge of creation because of the huge crisis that it ends up facing. And talking about dream worlds, the simple answer is that this mechanism is probably what leads to the creation of the Terrier world in the first place. I also think that this is very likely still thanks to Aerith, who might be safeguarding Zack's memory inside Cloud's mind in some form, so that it's not lost forever and that he can find his way back later on. This is heavily implied by the visual cues throughout the dream worlds and just the fact that she brings Cloud to one of those dream worlds at the end of Rebirth, but more on that later. Her involvement is also heavily implied to be important in that final remake cutscene, where she and Cloud react in two completely different ways. First of all, because he's in denial, Cloud doesn't flinch when passing by Zack's grave, while Aerith, on the other hand, feels his presence, the weight of what happened here, even talking about the Steel Sky, as we said, directly referencing the words Zack mentioned when he died here. I really recommend rewatching this cutscene and the whole remake ending with this perspective, and if you can, even looking up the lyrics of Hollow to see the hidden meaning, because this portion for me is extremely deep, sad, and just impactful when we know who Cloud is and what his backstory is. Now, if the Terrier world is simply the result of this memory of Zack surviving inside Cloud's mind or subconscious, then what about Biggs, who also happens to be in the same world? Well, the thing is, Fate did not save Biggs. There was no reason for him to actually survive, and he says that himself. He even gets the most NPC deaths possible in Rebirth. Biggs is in no way important to the fate or destiny of the planet. But the writers still kept him around so that they can both throw us off, but also give us a huge clue on what these dream worlds are supposed to represent. And this is where we talk briefly about the second big change that Remake was supposedly introducing, the dream worlds and Terrier being at the center of them. As we said, there's something very weird about the whole arc of Biggs in the game. He first dies in the pillar in Remake, with Cloud witnessing his death. Biggs asks Cloud to look after the children in the orphanage, and Cloud shrugs it off, almost trying to convince Biggs that this is not over and that he will make it.
The Leaf House. It's an orphanage. The kids, they're great. I used to visit.
That you'll have to do yourself.
But the most telling hint that something is off is Cloud's reaction when Biggs finally...
I mean, it's interesting because he doesn't wake... I mean, he wakes up in the orphanage, but here we do see the scene where when he explains to Zack, he's like, oh, well, they were just gone. Like I was in another version of the plate collapse of the pillar. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he does think about the orphanage and then is in the orphanage later.
Passes away.
This isn't over.
No.
Cloud shakes his head and gets up, all of a sudden, with no visible sadness or emotion.
But granted, that is a place that has a strong connection to him in the lore, you know? And if Avalanche is gone, and that's who he's been connected with, then I could see how, you know, that might be where he goes or ends up. Because there's no other place to take him. Sector 7's gone, maybe.
Back to his soulless soldier robot self, almost...
Yeah, in terms of, like, dreams, it could be his desire to be in the orphanage.
As if he's already over the moment, or denying what he just saw. This scene initially looks very innocent on your first playthrough, but when you remember that this is a character with a clear history of repressing real loss and death happening in front of him, It becomes quite messed up, and that denial of reality is what Sephiroth actually uses against Cloud in his trial at the Temple of the Ancients. He reminds him how his friends died and he didn't shed a tear, that he's empty and that many people died because of his own actions. He's once again trying to keep him deep into this world of denial and make him buy into the idea that he actually has no feelings.
No, that kind of like conflates lack of emotion with denial. I'm not sure. I don't know if he totally denies those deaths, because there's also Jessie, who seemingly has not been saved in some way. We don't see a new version of her. Because if he has a pattern of just denying death, then he should equally be also denying Jessie's death, which then should have her be alive in one of the worlds too. Like if that's the mechanism for keeping them in those worlds, Biggs and Zack kind of accept that they seem forced to win, save them. Yeah, I mean the difference maybe with the Jessie death is that Tifa is there to sort of like confirm it too. But I don't know.
This is a huge contrast to everything that the rest of the party goes through in their own trials at the temple, being reminded of real loss they experienced, how they processed it, and how it ended up making them stronger. But back to Cloud, I really hope you didn't miss this detail. Bixby.
I mean, I could see Cloud's tendency to repress death helping to sort of like keep them alive in some dream world that he then like lives on in the live stream, and that we see through him, you know, because I can see those Zack worlds coming through Cloud for sure.
Being enveloped and taken away by whispers during Cloud's trial again, just like Biggs himself remembers when talking to Zack about how he was saved in the Terrier world. This is extremely telling and a huge hint that something is off in regards to Biggs and how Cloud perceives his fate.
Well, Amano, I think people do die. It's just the live stream worlds could be a way to explore like denial and then eventually acceptance. I'm just joking, yeah, but just to answer in case people are wondering that. A lot of people keep saying it's a Shiba dog when the Ultimania says it's a Corgi. I don't know.
Overall. The second part of the Biggs puzzle is actually...
I don't know dog breeds enough to like correct anyone either.
Earlier, at the beginning of Cloud's trial, so let's rewind a bit. Cloud sees a dying Biggs inside the reactor, which is something that never...
Yeah, I think the Courier 0613, one point of conflict with these worlds stemming from Cloud's mind is a tangible white materia that is gained at the end. You know, that's clearly Aerith's world. She says as much. And she's the only one with like advanced perception in that world. Like she can see Sephiroth's feathers and hear Sephiroth. Cloud can't. Cloud does not hear Sephiroth threatening Aerith through that whole dream sequence. And he doesn't see the feathers. So all that is clearly through Aerith's POV and in her world.
Happened in Remake. Why is Biggs of all people here? Nothing strange initially until you realize that Biggs also dies inside the reactor in one of Zack's worlds, this deviation from Terrier. And as I said, the fact that Biggs himself keeps wondering what he is doing here, why would fate save him specifically, with visibly no defining role for him to play, is extremely telling and an invitation for us to think about his importance, or lack thereof, and what he could mean for the story. Of course, as long as we don't have a full official confirmation from the game on what the meaning of the Dream Worlds is, then it's hard to determine who actually saved Biggs. But it's either Aerith, at the same time she saved that memory of Zack, seeing how Cloud repressed the death of Biggs too, or it could just be collateral damage from whatever happened to Cloud's mind at the edge of Midgar. It doesn't really matter because the end result is the same. There is one difference versus Zack, however. which is that even though Cloud's mind is confused about him, not remembering whether Biggs died and if so where, one of the layers of his subconscious actually does figure it out and kills him off in the Pug world, almost reconciling Cloud's version with reality. And if I was to guess why that happened, then it's probably because Cloud was around Tifa and Barrett all this time, and they were clearly talking about the losses of Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, whereas with Zack, it's one, a huge loss to Cloud, which also has huge consequences on the story, and two, this is something that Tifa and Aerith are being very secretive about throughout the whole game, almost scared of Cloud's reaction if they try to remind him, so he has no clue to go off that something is weird around his recollection of who Zack is and what his fate was. This is best portrayed in Gongaga, which is an extremely important plot point, but we'll talk about that in a minute. This is why the trial basically confirms the role of Biggs. Biggs dying in those two locations, both in the dream worlds and Cloud's trial, is as clear as it gets that these dreams or memories are those of Cloud rather than that of the planet or objective realities existing somewhere. Now, you might ask, why didn't the same happen with Wedge and Jesse, which is a very valid question. First of all, with Wedge, Cloud didn't experience his death firsthand, nor did the party, so it's kind of irrelevant. Whereas for Jesse, he actually did, but the difference is that he was not alone with her.
Tifa was there.
Cloud almost sheds a tear seeing Jesse die, and he behaves quite differently from Biggs' death. He clearly recognizes the moment. But the reason he's even able to feel that emotion is probably because he has Tifa with him and he can actually see her pain and sort of feed off her reaction. With Tifa by his side, Cloud's broken mind is almost grounded into some sense of reality. He's able to feel...
Like he actually, as it showed there, he directly looked at Tifa and her having the reaction that she had, that he then sort of started to have some feeling. Thank you, attorney. Wow, we got a law. We got a lawyer in the chat. What's going on? Thank you for subscribing.
He's able to start the grieving process when he sees Jesse die. Sadly, we all know that Cloud doesn't feed off the reaction of his friends at the Forgotten Capital when it mattered most.
Yeah, it does not. That same element does not have an impact on him at all in Rebirth. Everyone else is like limit breaked off of it and whatnot, but he has the complete opposite reaction. What is this? Is that pain? I wouldn't know what it looks like if she wasn't
He's basically completely messed up by then. And we will absolutely talk about that whole sequence to try to make sense of it. We can't possibly end this video anywhere, right? Other than the Forgotten Capital. But before that, let's tie up some other loose ends, which relate to the questions we asked earlier in the video. Let's look back at some key moments in both Remake and Rebirth in the context of this theory. And let's start with the Whispers, which appear very early on in the game. In my opinion, Whispers can be understood in a couple of ways. Either voices from the live stream, maybe of deceased souls or whatever, guiding Cloud and keeping the Beagle world close to reality, or maybe even his own internal monologue, trying to bring his perception back to the real world. Aerith definitely has a lot to do with it, because coming in contact with her early on allows him to see the Whispers, and for his consciousness to have a way back to some sort of reality. It's also entirely possible that the Beagle world is a combination of real events when Cloud's mental state is okay, and the delusional reality he lives in when he has these visions and flashes, like the first one in Chapter 2 for instance. This whole world is sort of built on the lie that Zack never existed.
No comment about the video's content. It's just this song. I love this song so much. From the caves, the mithril mines, or yeah, mithril caves, or mithril caves, mithril mines, whatever. Yeah, I was just like in my head, I was just like bopping along to it. I was like, God damn it!
But it doesn't mean that he has these visions and flashes, like the first one in Chapter 2, for instance. This whole world is sort of built on the lie that Zack never existed. But it doesn't mean that Cloud's mind is not trying to resurface back to reality. I also want to highlight the fact that the Whispers behave weirdly a couple of times in Remake. In the morning of this Sector 5 bombing mission, almost stopping Tifa and Cloud from joining Avalanche, which doesn't really make sense if they're trying to correct course. And then also when Tifa, Cloud, and Aerith are coming back to Sector 7 later on. In both cases, there is this purple specter who probably has something to do with Jenova and or Sephiroth once again, taking over the Whispers and likely making them behave differently, maybe trying to push them not to correct the events, but rather keep Cloud in this fictional world. In fact, the Whispers are only able to achieve what they set out to do in the morning of the Sector 5 bombing mission once this purple spectre is defeated, injuring Jesse and paving the way for Cloud to go on the mission as he should have. And a Jenova influence shouldn't be a surprise here at all really, because despite initially trying to correct the events, the Whispers seem to be more and more under Jenova and Sephiroth's control as the game progresses, with all of that culminating at the edge of the expressway of course. And as we said earlier, the mental crisis in Cloud's subconscious in the Singularity leads to this duality, his mind being torn between the White Whispers, clearly linked to Aerith and possibly pointing towards reality, and the Black Whispers controlled by Sephiroth and obviously leading to illusions. Both of them intervene a bit in Rebirth, especially towards the end, and it's very easy to understand why they do so. First in the Gongaga reactor, where the mention of Zack opens another fracture in Cloud's mind, exploded by Jenova cells and Sephiroth, leading him to the reactor through the Black Whispers and pushing him to attack Tifa. Anything really to just turn him into a monster in his own head.
Your son, would you? Zack?
But if he's been gone this long, the man is dead. Sorry. I'm gonna go lie down.
Come. It's time.
This video is one twist explains every FF7 Remake and Rebirth mystery. Interior Hunter. I just posted the link in chat.
Perhaps.
This is an incident which I've already said is very questionable given a few reasons. The fact that it happens after Cloud's mental state is extremely vulnerable again. Tifa has seen her memories from his point of view. No one talking about him attacking her afterwards. These secret words that Aerith says to Tifa when she wakes up.
I almost wonder if Sephiroth is keeping Cloud alive because he needs his body at the end. In terms of like full endgame, I don't know. I can see some of it in like if he needs his body to be reborn through him being, as CBC called it in one of his videos, his vessel for rebirth, to like live through Cloud in some way. I could see that. I don't know if like that's what it's all going to.
Cloud's mind totally breaking down when he thinks she's dead, just like he would probably have done once Zack died. And of course, the fact that the White Whispers literally revived Tifa here, almost cheating to keep Cloud sane. And the last hint that something...
There was something that reminded me of something else I want to say. That whole weapon experience in Gongaga, with them like grabbing Tifa, taking her into Livestream, showing her shit, and then spitting her back out. I don't know if we talked about it during the playthrough, but that feels like a very specific action by the weapons as maybe a defensive move against Cloud's machinations with the Livestream. I mean, as Sephiroth's machinations with the Livestream. It's almost like the planet pushed to sort of give Tifa memories that could help strengthen her connection with Cloud in this moment, so that Sephiroth can't completely separate the two. It felt super fucking intentional. Yes, the planet is pairing Tifa's trust in Cloud. Yeah. It's just like no coincidence. They ate her ass, dragged her out, showed her some crazy shit, dragged her back, and spit her back out. Yeah, that's just I don't know if we already talked about it during the playthrough, but I wanted to mention that. Where I am with the series so far, and I don't, they didn't spit her out. I mean, she manifested, whatever. He opened his mouth, she came out. Where I am with this video and with this theory, is I essentially do agree that I think all of Zach's worlds are happening through Cloud. I do think that is true. I think we are seeing like a dream of his where these people that he's lost live on, and that'll be resolved in part 3. I struggle with his perception being everything. I don't think I'll ever get there. I don't think I'll ever get to the point of like thinking that the entirety of events in Remake and Rebirth are through Cloud's perspective. I think there's just too much evidence of like seeing things through other characters. We get an Aerith world at the end of Rebirth. It's clearly not in Aerith's mind. I mean, in Cloud's mind. It kind of like strips away too much of the sort of like individuality of all the other party members. So I can't, I'll watch the video. I will finish it. But I currently can't see a path to me getting there. But I do think the Zach worlds are through Cloud. Like they are the dreams that he has of his friends living on. I can see that completely.
Things off there is Bugenhagen, of all people, dismissing all of that.
A fascinating account. Such grand delusions could be a sign of Mako poisoning. Please escort this young lady to our seminar room, would you?
And sending the party to the seminar room, where you can hear about these dream worlds from the now famous Cosmo Canyon NPC. All of this is just not so subtle hints that something is really wrong with that whole Gongaga sequence. Cloud himself notes how the amount of Mako inside the reactor itself is just a disaster waiting to happen.
Too much Mako here.
Another one of those questionable sequences is actually after the Red 13 portion in Cosmo Canyon at the Cave of the Gi.
We'll back you up for 2,000.
I think that's the question. If the Zach world stuff is the only fate change and live through Cloud, then what fate was changed really? I don't know if I'm following the question.
No. This one's free.
It all once again starts with Sephiroth appearing and pulling Cloud somewhere. This space, which just screams illusion inside the livestream to me. Cloud's mind, or whatever this is. And because we're inside of it, Aerith actually feels one of these dream worlds and is able to communicate or feel Zach's presence from Terrier. Later on, everyone is teleported back to the cave the following morning in strange fashion, with no questions asked about what they've just gone through. It's all very likely just a trick by Sephiroth and Jenova cells to plant the idea of the black materia inside Cloud's mind. And the final one I want to talk about before we wrap up this section cannot be anything else other than the huge clue they've left us at the Gold Saucer of all places, twice in Rebirth, where they show us Cloud's consciousness shifting between Beagle and Terrier.
Yeah.
More tired than I thought.
Sorry, man. Feel like I...
Oh shit, Bunkai. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Am I following you, Bunkai? You're saying like it's very possible that Sephiroth is gonna win, right? He's gonna succeed in whatever he's like trying to do. Aerith knows he's gonna win, like you said. That's why she's protecting the memory of Zack. All of this is going to be erased. Like her stirring up these memories is like a way to sort of like protect the memory of Zack if Sephiroth does some crazy shit. That's kind of interesting. That's why she gave Cloud the white materia. See if you remember Zack, though, not just Cloud. Yeah. Zack has parents. Yeah, if the world are... She gives the empty one after the exchange, yeah. So she takes the memories and then, yeah. I don't know if it fully plays out that way, but there's an interesting idea there, right? That some kind of mechanism to sort of like protect memories that may get wiped out. That's kind of interesting. Like if he were to like unite the worlds and do his bullshit, having some way to sort of like protect those memories from being potentially wiped out if Sephiroth were successful. There's something interesting there, for sure.
Sorry, man. Feel like I failed you.
Not bad, kid.
Oh, the mural in the HQ. Fuck. Does anybody have a good picture of that? There's a materia in the middle of it, isn't there? I always just saw that as like the regular holy materia. Aerith's mural. Shinra. HQ. I remember seeing it one time on like Reddit, like a super high res shot of it. Here we go. Copy image link. Fuck yeah, let's look at this thing. Oh, why is it so small? It's an even more high res one. Here it's mural. Shinra building. Here we go. Why do these like Reddit link image links like not just give me an image? They put it within the Reddit site. Damn it. There's like a yellow flower in the middle of the materia too. There's a better one. Delta, if you can send me a link where I could just like have the image and not have it in the Reddit container, that would be lovely. Giving it some Adderall and this is what happens. Yeah, this materia in the center. I never thought of that though. Please send me Discord. Yeah. Save the image to your PC. Yeah. Duh. Duh. Save image. There we go. Yeah, I never thought about this materia as anything other than the Aerith materia. Fuck, now I'm wondering. Yeah, it might be clouds. Bro, that's the planet. I don't have anything profound to say about this, but there's something very vaguely interesting to it. I'll have to think about it more. But yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah, I never thought about this in any other way. Like, maybe it's the planet. It's hard to tell. Because, yeah, the planet's round, as is materia. This is a little more transparent looking. Fuck, I don't know. It's just an interesting thing to... It's just interesting to entertain the idea.
Not bad, kid.
Yeah, this sus-ass shit.
Not bad, kid. Not bad, kid.
So this is where I buy into the idea that these are happening somehow through clouds. Dragon symbol is holy. Shoot, what did I do with that image? Ah, shit. Whales. Yeah. This is the temple back here. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say. I'm just gonna stare at the picture and do horses exist in this universe? I don't know, that's a unicorn, maybe a little more. I don't know how literally we could take everything in this mural, so I don't want to like linger on it too much, but it is interesting. Delta saying, I think it's more that Cloud's consciousness is linked to Zack, but now that the worlds are through Cloud, you even said the purpose of these scenes is to demonstrate how new worlds are born through Zack's choices. Yeah, I can see that too.
Again, one of those sequences which just look weird at first, but that only makes sense once you understand or assume that everything is probably about Cloud in Remake and Rebirth. His delusion of course reaches its peak in the last chapter, where we see him experience and create one of these dream worlds in the Forgotten Capital. So let's talk about that.
Sometimes, I don't even know who I am. I forget things everyone else remembers just fine. And know things I've got no right knowing. It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin.
Aerith's role in Remake is well documented. From the start, she knows more than anyone else. Even Sephiroth later on tells her that he underestimated her. But the thing is, I think we also did. Aerith already achieved two major things before we even started Rebirth. She allowed Cloud to see the Whispers when he came in contact with her in Chapter 2 of Remake, and she purified the Singularity, possibly saving Zack's memory in the process and paving a...
Fuck, are you serious, Delta? The mural has a link to Ever Crisis. The locations Aerith drew as a child is how the survey team picked their mission locations, like Redor and Rubio. Do you have the evidence for that? I may have missed that in the Ever Crisis stuff. Is that for real? Like, where did you pick that up? I don't remember that. That's from Trace to Two Paths. Or wait, maybe that's mixing things up. Actually, interestingly enough, the knowing things I have no business knowing is something Tifa talked about in the original. I'm pretty sure. Like in the like after when she's like describing meeting Cloud again, like in Midgar, she's like, I thought there were strange things about the things you said. Yeah, let me find that scene actually. This whole like arc. Crater. There's no way I don't have that scene here. What the fuck? FF7 OG. No commentary.
Away for
Tifa talking about the reunion that had happened shortly after the actual. It's been 7 years later. Yeah. The video we were watching, Chris was we were watching SteeD's video. Shoot. Which is over here. I'll send you a link. But the if you go to right after into the reunion stuff, when she remembers shit. It's the next one, I guess. Yeah. Through the world of maze, Cloud loses his shit, and then like Tifa's alone. And she remembers what happened in the past. And then she's like, hey, how's it going? And then he remembers her. It's really you. Never thought I'd find you here of all places. Yeah, it's been a while. But what's happened to you? You don't look so good. Really? No, I'm fine. It's nothing. Oh, it was remade in Ever Crisis. I'm gonna go to the real source. The actual original game. 5 years. What's wrong? No, nothing. It's just been longer than I thought. And then she corrects it. Actually, it had been 7 years. You told me things, or you told me you made it a soldier just like you'd hoped. But that you quit after the Sephiroth incident, and we're now a jack of all trades. You spoke a lot about what had happened after you left Nibelheim, but something was wrong. There was something strange about what you were saying. Not knowing things you should, and knowing things you shouldn't. So what Cloud tells Tifa in Gongaga of like, you know, I know things I shouldn't know, and, you know, there are things I should know that I don't, and there are things I don't know that I should. There's actually a line from Tifa in the original, which I find fascinating.
Cloud's mind to see reality, the White Whispers. But the thing is,
which was brought
I think
up
we
here
also did. Aerith already achieved 2 major things before we even started Rebirth. She allowed Cloud to see the Whispers when he came in contact with her in Chapter 2 of Remake, and she purified the Singularity, possibly saving Zack's memory in the process and paving a way for Cloud's mind to see reality, the White Whispers, to eventually be able to come back to his real self. But her biggest intervention happens much later when Cloud gets the Black Materia. She brings him into this dream, which she obviously says is hers, but is that really the case when we are in the same
Yes. I'm sorry, yes. I'm just gonna say yes, but I'll hear you out.
Setting, the same room as the Terrier world, Cloud's dream. We are essentially in a deviation from that world. Going back to how Zack was saved, this might be the biggest hint that Aerith did it, keeping this world somewhat alive and preparing it to be able to help Cloud later on, because, well, she's an ancient and they just know things. Cloud even has a very weird reaction when he first wakes up, looking completely weak and lost, probably because of everything that just happened to him after he got his hands on the black materia. But then when we shift inside of him, we see a different Cloud, much more sane and, let's say, normal and back to his calm and collected self that we've been.
The camera movement is weird. I will grant that. I don't know if we're seeing like a different Cloud, and yeah, it's like him just kind of like, the camera movement's weird though.
Playing as since the beginning of Remake. Aerith brought Cloud here for a few reasons. The first one is obviously going on this date with him and confessing her feelings, but the second and most important one is preparing him to lose her. The whole dream is filled with foreshadowing, a world that has accepted its fate, characters telling Cloud and Aerith that they look like they're at a funeral. And whatever he decides, it doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. He can't change fate, and maybe that's what Aerith wants his subconscious to see and remember somehow. My guess is that this dream will be extremely important when the time comes to remind Cloud.
It is interesting that her world is like so focused on acceptance. I can see that as an intention of her trying to make him okay with, you can't control everything, you know? There's maybe there's something interesting there.
Of what Aerith told him, that she knew her fate, accepted it, and never blamed him or wanted.
That's her intention, why she's mad about it. When does she get mad? I remember her getting upset about the picture. But she's like, oh, the yellow flower pin is cool. She's upset when they aren't picked by the photographer. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. It was just an interesting thought experiment.
Wanted him to blame.
But this whole thing, regardless, whether that was the intention of the vendor stuff, she's clearly here to try to tell him, like, be okay with shit. Like, no matter whatever happens, don't blame yourself, right? The intention of, at the very least, this scene in the sequence is definitely about that.
Himself. Of course, there is also the small detail that she sends him back with the pure white materia. Through this dream, Aerith essentially plants the idea of loss inside Cloud's mind. And it's absolutely beautiful. It's one of the moments where the expansions that the re-trilogies bring in add so many layers to the FF7 story and is actually extremely consistent with it and its themes. Unfortunately for Cloud, however, this is helpful, but
yeah, the forest Aerith gives him the empty.
Still not enough. And
it's a shame we don't have an Ultimania that's like doing the same thing that the remake one did. That was like, so there are like 4 Sephiroths. It would be nice if there was like, so there are like 4 Aeriths, by the way. But they didn't give us that. So
reason is that Sephiroth also has plans of his own, catching Cloud here and telling him what is possibly the biggest lie in the game so far. After Aerith sent him away, Cloud is actually in a very dangerous place.
I mean, Matt, to give you the TLDR, you can obviously watch the video, and it'll be up on YouTube after stream ends, which will be, this will be where we end it, will be the end of this video. But basically the TLDR is, I do agree that it's possible that Zack's worlds are through Cloud's mind. As I've been thinking that too for a while, because it's hard to think of how else that connection happens in the Gold Saucer scenes, where you go into Cloud's head and then you emerge into Zack's worlds, and like voices, like stuff is like communicated through that. Delta in chat brought up that like their consciousnesses are just linked in general because they are so connected as people, that's maybe a way that that connection happens. But I can also see it being, I could see Zack's worlds being a dream world of like Cloud perceiving, like thinking what would happen in his subconscious, because he's not even fully conscious of who Zack is at this point in the story. But his subconscious desire is, you know, as talked about in the Cosmo Canyon scene, like his subconscious desire for Zack to have lived and not died in that moment, given the space to sort of like live as a world now that the Whisper Harbinger is gone. I could see Zack's worlds being that. I don't think the whole of Remake and Rebirth are coming through Cloud's perspective, through his mind. That's where I disagree with the video so far. But I could see that the link to the Zack worlds for sure.
Lost in what could be the livestream, visibly starting in the white side of it, as portrayed by the Whisper's guide in him, before Sephiroth and his Black Whispers intervene. This scene is one of those that were extremely underwhelming for me personally. I'm pretty sure we were all finally waiting for some sort of explanation on what is happening in Remake, only to end up with even more questions after the sequence. And the reason for that is simply because it's a trick that Jenova and or Sephiroth are again using to keep Cloud and us in the dark a little bit more. Aerith's actions right before were kind of dangerous for Sephiroth and might have paved the way for Cloud to heal, which is why he needs to act here. The goal of these illusions that the Jenova cells are playing on Cloud is still very simple. If Cloud does believe that the planet is made up of an infinity of worlds, which are all meaningless and
I don't know what the deception is in this scene. I think it's fairly likely that there is some deception in the explanation that's here, since it is coming from Sephiroth. I don't know what it is yet.
destined to die, then reality, or a true objective version of the events, as in the real world, just doesn't exist anymore for him. He becomes much more easy to manipulate, and nothing matters to him anymore. Not Zack and Aerith's death, not his friends, not even himself. He basically becomes a monster, like many other soldiers or clones before him. We actually see quite a few interesting things in this sequence, which we can't cover.
I mean, it is interesting, right? Like, if Sephiroth plants the idea in his mind that, hey, these other worlds are nothing to fear. You know, there are all these like possibilities that are born out of a break in destiny. It does set him up in some way to sort of be susceptible to, I guess, not worry about. It's weird because it seems like he does want Cloud to be bothered by her death, because the Ultimania mentions, because he doesn't get to sort of like do the reunion of worlds like he plans to, because as the Ultimania mentioned, Aerith sort of like rises up to prevent the reunion of worlds, because she denies those feelings from Sephiroth. Yeah. Lie of omission, telling the truth, but leaving out crucial context, for sure. There's something going on in this scene that's not truthful. I can agree with that.
In detail,
I don't know what.
But this vision with himself as a clone heading for the reunion is fascinating. If you want some speculation, I'm sure that we will see him playing this role again in part 3, maybe reliving this scene shot for shot when he's either getting close to the northern crater, or when Sephiroth convinces him that he's just a clone who never existed, and that all of his memories were those of Zack, just like in the original. There is also the very subtle thing that Sephiroth does here, merging these worlds in front of Cloud. It's hard to say what this is.
Thank you, adjusting my threshold. What an interesting name. Thank you for following. It might not be untruth, but a difference in perception. Sephiroth does not. Yeah. Just realizing something.
Could be just to demonstrate what he means by the reunion, but it's also possible that this new reality he creates is what he's about to make Cloud experience in a minute. After all, Sephiroth almost tricks him into attacking him and basically leads him to where he wants him to be, the world that
Damn, yeah, you have to go to sleep because of your graveyard shift. I'm still going. Yeah, we're gonna end at the end of this video. Once I reach the end of this video, it's been 8.5 hours for me, so we've gone from noon my time to 8:30. So yeah. Before we end, could you watch the scene where Chadley reveals he's an android in Remake? I finished all the VR missions recently, found that interesting. Sure. Do you want to watch the final Chadley scene from Rebirth also? Because there's more stuff there, but that might spoil. Maybe not.
He wants him to land in. This is what the reunion of worlds really means. It's not about destiny or merging timelines within the planet itself. It's simply about confusing Cloud as much as possible, making him experience these paradoxical worlds until his sense of reality completely breaks down, which we know does happen in the OG and will surely happen in Part 3.
I mean, yes, I think there's something to this, right? Like, what that exposition does do is it gives Cloud reason to sort of like doubt reality in some way, right? Like, it gives him flexibility on like what is real, which can be exploited to hurt him. So that is an interesting possible outcome of like Sephiroth giving him that exposition dump.
The contrast between the preparations of both Aerith and Sephiroth for Cloud is exactly why the Forgotten Capital sequence plays the way it does and why it's so confusing. When the party reaches the city, as we saw before, they go through something very similar to the Singularity in Remake, with Cloud hearing Sephiroth's voice inside his head, leading to the environment changing, the same meteor illusion foreshadowing being shown, and Sephiroth basically controlling Cloud's perception once again. The behavior of the Whispers on the way to the altar is also extremely telling. You have the Black Whispers paving...
Oh my god, Dosaido! Don't get me excited! It's too late, you got me excited. I just need to pull something up. Wait for it. 39 days, chat. 39 days till the live show. The Game Awards. 39. Perceive it. 39 days. How many days till December 11th? 39. Anyway.
In the way for Cloud, isolating him from his friends.
God, it would be so disappointing if there's nothing at Game Awards, wouldn't it? Like, if there's nothing at Game Awards, god damn it. Because I've been hyping myself for Part 3 stuff for every show. I gave myself, with the Sony September play, I was like, okay, maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. And we didn't. It's fine. Game Awards, though. Damn, if it doesn't come Game Awards, I'll be pissed.
While the White Whispers are trying to stop them from progressing. The White Whispers do not want the party to breach fate, as in, they don't want Cloud to experience an illusion at the altar. This is also probably symbolized by the fact that Aerith...
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
The altar is also extremely telling. You have the Black Whispers paving the way for Cloud, isolating him from his friends, while the White Whispers are trying to stop them from progressing. The White Whispers do not want the party to breach fate, as in, they don't want Cloud to experience an illusion at the altar. This is also probably symbolized by the fact that Aerith does cast this white spell on the portal, just like she did back in the Singularity at the end of Remake.
Eric! Cloud!
We all fly to Japan and march on there. I did, Tyler. I talked about the John Q video before this one. We did it around like 4 hours into stream or so. So if you go back in the final video, it'll be around like the 4 hour-ish mark. I'll try to do timestamps if I can on the VOD.
She needs you. Go.
Yeah, it seemed like Cloud directed the Black Whispers
Now, the thing is, up to this point in both games, we were partially seeing this paradox play out inside Cloud's head, reliving some things from his perspective. But the beauty of Rebirth is that at the Forgotten Capital, it reaches a completely new level, and the story just becomes way more immersive than ever before. The game decides to put us entirely in Cloud's shoes, to make us see things with his broken perception, to keep us stuck between these merged worlds and experience both realities in real time, one where Aerith will die and one where she will live. If we saw Cloud dream of these worlds before or just peek into them, here we actually see him create a new one, by his sheer will or delusion.
Wait, what was said right before this?
If we saw Cloud dream of these worlds before or just peek into them, here we actually see him create a new one, by his sheer will or delusion.
Agreed with that.
Aerith is not alive anywhere. I mean, yes, her spirit is probably in the livestream and reaching out to her friends, and we'll see.
In terms of Astro Zach, I missed most of the stream, but I still feel this doesn't explain how, as in how are there different worlds, whether they are dreams, true alternate realities, live stream alternatives. We talked about this in the last video that we reacted to, but in the remake Ultimania, and interestingly it shows OG and remake on the same page, but it shows, we talked about this when we were reacting to John Q's video, I forgot who asked about that, but we talked about this in the context of John Q's video, because John presented a theory where basically the Cetra broke apart the worlds in a way to sort of like help defeat and trap Genova. I wasn't sure about that theory because I still think that the fracturing of the worlds happened at the end of Remake when they beat the Whisper Harbinger. But you'll see in the Remake Ultimania, they showed all these they showed this like flow of live stream in Remake, and it was like a single continuous flow, right? Granted, it has like these like converging bits in it with these other strands that are seemingly a little bit disconnected, but it's still moving as like one continuous flow. And then in the Remake Ultimania, it does something different where like the strands, the stream sort of breaks apart. Yeah, it has strands, but it still flows together. Whereas like in the Rebirth Ultimania, they show, and actually they map it to the Zack worlds and stuff, right? So here the Zack scenes up here, and then you're seeing this flow branch away, and then it's going at its own path on these scenes. Then here you're seeing this other branch off into sort of like the Aerith dream that we see, this like Zack Sephiroth confrontation, and then you see this other path branching down this way through most of like Rebirth's events. So I just found it interesting that basically at the breaking of Remake, like Remake into Rebirth, the Chapter 18 defeat of the Whisper Harbinger, that it's possible the Whisper Harbinger was keeping all that stuff like tight, you know, like even if there were strands that sort of allowed things to sort of like play out in some kind of way, the flow of the live stream still stayed consistent. But then Rebirth, because there's no longer that mechanism for keeping things together, it all splits out. I think that's to answer the question, your question, Astro Zach, of like how are there different worlds? How do they branch out? I think that moment in Chapter 18 opens a Pandora's box for the stream and the worlds to sort of like branch and deviate. Yeah.
Still do the role that she did in the OG, actually saving the planet. But this world where she is physically alive is just Cloud's dream, based on this repetitive pattern of refusing the truth, of denying loss, and blocking it from his mind, due to both the enormous pain that the previous losses brought on him, of course, and his completely broken mind after years of being drowned in Mako. I know that this has been said a lot, but in a way, Cloud is us the players, refusing to let go of Aerith and partially Zack after all the promises that were made to us at the end of Remake. You can still see Cloud's subconscious trying to bring itself back to reality, to where his body really is, to the real feelings he's going through. Those flashes that are shown to us, which are actually pretty accurate compared to the scenes in the original game.
You have so
the
many
reactions of his
senses
friends clearly show us the truth as well, with Aerith not being there anymore and everyone basically mourning her loss, and that Cloud is seemingly the only one now stuck between these two realities. The only person which reacts a bit differently other than Cloud is of course Tifa, with this scene being extremely intriguing. I don't think it's possible to entirely make sense of this for now, but we have to remember that Tifa also saw those memories from his point of view in Gongaga, and that she was also the only other character that the game focused on in the Singularity, other than Cloud again, when showing us the visions they were experiencing while fighting the Harbinger. I think that broadly, this is just setting up the fact that Tifa might be feeling what Cloud goes through to a certain degree, and seeing things that he sees, which will be extremely important to her, helping him repair his mind.
Yeah, Jay, it's not like meta about fans, I don't think. But yeah, they did talk about
later on in part 3. If you want even wilder speculation, then this could be a hint that she only sees all of this because she is with Cloud in the livestream during both games so far, inside the singularity of his mind, experiencing these dreams with him as he tries to repair himself. Again, very faithful to what happened in the original game. But back to the story, the main point is that timelines, worlds, versions of characters, none of this matters because we're in the exact same place where we were in the OG. Aerith is dead, Cloud's sense of reality is completely broken, and because of the illusions that he just experienced, his mind does the exact...
I mean, I think they want us to think that all those things don't matter. But I think they will.
same thing it did back at the end of Remake. It faces another existential crisis, leading him to the edge of creation.
Like, I think the easy conclusion at Rebirth is to make you think that all these flourishes don't matter, right? I mean, this is the basic premise of the video that I made, was like to reach the end of Rebirth and be like, oh, maybe these things don't actually matter all that much. For then in part 3, for them to surprise you with how they matter. They may not matter in the way that we all thought at the end of Remake, but I think they matter in some way, right? And they keep teasing. I've said this before, but in regards to like the interviews where the developers are like, oh, we're just taking the original and we're making some, we're just mixing it up a little bit, you know, a little bit. They've been so protective over like, how will all this end, right? They're like, we're creating this crazy mystery. We really want to surprise people. And then if how it all goes is just the same as the original, then they've just been kind of like saying that and like leaning toward that. So they wouldn't actually like surprise anybody, you know, like if they did too good of a job of making you feel like if it doesn't matter and then it doesn't matter, it's like, well, okay, well, that was, you know, an interesting way to go with it. So, I think they're just, with the interviews, you got to take some things with like, they're trying to protect what you're going to experience. So clearly they want us wondering if it'll all go the same way or not. They said as much. The interviews we read earlier at the beginning of stream were like, we wanted people to think that. It's like wonder. So we'll see where they go with it. Bunkai is saying, I think the evidence of Sephiroth winning exists way back in Remake. In that vision, Sephiroth shows the party. Tifa dies. Cloud is a mindless robe. Aerith is gone, Meteor approaches, and there's no sign of Holy. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's true.
Sephiroth waiting for Cloud at the edge of creation again is very easy to understand given what we saw in Remake. It's probably an attempt to entirely break his mind once again. It also works as a metaphor of how Genova's cells try to completely take over Cloud from the inside, while his real self just fights back every time. The question, however, is what is Zack doing?
God, it is so interesting how they like match so many shots. We saw the other one where they matched the meteor scene plays out almost like shot for shot the same way as remakes. The remake and rebirth version of those scenes are almost exactly the same, down to the way that like Barrett moves and Breath 13 moves. This scene matches the end of the original where Sephiroth and shirtless Sephiroth, or Cloud and shirtless Sephiroth, like do a standoff, and the camera goes back and forth between them. And it does the same thing here in this scene, but in Remake it was just Cloud. Rebirth, it's then Cloud and Zack.
Creation again is very...
So it does make you think that maybe the part 3 version of this might have 3 people in it.
Easy to understand given what we saw.
Or it'll just be some kind of version of this.
Remake. It's probably an attempt to entirely break his mind once again. It also works as a metaphor of how Genova's cells try...
What is my obsession with shirtless Sephiroth? Just to like differentiate that Sephiroth from the other Sephiroths in the game, it's just also just funny to me that he's completely shirtless.
Try to completely take over Cloud from the inside, while his real self just fights.
It's like, why is shirtless Sephiroth the version that lives in Cloud's mind? You gotta ask Cloud some questions, more than you're asking me questions. That is a question for Cloud.
It's back every time. The question, however, is what is Zack doing here? Remember, this version of Zack comes from the
Hey, MSP. Cloud should be shirtless this time too, and they should both be oiled up. Oh shit. Hey, what's up, man?
Johnny Corgi world, which is just a variation from Terrier due to Zack's choices, right? This is still the
Did I notice Sephiroth is right
same
hands
memory
here?
that just 5 cells tried to
What?
break his mind. Very easy to understand given what we saw in Remake. It's probably edge of creation again is very easy to understand.
What am I looking at?
Given what we saw in
Yeah,
Remake.
he's holding up the
It's
left.
probably an attempt
Both
to
of those.
entirely break his mind once again. It also works as a metaphor of how Genova's cells try to completely take over Cloud from the inside, while his real self just fights back every time. The question, however, is what is Zack doing here? Remember, this version of Zack
I don't know, looks like he uses left in both.
comes from the Johnny side of what we saw in
I
Remake.
rewound that he was holding it with his left in both. Like, his left is holding the top of the hilts. Here, his left is holding the top of the hilts. I don't really see a difference.
It's
When he starts.
probably an attempt to entirely break his mind once again. It also works as a metaphor of how Genova's cells try to completely take over Cloud from the inside, while his real self just fights back
He
every
pulls with his
time.
right.
The question,
I don't know. I don't know if there's anything really worthwhile to talk about there.
however, is what is Zack doing here? Remember, this version of Zack comes from the Johnny Corgi world, which is just a variation from Terrier due to Zack's choices, right? This is still the same memory that Aerith saved inside Cloud's mind.
Yeah, I think him like doing the right hand thing was just like him reacting to the attack. You know, like he gets a better angle when he goes to his right. I don't really think there's anything to take away from it. He wasn't really trying to kill Cloud. I think that's the point. I don't know. That might be like looking too deeply into it.
He is initially sent away by Sephiroth to the black side of the livestream, while Aerith once again saves the day. This version of him should not be lost forever, as we said, because that would lead to Cloud being in eternal denial, so Aerith simply guides Zack so that he can find Cloud's real self and help him fight back against Sephiroth. The meaning behind this is absolutely beautiful. This whole sequence, again, shows us how the Zack identity that Cloud takes on, despite being a lie, is still extremely crucial to keeping him going.
Palmer Quest. For a dude that has the power to end the world, I wouldn't put being ambidextrous past him. Yeah.
In fact, a lot of us have been wondering what his role will be in Remake, what his legacy will be, how he can be a hero this time around. And the answer is that it's the same role he's played in the original story. Zack's legacy is that his will and identity and determination help Cloud and give him the strength to go on. Zack is a hero at the end of the day, and the reason Remake brings all of these changes...
I do think the role of a character like Zack is still playing its sort of like same role. Whether everything is literally happening exactly the same, and this is just some manifestation of Cloud's head, and all that is, I think, reasonably questionable. But yeah, the role that he plays relative to Cloud, I think is still, they're trying to retain what FF7 is, right? Like what they've talked about in all their interviews is like, we don't want to change FF7. It reminds me a little bit of how the Evangelion creator talked about. He was like, he had a line at one point where he was like, it's still the same theme, but the way we explore the theme is different, something like that. And I could see something similar happening with the Remake trilogy, that they're exploring the same themes. They don't want to lose the core of it, which some people argue that they have lost the core of it, right? I think there are people who are arguing, oh, they've really lost sight of life and death and da-da-da with all this multi-world horse shit. They're bringing people back to life. Like, that's maybe one way to see it, but we don't know where this is going, right? And I think they're aiming to keep the core themes relatively the same, but how they explore it, how they bring it to life will be different. Theme hasn't changed, but how I describe the theme has changed. Rano's words, yeah. That's a whole different thing. I do think Evangelion is a little bit of a different thing, right? Like, if we want to talk like artistic shit, like Evangelion is artistic as fuck. Like, I wouldn't put, look, I love FF7, clearly. I'm doing a 9-hour stream in November 2025, all about it. Like, I do love it. As like a piece of art, it's not close to Evangelion to me. It's very good. I love it. But like, Evangelion is a very like personal work by Anno, where the difference between the original story, the original anime, and then the movies that he made really reflected like how he changed as a person as well. So there's, and it was like truly a single visionary like behind that, like a creator behind that work, versus like the Remake trilogy, which Nojima is the lead writer, but there's input coming from Nomura, there's input coming from Katase, there's input coming from other developers. Not that Anno didn't collaborate. He talks about like having some influence from his like co-director and stuff, but that's just, it feels more of like a singular vision versus FF7. But there's still I still see some similarities to how those two stories are building off their prior stories, you know?
Other than keeping us engaged, of course, is to dramatically expand on how he is able to help Cloud. Because, after all, we don't really see this in the original game. Another beautiful thing is that everyone in all layers of Cloud's consciousness are helping him against Sephiroth in that final battle. And nothing represents that more than Aerith, probably the real one, dead Aerith from the livestream, appearing and protecting Cloud's mind from yet another Sephiroth trick. This whole sequence of fights is just extremely emotional and is what the trilogy adds to FF7. I know this isn't the case for everyone, but this sort of expansion and all the hidden layers is why I'm personally obsessed with this reimagining, because its whole point is to reinforce the themes of the 1997 game. It also takes concepts which were really hard to grasp back then, such as the live stream.
Did I say no way to a 10-hour stream? I thought I said I would. I didn't think that was crazy. I said I was gonna be a long stream. I definitely said it was gonna be a long stream. And we are 54. We're about 3 minutes away from it being over.
Consciousness and maybe intuition, and expands on them in a very immersive and convincing way. The original story showed us that loss is inevitable and necessary for the cycle of life and death. It was a bit dark at times, and there were events that were difficult to accept, both for characters and us as players. Instead of going against
SteeD, I got an issue. You're saying that the original was dark at times? I don't know if you've been around the past week or not, but Remake is just dark. I mean, FF7 was just dark all the way through. There's like little blips of like funniness, but nah, it's a fucking serious ass story. I don't think you heard that. I don't think you picked up on that. It's not a fun game. It's not fun. There's no personality to it. It's deep. It's painful.
The remake project is telling us that this is okay, that those we mourn are not entirely gone, that their memories stay with us, that their dreams can actually inspire us and complement our own. Just like Zack with Cloud, and obviously depending on your afterlife beliefs, that those who die could still be helping us in ways that our perception and consciousness is not able to realize at the moment. Like,
it's super serial, guys. It's dark and edgy, and they made it full of goofy jokes. It's ruined.
what Aerith does with Cloud. This is also a way to give the characters a more peaceful perspective on the not-so-happy ending of the original game, rather than a completely new one. And I think this is what Kitase means when he says that he wants to give these characters a happy ending. We're just taking those words, and other things they say if you ask me, way too literally. Sadly, it's still a bit early for Cloud to realize all of this at the end of Rebirth, maybe just like we didn't on our first playthrough, because we were too immersed, too stubborn to actually let go of Aerith. For instance, we were looking for any hint that she's still alive somewhere, and obsessing over the two versions of her that we see in the last cutscene. And not that it matters because she's gone anyways, but this duality of Aerith perfectly represents Cloud's broken perception, a real version of herself. Roman is a spirit reaching out to her friends to reassure them, and the delusional version that Cloud thinks he saved. The hollow materia is another big reminder, hopefully for him in part 3.
God, I don't know where all this is going. I remember my initial emotions during this scene. I talked about them a little bit in my video. I mean, with this scene in particular, I was like, oh man, you guys aren't committing to anything. Like, she's both here and then not here, and then she's having a fucking conversation with him after he's dead, after she's died. Just like, man, you guys are really not. I struggled with the scene the first time I watched it. Man, I'm really hopeful that once we get all the answers and we go through part 3, I already liked the scene a lot more than I did the first time through. But I'm hoping that, like, in hindsight, we'll be able to go back and, like, see this whole ending, this crazy ending that just, like, threw us for the craziest loop. And we just think, oh, man. Like, we'll see it in a new way that'll make us, like, appreciate it. Like, oh, shit, now that I see what they were building, where this left us, like, what this scene was doing, that we just have this, like, almost not nostalgic, but like this, like, satisfying, like, oh man, now that I know, oh man, you know?
That
I don't know. They could fuck it up. They could miss the landing. Our Australian friend might be right. I don't know, but I'm hopeful that the end of part 3, we're like, oh man, now I feel different about this. Like, at the way I look at this whole trilogy and the things that like bothered me or the things that felt weird. I hope we feel good about it, you know?
He's still empty, and that he represses real feelings and emotions due to his mind being afraid of facing the pain of letting go and actually experiencing grief. As long as he doesn't do that, he will never come back to his real self.
Ectogamut, imagine you experience the ending, but then all those cryptic scenes in Remake and Rebirth still don't make sense. I have thought about that. I have definitely thought about that. Yeah, I've thought about, you know, what happens if I reach the end of part 3 and I feel that sort of like same emptiness that I felt at the end of Rebirth. I've definitely wondered about that. Like, damn, that would suck. But, you know, I don't know. We'll find out.
Of course, because we know the story, we know that the real Cloud is still...
I mean, the thing I will say, because, you know, Sephiroth says, confident Hamaguchi makes me hopeful. And I'm like, well, I don't know if we just take confident developers as like the sign that it's going to work out. But anybody in chat who hasn't seen this quote, this is a quote that's been overlooked. We've talked about it before on stream. But Nomura was worried about Rebirth ending reaction. If you haven't seen this article, there was some self-awareness on the dev team. Tetsuya Nomura is nervous about reactions to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's ending. And he said, but with Rebirth, I honestly cannot imagine what players will be thinking. For example, I set up the direction of the final scene in FF7 Remake that you asked about. I can't really talk about it right now, so I'll just say that the final scene of the next game will be a very different impact to the previous one. I'm even more nervous about how people are going to react to some of the things in Rebirth than I was for Remake. So there was like self-awareness that, you know, shit, that some people might not fuck with this ending. That actually gives me some confidence that they knew that this wasn't going to hit maybe in a super positive way with everybody. And there's that other quote from Hamaguchi where they talked about they expected both positive and negative reactions to Rebirth. So there was definitely some self-awareness. Yeah, exactly. We don't know the part 3's ending is major enough that it'll make or break the trilogy for a lot of people. There'll probably be many things that will make zero sense. That's results of leading threads to multiple possibilities, theories.
Still somewhere inside. Maybe it's him here, at the edge of creation, trapped, fighting Sephiroth forever and trying to resurface back and give us what will be probably one of the most satisfying payoff moments.
What really scares me is I'm saying you'll understand if you play all the way to the end. Why would that scare you, though? I think that's the point. Unless you mean like all the way to the very, very end, like things won't make sense until like the final chapter. That, yeah. We need some answers. We can't do what we did in Remake and Rebirth, right? We can't do the thing where it's like, oh, the crazy shit happens in the final chapter, like very final 2 hours. This is a big dump of shit. They can't do that. But they have the live stream sequence. They have to give some answers at that point in the story, which will be relatively early in the story. I think it'll be about halfway through the story. They have to give us something meaty. And I think we will get that.
In video game history.
Like there's a hard point in the story in terms of like recovering Cloud that hinges on providing some answers and some resolution. So I think we'll get that.
Now, when it comes to the fate of the real Zack, not the memory that was saved,
it won't answer everything.
Things are still blurry.
But
the real Zack is dead. This is necessary for FF7 to be what it is, and for Cloud to heal and become his overpowered self. But more than that, I think we already saw him before Rebirth. Moving on in the afterlife.
Ain't no stopping the
going back-
strainer on. I have a print somewhere signed as a Barrett print, signed by John Eric Bentley, where I had him write that in. I had him write in like, ain't no getting off of this trainer on.
Back to the one safe place he knows, looking for someone who isn't there yet, rather than being trapped inside someone's dream. If this is true, and this scene represents the journey of the real Zack after he died, then again, it's just brilliant storytelling. It's the writers going the extra mile on a story that so many of us knew very well for decades, and still surprising us in ways we did not know were possible.
Yeah.
Aerith?
There are many more
I love that
layers
this
and
game is still
hints that we
surprising
can talk
us.
about with this view in mind, but the video is already super long, so I'll leave it at this for now. Thank you so much for tagging along, and I hope that I was able to convey to you at least 10%.
So I think I'm happy I finally watched this. Thank you, SteeD, for this video. I mean, in some, I you know, what I think is what I thought, you know, about 20 minutes ago, or, well, 20 video minutes ago, but maybe like an hour ago at this point. I do think there's something to the Zack worlds being within Cloud's mind. I don't think the whole of the entire series is happening just within his consciousness. I can see how you got to there. And I think there are like interesting thoughts in here that like in isolation are just like interesting thoughts, like the one we talked about in chat, of like the I think there's definitely something to Sephiroth trying to remove the memory of Zack, and that actually helps explain the Nomura box art, like key art explanation about like their destinies being torn apart. I think there's definitely something there. But yeah, so that was fun to check out for sure. How the hell are we gonna fit in the Magnus Materia and Bugenhagen space room? Dude, I brought that up in Max's chat while he was streaming some like FF7 stuff a couple weeks back. And he saw it and he started laughing with the same thing, because he was talking about things have to be different. And I was like, yeah, for example, you can't have the huge materia, the Magnus Materia now, like fitting in Bugenhagen's fucking planetarium. There's just no way. Which that's how it was in the original. You got all the huge materia, you put it in Bugenhagen's room, like on the little lift, and then that's where you just stored it. They're definitely not doing that with the huge materia, because it is also literally huge now. But yeah. Thanks so everyone. This is great. There are a few things that probably need to be repositioned differently. Sure. Yeah. Let me check out. So this is a Chadley VR FF7 Remake ending. This is a request from Materia Hunter.
Well,
he wanted to see the final Chadley scene again. And I love Chadley. If there is anybody in the fandom that has steadfastly defended Chadley and expressed love for Chadley, it has been me. You know? Did I find it annoying in Rebirth that every 12 seconds he was phoning us on the little thing? You know, we do a little mission, we kill some enemies in a, you know, some enemy intel thing. Cloud, let me tell you about that. Yes, that was actually no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that did annoy me as well. It did annoy me as well. Chat text, yeah. That did annoy me. He did overstay his welcome a little bit at times. You know, he talks too much. He talks too much, okay? Yes, I agree. But I love the little shithead. You know, he's just like the little annoying brother. And I guess I just like little annoying brothers. Totally fine with Mai. He was such a dick to Mai, which is really funny. Like, he invented this second person, this like girl version of him that he just berated Like, he acted like Sid acts toward what's her name? Ah, shit, why am I blanking? Oh my god, why am I blanking? Somebody in chat help me. Shara. Yeah, Shira. Shara. He treated Mai the way Sid in the original FF7 treated Shara. And it was terrible. It was really mean. It was really bad of him. But I got some laughs out of like their banter. The problem with Mai was her talking. She was giving a lot of like interesting intel about the enemies, but I'm in the middle of combat. I'm trying to like think through, how do I pressure these enemies? How do I like get them staggered? And she's talking. I want to hear what she's saying. I actually am genuinely interested in like the lore of the Alpha Dunk. I'm actually kind of interested, but I cannot pay attention to what she's saying because I'm in the middle of trying to stagger it. So.
Well done, Cloud. You've managed to fully tap into the potential once lost.
Is this at the max? 720p? Is there a better version of this? Sorry. I'm such a quality whore. This one's better. Why are they all 720p? All right, fine. Wait, what happened? That's not it either. I lost the main video that I had.
Well done, Cloud. You've managed to fully tap into the.
Rollin, I have not played Lightning Returns or any of Final Fantasy 13. I did tap out of Final Fantasy for a while. Like after 12, I quit 12 halfway through. I wasn't super into it. So I stopped playing 12 and then never played 13. Skipped 11, skipped 14 until a couple years ago. I love 14 now. Even though Dawn Trail wasn't amazing, but and Walker and Shadowbringers, holy shit. So 12 didn't finish. 13 I ended up skipping. And I wasn't gaming as much in general when 13 came out. And then 15 came out. I started it. I was kind of bored by it. Well, the beginning, right? Like the cold open's cool when you're fighting Ifrit and whatnot. But like pushing a car and then we're at a gas station. And I gotta hunt some wolves by the gas station to help the gas station guy. Like, what am I doing? I was like so disappointed by that opening mission that I gave up on 15 when it came out. Then Remake came out. Love the Remake. That got me some hunger to get back into Final Fantasy. Played through 15. It's incredibly flawed in a lot of ways. Like the storytelling in 15 has some big problems. Like the short of it is like there are so many things that happen off camera that it's like, oh, that'd have been cool to see. That'd have been cool to sort of like, I can understand even the storytelling intention of like wanting to truly put you in Noctis's shoes where you don't see a lot of things that are happening in the world, but you're still affected by it. I understand the intention of that. That's kind of interesting. But it's not the best sort of like story experience. I do look back on it pretty fondly though. Like the ending, I really enjoyed like the ending. There were like beautiful moments in it. The sort of like that play of like the, how do I describe it without spoiling? You know, the sort of like sunbreak, the sunrise moment in the ending I thought was beautiful. There's a lot of things in 15 I really like. I felt very like fond toward the party. I have good memories of 15. Like I think back on it, I'm like, I'm glad I played it. despite its flaws, there's a lot of heart to it. I mentioned that on an NSP stream recently. I was like, there's this weird like heart to it that I can feel that like makes me feel good about 15, you know, like despite any of its flaws, I have a lot of heart for it. Like I can feel the soul in it, you know. 13, I want to give it a shot. I might give it a shot, but I haven't gone back to it, or haven't tried it. So yeah, that's my history. Lightning Returns debated for Remake and Rebirth. Yeah, I've heard people compare 13 to the Remake series. A lot of like similar devs on it. So yeah, I've heard that. Honestly, when 7 Remake first came out, I was so shocked. I did not think Square was even capable of making a game that good anymore. Blew me away. Super Flandy, you were describing me to a T. I had the same exact reaction. Like, Remake's not perfect. It does some really weird shit. Both games deserve some crash outs. For sure. Like, if there are certain scenes that you hate in Remake and Rebirth as an OG fan, I get it. They did change some stuff. They did sort of like, this is sort of related to a lot of the conversation this week. I think there's plenty of valid criticism of both games, for sure. But overall, the experience of 7 was like, damn, that was really good. You know, like, kind of weird, but that's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is kind of weird. Things are not perfect in almost any of them. So I was along for the ride.
Potential one.
Let's check out Chad. Let's check out our little bro.
Now that my research is at long last complete, I believe that it's time I told you the truth about myself. I'm not human. I'm a cyborg created to serve as Hojo's assistant. I was given knowledge and power beyond that of a human, but I was robbed of free will, bound to obey the whims of my master.
I mean, doesn't that sound similar to somebody, right? Like an experiment, robbed of free will, bound to obey the whims of my master. In his case, Hojo. You know, Sephiroth weirdly has a very similar dynamic, right? He was robbed of free will. He was at the behest of whatever Shinra wanted him to do. And then later, like, what Genova influenced him to do. Hence the like whole Ore with Tashe conversation with like Edge of Creation Sephiroth. So there's something to that here as well.
But when we met, Cloud, I sensed something within you. Something I knew would allow me to break free of my chains.
Shit. If you're relating it to Sephiroth, in terms of like breaking free of my chains and wanting to maybe like create a new kind of future, Edge of Creation Sephiroth, right? That Sephiroth that maybe is more self-aware. Yeah.
By identifying and studying a subject with infinite potential such as yourself, I could adhere to the directives imposed upon me, all the while pursuing my plans for independence in secret. Your combat data provided me with the vital information that I required to enhance my basic functionality. This is the result.
Lend me your strength. Yeah. The infinite potential, all that stuff. Like, I know that's something Schrodinger's Baby Seal is really attached to, is like the infinite potential
Through my
line.
research and with your assistance, I have freed myself from Hojo's bondage.
Cool.
I cannot thank you enough for your help.
I forgot
You've given
that's
me the
all he
power
says.
to finally live life on my own terms.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Cool.
I'm not sure. It's all a big, wonderful mystery.
Oh, isn't it? The way he walks away is so funny to me. Just like he keeps his head like slightly turned.
Wonderful mystery.
It's like he's half looking back.
It's nice.
I think the
not
way he
knowing
walks
something
back
for a
is so
change.
funny. It's such a nerdy ass walk. Yeah. So sorry, Materia Hunter. I know you haven't seen It sounds like you haven't probably gotten this far in Rebirth, so you can avert your eyes if you want to. But this makes me also want to watch the Chadley final scene, FF7 Rebirth. Actually, now I kind of want to see this one too. I could do look up final proto relic. Yeah. It's real quick. Let's watch the Hojo Chadley thing.
In a place like this. Unless... No. What could his experiments be doing in a place...
What I think is funny is that Hojo and Lucrezia were to conceive a natural child, you'd probably end up with a nerdy-ass kid like Chadley. Yeah.
Like this. Unless...
Oh, you beat Rebirth, okay. Have you seen these scenes?
Well now.
Oh, why is it so low?
This I did not expect. My precious specimens. And you, Chadley. Model.
It's all about Chadley, chat. I'm telling you, he's the key. He's the key.
CDA 6, was it? Or 7, perhaps?
How does he have cameras on them? I don't know, Steve. That's why you can't apply logic to too many things.
Yes, lucky number 7.
Combat
You and
Data
your
Assistant
brothers
7.
Are just full of surprises, aren't you?
I was about to spoil something FF14 related, but I probably shouldn't. But think digital assistants or like artificial assistants and Walker. It's so good. I don't want to spoil it for people who don't know. I will say this about 14. It is a rough playthrough. Like ARR is like rough. It's not enjoyable really. There are like good things you look back on it. You'll look back fondly on with ARR. It gets so good in Shadowbringers and Walker though. There is a sequence in Endwalker at about the same place in the story as the live stream sequence in FF7 that I think is probably even better than the live stream sequence. Very similar to live stream sequence in terms of like revealing the truth of something that's been building over many expansions. And then you get to this reveal of like how all of this stuff links up. And it is the first time since the live stream sequence that I felt that same feeling of like, oh, damn. There have been a couple other games that had good ones, like Knights of the Old Republic and such. Like there have been some other ones that have been really good. But man, the Endwalker one, I'm not going to spoil anything specific, but, and this is me selling you on 14 and selling you an Endwalker. Is it the scene with a particular song playing? No. I can't say anything. It might like spoil stuff. But I guess it's fine. It's a word. Please don't spoil this in chat for people who don't know. But it's a word that's introduced early in Endwalker. So it's something to do with Elpis. That word. That where all of that goes is some of my favorite shit ever. So good. Anyway, so that's me selling on you. That's me selling you on 14. Somebody clip it and send it to Max. Send it to Tiffany Lockhart. It's because she's been trying to sell Max forever on it. But it's seriously, it's so good. Like, if you want to recreate the feelings of the live stream sequence with something new, 14. Don't poison Max. True, he has a kid. He's got a lot going on, right? Like, 500-hour MMO probably is a bit of a tall task. But yeah.
Don't be shy now. Open up.
It's funny because he was talking about it on stream, I think like last night actually, or and like Tiff was like badgering him about it, and he was like, I got so much. He's like, my backlog is already so crazy, I can't do it. I get it.
Let me see what makes you tick. There's
but it is very good.
What is it?
Look at him messing with our boy.
Nothing. I'm fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of filler. Yeah.
It seems our roped friends are on the move again. You'd best follow closely behind. I would hate for any of them to run afoul of one of Hojo's experiments. Please, keep them from harm.
It's funny because you say there's no way he would get into it, but he played Final Fantasy XI. If he could enjoy Final Fantasy XI, he would enjoy 14. Granted, he has a way more complicated life now compared to when he was addicted to 11. So yeah, let's check out this final Chadley scene. Where does it actually start? Wait, what the fuck? That's not it. All Proto Relic scenes.
Able to compile all relevant world intel.
This is a shirtless Cloud. God damn it. Is there one without a shirtless Cloud? I'm not a modder, chat. Granted, it doesn't take a mod. Doesn't have it anyway. We're gonna have to watch.
Able to compile all relevant.
Fucking beach Cloud. Oh, is this the final scene? Oh, the whole thing is the final scene.
Here, have a look.
Yeah, 11 consumed him. Yeah.
What is this?
The sum total of our intel. The world we call home. We call home.
So, conspiracy time. I hope, my prayer, is that I hate fighting in this VR arena. I hate it. I hate fighting in this VR space. So it would be cool if now that he's like cataloged the whole world, if in part 3, these VR missions at least emulate these locations in the world. Just so we're not playing in some damn VR training stage, fighting game training stage, and we're actually like in an environment.
Isn't it amazing? Hey, remember those monstrosities, Cloud? Would have been a real handful without my help. Like that one, and that one, and that one. Ah, just look at them all. So many wonderful memories to treasure. Wouldn't you agree, Cloud?
There isn't anything he doesn't treasure.
This is important.
All right.
The real reason I asked you to gather so much data was so that I could archive it. for a project I call the Ark Library. As you know, the planet is in a precarious position.
I mean, God, this is so 14 coded in a way. The Ark Library is like he's saving the planet, a version of the planet in a way, in case it were, like he's saying, the world's in a precarious position. It's like an opportunity to like preserve the world if something were to happen to it.
Shinra's Mako reactors are draining the world dry. Wutai and the
8-star stamp.
War. The weapons in Genova stir. And now
He's building the FF7 MMO.
no one knows what the future holds for us. Indeed,
No one knows what the future holds for us. Indeed, it could be that annihilation is imminent. We talked earlier in chat, right? Of like, does Sephiroth win?
it could be that our annihilation is imminent. So I want to preserve all I can. Everything. From the quotidian to the extraordinary. It all deserves to be remembered.
He's building a new game plus version where you can play with whoever you want, including Aerith Cope. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
It's not going anywhere.
This is how we reverse the Sephiroth to win. Yeah.
Right.
What did Cloud say? It got like a reaction out of him.
We will save the planet.
Oh shit. Look at what Cloud says, and then look at the reaction that Chadley has.
Extraordinary. It all deserves to be remembered.
Wait, isn't that fucking memory from Zack's world? Like that flower. How does he have the Zack world flower photo? That's from Zack's world. Remember, like it peels off and like the petal flies away? No, that's not the flower from opening of Remake. The flower from opening of Remake, let's look at it. Motherfucking Chadley. FF7 Remake, Chapter 1. Okay, hold on. The flower from Remake is this one. Like it's like super dried up. It's a very different, the setting is very different. Like, see, look at this one versus this one. What chapter is that? Or you know what I could do? FF7 Rebirth. All Zack scenes. It's when he's pushing Cloud. It's like here.
Okay, right there.
At least
Right here, hold on.
the world's ending. At least
It's that one. It's a little out of focus in Zack's world. But that's the one. Right? It's a different angle though. But yeah, it looks like Zack's one.
From the quotidian to the extraordinary. It all deserves to be remembered.
It's fucking weird.
that's what everyone's saying.
It looks a bit different though. It looks a little drier. But again, the angle is a little bit different. Oh, it is the same background. It is the same background. It's like that, the big thing, and then the shed. Ah, shit. Big wall, shed. Yeah. And Cloud recognizes it. Yeah.
To be remembered.
He fucking touches it.
It's not going anywhere. We will save the planet.
We will save the planet. And then look at Chadley's reaction to that.
Right. I'm sure you will. I have every faith in you, Cloud.
Oh my. Okay. Far juicier than I expected. Are those Aerith's lines? Kind of. I mean, not the I have every faith in you. He reacts similar to Aerith, though. Yeah. Huh. Sussy Chadley. Oh ye of little faith.
To protect this world of ours, I will support you to the bitter end.
I was rewatching this as a bit of a meme because Materia Master asked about the remake version of the scene. But damn, that's kind of sus. Shit. Interesting. Who would have thought that this stream would have ended with that? With a Chadley mind blow. Cool. So, it's been a very fun stream. Almost 10 hours. I forgot who in chat brought it up that this would end up being like a 10-hour stream. Lazy Black Dragon, maybe. But yeah. There was a lot to catch up on, a lot to talk about. It had been a couple weeks since I had streamed. So thank you all for hanging out. Let's find someone to raid. I think I'm going to raid Relaza because I watch Relaza, but she usually streams too late on Sundays for me to raid into. So I'll raid into her. She's really cool. She's a FF7 fan as well. Super into Expedition 33. She's playing Pokemon ZA right now, which is not really my thing, but she is fun. She's cool. So show her some love when we raid in. And next week we will, well, Wednesday we will, thank you for following, Alan. We will how do I go to my ending screen? Wednesday, FF7 OG. We'll continue to play it. It has been a while. We'll jump in. FF7 Original. Please check that out. Oh, the raid is only happening on Twitch, obviously. But yes, thank you for hanging out. The VOD will be on YouTube. I might even add these to the VOD channel. I realized they're on my main channel, but I'll add them to the VOD channel as well. So thank you all for hanging out. It's been so much fun. We had so many viewers. We had over 200 viewers at one point between the two platforms. So thank you. It has been a wonderful stream. Ton of fun. We'll talk more next week on Wednesday, FF7 OG. See all of you then.